Me?
Sneh, hello, and welcome to our new show, which is the Daily Brief Factor. We'll be discussing random stuff here, politics and, social issues and everything. Our main topic would, of course, be Iran and America, the Iranian and American war, where Trump have also claimed that the Iranians have asked him to become the supreme leader of Iran. And there, on the other side, Russia started attacking Ukraine again, which people are saying that this is the new spring offensive that have started, and they're using the Shahed drones. Shahid or Shahid drones over there. A big swarm was sent to some Ukrainian city, and there's also an ongoing Afghanistan and Pakistan war, which has been restarted again. So that's the overview that we will be discussing, but we'll be discussing other stuff as well. It doesn't really have to be these three topics. Yeah. So, Sid, you want to say something about this?
Yes, at least in regards to the US-Iran war, I believe Iran has given a few points for the ceasefire, if there is going to be any. I think it did so.
Oh yeah, let
Uh,
me let me let me let me take a second. Let me tell those points. There is this. It's further stated that the official had outlined five conditions under which Tehran would agree to end the ongoing conflict. These includes a complete halt to aggression and assassination by the enemy, the establishment of concrete mechanism to ensure that the war is not reimposed on Islamic Republic, guaranteed and clear defined payment of war damage and reparation, the conclusion of the war across all front and for all resistance group involved throughout the region, international recognition and guarantees regarding Iran's sovereign right to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. These are the points that were given by Dawn newspaper. It's a Pakistani newspaper. So that go on, Sid.
uh, yeah, and amongst those conditions was also reparation for war. And it's funny a little bit because the last time I checked, it's the losing side that gives the reparation. So the condition for ceasefire that Iran is giving is that the USA accepts defeat. So it's not even giving USA a stalemate option. That's basically like saying to the world that there's not going to be any ceasefire. And I don't know how they are going to be able to maneuver around that. USA, I don't think, is ever going to give any sort of reparations to Iran, unless, of course, the whole European Union also turns against it, and for some weird reason, Canada starts saying that. Because if they start giving reparations to Iran, are they going to give the reparations to the Iroquois? Are they going to give reparations to the Indians? I mean, the red Indians, not the
So
subcontinental
basically,
Indians.
Native American. They're not exactly
Yeah,
Red Indians, Sid. Indian
yeah,
name was
Native
given to
American.
them because Columbus thought that he landed on India, the subcontinent, not on
Actually,
America.
that is a myth. That is actually a myth. That's not true.
He was
There was a
um
comedian.
he was
There was a
he was he was
comedian
he was
named
going to
Callum.
India. No. He
Yeah,
was
yeah,
going to.
that probably. But I think Callum. What was the name of that comedian? Uh,
Are we taking historical facts from a comedians?
Comedians usually give very accurate historical facts, especially if they are not from this new generation. But
Listen,
anyways,
listen.
the thing was that it was something that translated to our brothers in God. That's what it started as, Indos something, and that turned into Indians and whatnot. But anyways, Native Americans, we can use that terminology. Uh, I believe the comedian's name was George Callum. Let me check. George Callum. Forget it. I'm forgetting the name of the
No,
comedian.
seriously, Columbus stumbled on America. He did not even discover it. He was not even the first guy who was in America. The Vikings were there. I think the Dutch or the Portuguese were there before Columbus. But the thing is that they were actually looking for India because they needed to go. They were looking for routes to India, and they said that, oh, we found a route to India, but they actually landed in America. But because they're dark people and Indians are dark people, so they were like, okay, these are these are Indians. But then he found out that this is America. So that's actually true. Please stop taking history lessons from comedians, Sid, please.
No, I would take. I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm not denying what you're saying, but I'm saying that George Carlin, that's the name of the
Who
comedian that I
is
was
George
referring to.
Colin? Colin.
He was a very
George
famous comedian,
Colin.
uh, and in his show he pointed out that the term was "our brothers in God," some Latin term. I'm forgetting the Latin term. That is what turned into Indians. Uh, but anyways, I digress. It doesn't really matter at this
No,
particular
no,
discussion.
explain this to me. No, no, no. What term was the Latin?
Oh, you really want me to go out on YouTube and search that video? Sure, we're
I
going to
am
go
not. No,
on
no, no. What
YouTube.
I'm saying is, no, no, no. Explain to me, how is Indian a Latin term? This is the first time I'm hearing something like that.
Just a second, let me fetch that video. Why don't you
Shah, do you
carry on
agree with
the?
him? Shah, do you agree with him?
I just have to take a look up a video, dude.
No, no,
If you
fine.
just give me a
That's a video of a comedian, bro. That's a video of a comedian. Comedians are not historians.
yes, but
Yeah. So.
there was a time not very long ago when the true history and the true
Mhm.
reality of a nation, a country, a people was actually told by the comedians. The fool of the
Yeah,
court
but
was the
that's not true.
reality of the
No,
court.
no historian agree with that. Everybody except that Columbus was looking for India. They were going to each subcontinent, but he accidentally landed in America.
You do
That's a
realize that I
fact.
am not contesting what you're saying. Yes,
Okay.
and I'm not contesting it.
Mhm.
Why do
So
you think that I'm
what are we
contesting it?
what are we arguing
More,
about?
more than
I
one thing can be true.
I don't understand what the conversation is about. Like,
Yeah,
what?
it's getting sidelined. But anyway, the point is America going to be giving reparations to
No,
the blacks
stop,
as well?
stop, 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 stop. Just tell
Oh,
me, like, what is the contention about the word Indian or red Indian? What's the contention about?
So I think
you know
what
what?
he's saying is that Indian is a Latin word for people of God. Is that
No,
what you're
it's
saying?
not. You know what? Why don't we just watch the video which I was
Hmm.
talking about? We
We
can
have all
just
the
do
time in the
that.
world. Go on, show us the
We
video.
have all the time in the world tonight, so there we go. Just a second. Um, Add it to the page. Here is the video.
Probably do with fewer labels, not more. Now, one more group because that's what they are. They're the Indians. There's nothing wrong with the word. First of all, it's important to know that Indian, that word probably does not derive from Columbus believing he had reached India in 1492. India was called Hindustan. More likely, the word derives from Columbus's description of the people he found here. He was an Italian who spoke very poor Spanish, and in his written accounts, he called the Indians una gente in Dios, a people in God. In God, in Dios, Indians. It's a perfectly noble thing. And I simply can't justify this awkward phrase, Native Americans. First of all, they're not natives. They came here from Asia over the Bering Land Bridge. In fact, there are no natives anywhere in the world. Everyone is from somewhere else. All people are refugees, immigrants, or aliens. If there are natives anywhere, it would have to be people still living in the Great Rift Valley in Africa. So everyone is just visiting. So much for native. As far as calling them Americans is concerned, well, how can I say this? We steal their hemisphere, destroy 500 cultures, kill 20 million, stick the rest of them on the worst land we can find, and then as a special bonus, we name them after ourselves. Come on. It's, it's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. The truth is, most Indians are insulted by the term Native American. The American Indian movement will tell you that. If you wish to please Indians, try calling them by their traditional names: Pawnee, Mohawk, Navajo, Seminole, and so.
Okay, I get what you're saying,
So
but then
this public service message was given to the people on the behest of Grey Beyond narrative. Uh, Everybody is welcome. So
Yeah,
the people
I'm
in
really
charge.
sorry, but I'm really sorry, and I apologize before what I'm about to say, but that's completed bullshit. It's nothing but bullshit, because where Indus comes from is a derivation of the Arabic or the Farsi word Hindu, and that's how they pronounced it. That later got into Latin, and they pronounced it in India or Indus. You've got names in regards to that, and this is just a plain whitewash.
Shasha, tell me something. Is Britannica more trustable than Wikipedia?
Britannica is a proper encyclopedia, yeah, but
Yeah, well, Britannica says that Native American are called Indians due to a historical misinterpretation by Christopher Columbus. The term Indian originated from his mistake belief that he had reached the shores of South Asia when he arrived in the Americas. Columbus was convinced he had found a new route to the Indian subcontinent, and thus he referred to the indigenous peoples he encountered as Indios. So, same thing.
Okay, if he said Indios, then I believe
That
the
must
story that George Carlin is saying is more proper, and also in
Yeah, but this
regards
is
to
also
what you're saying.
it still is regarding South Asia. He called them Indios because he thought he was in South Asia. It's the same thing.
yeah, and
These
the
two
It's just
meaning
things are
of
it's
not
just an
contested.
Italian.
hold
It's
Guys,
just
on,
more
guys, guys.
Spanish version, and
These
Indian is
things
the
are
more
not.
English version.
can you hold
These
on
things
there?
are not contesting on each other. It's not like these
No,
things are
the
contradicting
point,
each other. They are not.
No,
they
but they're
are,
not
because
Indian. They're Native Americans.
can I say
You
something?
know,
Uh
we
huh.
can call them bloody half Gora for all I care. The point is the American government going to be giving them reparations?
I mean, they should. They
Yeah, they
should.
should. What about the blacks?
Same.
Okay,
Can I
reparations for the Native Americans,
Can you shut
reparations
up
for the
for a
blacks.
second, please? Thank you.
Same.
Okay,
I've been trying to say something for the last 3 minutes.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. Carry
quiet.
on then.
Have some respect when you're speaking to each other.
Okay, carry on.
I am. Okay. But anyhow, so
Say.
so the translation which comes from Spanish in terms of Indios is again a literal translation of the word Indus, or how the Indians used to basically describe themselves, and they still do. Even the word Indra comes from the same thing. It's from one of their gods, and people of that land are basically referred to as people from that area, and that's where the name comes from. So even that meaning in Spanish or Latin basically is derived from the subcontinent. I hope that clarifies that, rather than basically that guy. I don't know why he's trying to explain it in a certain way, but that's a academically, historically accepted fact. Now carry on.
In
So.
Dios is carried from Indus.
Mhm.
Yes, from India,
An
from Hindu.
adjective and the name of the divine in Spanish
No,
and
not
Latin.
in Spanish. No,
Okay,
but
in the Dios is what
they even yes, that's what it means. But that is from the subcontinent.
the
Check.
word Dios
If
is
you
from
don't agree with
subcontinent.
me, If you do not agree with me, go and search what is God called in Spanish or Latin or Italian. Go and search, same names.
Yeah, Dios.
Exactly. Not Indians.
I
That's a
know, which is
specific,
why I said
that's a very specific deity, or it's got a religious background which is significant and associated to what you know as India today, or the subcontinent.
so. The Latin speaking word called the Indians Indians because of this exact same reasoning, is what you're telling me?
No, they called them because they were confused. They were going to India, and now they're just trying to cover it up by giving it a meaning which they translated at some stage in their text.
So both the
You know,
things
do
are
you know
true
the
at the
fun
same
fact?
time.
There are Indian Hindus who actually claim that the Native Americans were also Hindus because they're called Red
Yeah, but they
Indians.
are Indians, so we don't really, take their word for anything, to be
Yeah, but I'm
honest.
just saying, said, that they have this claim.
You know what? All of this is gonna go towards the moon god for some reason, because Indra also is like the god of the moon. So everything is nothing in the world is earthly, everything is moon.
Okay,
But
can we
anyway,
do what the Indians do?
Claim
they do a
stuff.
lot of things.
No, get the hell out of that
K-
and move on with the subject.
Yeah, the topic was the reparations being called by Iran. The Iran was saying that condition for
but
the
Sid,
ceasefire is.
but you don't think that's fair?
Oh, I definitely think that's fair. Uh,
So what's the
Not
problem?
sufficient. I'm just saying that's never gonna be. I'm just saying that they, the American war machine is exactly that, a machine. They do not work on morality. They do not work on right and wrong.
But
They have
but
not
but
been so
but
for
which
ever since it was
empire, said which empire or government of the world works on morality?
uh, the ones that we want to exist.
Yeah, but they don't
Just because,
exist.
yeah, that's what. Look, as human beings, when we are saying that pragmatism requires us to be immoral or amoral, then what we're saying is that humanity in itself is a flawed condition of being.
Okay, okay,
And we
okay.
should not be
Listen.
accepting that.
I have a question. You think if human being were naturally good, moral, you think that the police, the army, or the jails would exist?
Yes, definitely. Human beings are naturally good. Nature is
But
cruel
why? No, then why would it exist if they're the human beings are such good?
because the nature is cruel. Nature is unkind. Nature is uncaring.
It's,
And
human being
that
not part
has
of nature.
effects.
Human
Human
beings are not
beings,
part of nature.
uh,
Like they're not part of
we
it.
are we are the primals. We are the
So you're
alpha.
no. So you accept that nature is not, moral or whatever you call it. So human beings are also not moral.
Nature is
Have
amoral.
you have you heard have you heard of the thing that power corrupts people? Why does it do that to people? Like why do you think they corrupt people? Because the nature is not exactly moral.
No,
Tell me
those
something.
two things.
Why do you,
Those two
if
things are not connected
humans
at
are
all.
naturally moral, why do we need human right watch and or human right violation stuff? Why is it that the world has more cruel people,
Why
the
are
world
you?
has more war
Because
than
because there
peace?
is history. Because there is history.
Because they are human.
Because no, yes, and human beings do have an effect of nurture. Human beings are affected by nature. Human beings are affected by their surroundings. Conditions change. They become harsh. Tough decisions sometimes have to be made.
Children also bully other children
Yes, which is why
uh-huh.
we have parents.
To control them, right? To make rules for them, to tell them this is wrong, this is right. It's not like they know it on their own because they're morally good.
There are also
Usually
children.
when bullies when they grow up, they either become abusers or manipulative people, all kind of stuff. I don't personally think that you are it is
I don't
it is
think that
more
is true.
it is hard to be good, and it is actually easy to be bad because it comes to us
I
naturally. And it
I would
takes a
actually
lot of
disagree with you.
restraint. It takes a lot of restraint, meditation, and whatnot to be peaceful, to be mostly nice to people. It comes very
I would actually
unnaturally.
disagree with that. I would actually
Mhm.
disagree with that because I have seen children that are, you know, disruptive in nature and, as you would say, bullies, quote unquote. And I have seen children that are extremely apathetic, both in my own family. I remember one of my nieces, my cousin was, just uh, hitting me, as elder
Sid,
cousins.
do you think being good come easy or being bad come easy to human beings?
Being good,
How?
Okay, if being good comes easy, why is there accountability? If something is
Mm.
natural, there's
because people,
accountability.
Why do
because
you
there
need
are
meditation if
constraints.
you're naturally good?
You
All
don't
these
do meditation
you
to
don't
become good. Meditation is an
to be
exercise
peaceful, right? Yeah, to be peaceful, to
Sid,
connected to
to be
nature that people
healthy.
call peaceful.
Sid,
No, to be
Mm.
healthy.
Mm-mm,
Sid,
mm-mm,
Sid,
mm-mm.
Sid, listen to me.
I am said.
Anything which requires accountability, laws, or whatever is not a normal state. It means you have to
And it
work towards it. You need to be principled for it. It's hard to be hard to be moral. It's hard to be humble. It's hard to be all those things. That's why people easily get angry.
Mhm.
It's obvious.
no, you are saying that there are no people existing that have a very uh, extensive limitations
It
on being
takes
angry,
it
because they
takes a
do.
lot of energy to forgive someone instead of taking revenge from them.
Yeah, reactions are
Mhm.
impulsive.
Reactions are impulsive.
People don't react that okay, if for instance somebody's being nice, being bad to you, oh, I'm going to teach him a lesson by being nice. No, it doesn't happen that way.
Yes, I know. And how is that
That's not
against what I'm
impulsive.
saying?
Somebody who pulls that off in terms of being nice to a person who's been wrongful to them has to come over a lot of things.
Being nice to somebody who is doing wrong to you is
Yeah,
not a moralistic thing. That's not a good thing. That's immoral.
okay. What's your definition of morality?
Morality is what separates right from wrong. It is wrong to forgive
So
somebody who
do you
is
not
hurting
think?
you.
Okay, so do you not think it's easier to do wrong things than it is to do the right things?
Generally, those two choices are uh, well, subjective to be honest. They're subjective to be
They're
honest.
not
There are
subjective.
a lot of look.
They're
It's
not
not
subjective.
easy. Look, here's the thing. It is not easy to steal. It takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of effort.
No, it depends who you're stealing from.
Mhm.
Exactly. Yeah, but even the point is,
The
if
point
you're
is,
stealing candy from
the
a
point
baby,
is, the point is, these millions and trillions of dollars spent on security around the world. If
And
being
war.
nice and moral was so easy, they wouldn't exist.
Uh-huh.
Are
You
you saying that there is no history that the human beings just,
Human beings have
arrived
never
on
been
that
at peace. Like the very first, like even religiously, where our history start, Cain and Abel, one murdered the other.
and
Exactly.
History is not
so
peaceful.
no, 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 no. But basically, what you're saying in that situation is that
The Neanderthal
because
and the
history is
Homo
not saying,
sapiens were
because
fighting each other.
Okay, going by the
so how does
Abrahamic,
that
hold on,
conflict
Sid.
with what I'm
Sid,
saying?
That means
Sid,
that
let me give
human
you an
beings were
example.
not
Adam
naturally
and Eve.
peaceful. Uh,
Abrahamically speaking, Adam and Eve, right? They were
Hmm.
living in the Garden of Eve. They were in
Eden.
paradise, Eden, sorry, right? Everything was hunky dory, and then they decided they have to eat an apple. Why? Because it's hard to be,
Isn't it wheat in Islamic history?
yeah,
Didn't didn't
apple.
they exist? Didn't our forefather Adam and Eve exist in the Garden of Eden for a millennia or
And
so?
then
And
they messed up.
there had to come the devil in order to instigate that. They knew there was that tree
So,
existing
so,
there.
so, so
Sid,
are
according
you?
to give me a second, Shah. According to Islamic theology, the shaitan is locked in Ramadan, but it doesn't change anything. Everybody's like,
You're
there were
forgetting the
wars
whole
in
part.
this Ramadan.
You're
Muslims fighting
forgetting the whole
Muslims.
part of history. You're forgetting that there is time. You're forgetting that there is
Yeah, but
memory.
So
that's
Sid, let's just move on. So we've concluded, according to you, and I'm going to remember this premise. According to you, being a nice person, a moral person, is easier than being a bad guy or an
No, I'm
immoral
saying that
person.
it is equal.
Okay. So
Human
remember
beings
that.
lean towards good.
So remember
In
that.
terms of effort,
So I remember a conversation with you, and you basically said for most of your life you've done righteous stuff. Now I'm quoting you in person. You've done righteous stuff, and it's been very hard. You could have easily done illful stuff or immoral stuff, but you didn't do it. And it's been a tough life. So you were basically lying at that time, or you're lying now.
no, not at all. A completely different vector of discussion, a completely
This is
different
not graphic design, so I'm not interested in vectors.
vector is not just a thing that's in graphic designing.
Are we going to discuss vectors now?
I mean, I'm open to it. I can
I'm
discuss
not.
anything. So don't open
Like
that rabbit hole.
yesterday, I heard an irrelevant person say that we're not interested in nerdy conversations. I agree with them today.
Uh, but anyways, Maham, can you set us back to the topic at hand? I think we've deviated quite enough.
We were talking about what were we talking about? We
We
were
were
talking
talking
about
about
the
reparations.
moral world. You were talking about the moral world, that the non-existent moral world, and you were saying
Yeah, make
because
me
the
an
American
Aristotle. Yeah, make me a student of Aristotle. There is a model world out there somewhere.
in a galaxy far, far away.
But anyways, let's get us back to the Iran-Israel discussion. Uh, where do you think this is probably gonna head now? Because uh, it can the stalemate, and I think right now it's a stalemate. It's not going to be maintained for long. Is
I've heard
America going
America
to
is trying
be?
to take control of the Hard Island, to take control of the oil import of Iran. That's what they're doing. They're sending Marines over some assault ship. I read that in some foreign policy website. They're sending some Marines over an assault ship. That's how it's going to be. There's going to be a lot of bloodshed after that, because there'll be those kamikaze boats and the drones. Yeah.
Okay, it's if Iran can send the Shahid drones all the way across the strait into Dubai and Qatar and wherever they want, uh, do you think it's going to be hard for them to, drop one of those
But that's
kamikaze drones on the Marines on an
that's what
island
that's
that's
what I'm
like
saying.
right next
That's
door?
that's literally what I said. That the report also said that there's going to be a lot of bloodshed because of that. Which is weird because a lot of Iranian died in this war. That's not bloodshed enough.
Oh no, you see, when it's a brown skinned person, it's a casualty of war, but when it is a white skinned person, it's bloodshed. You have to understand this distinction.
Do you guys remember when Ukraine war started and there were reports from Europe that this is not Afghanistan, these are European with blue eyes and blonde hair who are being bombed? It's almost like, wow, so openly
You know,
racist.
the Zionists were able to penetrate the psychology of the European world to this extent that they were able to dehumanize to such an extent.
You can't blame everything on the Zionists. There is such
Of
Yeah.
course, I can. Watch me.
there
No,
is such a
the
thing as
Zionists did not exist before like 1940s.
and there's another thing as well. Like if you look at Hitler, he was a complete white supremacist. Blonde hair, blue eyes is like what he was all about.
Do
And
you think that Zionism, what we call Zionism today,
Zionism
did not?
has I think majority of people out there, especially in our part of the world, don't really know what Zionism means. They don't know how it came into existence and what the term basically emphasizes on. Not everything is Zionism. And I think we should not blame everything on a single thing. There are white supremacists out there. They're racist.
Mhm.
Yes, I know. And
And they
I'm
don't like
saying that the
Jews or
psychosis of
Zionists
it,
either. Their hate is primarily against Zionists as well as any kind of Jew. So
yes,
you
and
can't.
you're
Tell me
thinking that
something.
all of those things are not
Shaji,
no, wait a second.
give me.
You're going to say that Zionism, the term Zionism, started from that Herschel guy. Uh, I do not limit it to that. Just because it did not have the name Zionism doesn't mean that it did not exist before that, because it did. It was there.
No,
It just did not
you
have
can
a
you can just
name.
you cannot just call them all like the N word, the German N word. Can I say it? Can I say
Yeah,
that?
Nazis, fine.
I don't
Yeah,
think so.
the Nazis. You cannot just say that they're just white supremacists. The
Yeah,
German
not
were specifically Nazis.
you can never label Nazis as Zionists, Sid.
Huh. They were also supremacists. I need to ask something else. I read somewhere that the reason that the black people were treated the way they were treated, even back in history, it was because the Christian church kind of interpreted that the mark on Cain, right? That was Cain was the one who killed Abel, right? I always get confused. The mark on Cain was actually black skin, so it's a sign of punishment or something. That's how they justified the treatment of the black people.
No, that's
Did you
one of
think
the
the
things.
racism stems from that to the brown people as well?
No, that's not a widely accepted theory, but it's one of the fringe things. But having said that, there's a lot of reasons for racism.
Actually, according to Torah, uh, the black quote unquote people are descendants of Ham, and there's supposed to be a curse on him and his descendants for some reason. So I
No,
guess
it doesn't
the
say that in the
theological,
said.
pardon?
It doesn't say that black people are cursed or something in the Torah. I don't think we
Yeah,
should.
they
No,
just
I
say
did
there's a
not say
curse on him. They interpreted it that
Ham.
the curse must be the black skin. That's
Yeah,
how they
I did
interpret.
not say that the blacks are cursed. I was just reiterating what was written in Torah.
No,
No,
I'm
no,
saying
there is
that's
no
what I'm.
mention of black skin in the Torah. It just
Yeah,
says that there is a curse, there's a mark on him, and they say that the mark was black skinned. It's
and
interpretation by the
it's
church.
it's nowhere ever mentioned in the Torah that black people are cursed. If so, show me a reference. Where is he
Okay.
going?
He's looking for the reference. Anyway,
Oh no, I was
so
actually admonishing my younger brother. I had to remove myself from the seat for a second. So what was the last thing you said?
I said there's nothing in the Torah which says black people are cursed.
Okay, did I say that black people were?
No, I'm listen to what I'm saying. You claim the Torah states that. Torah does not state that.
I did not say that.
you did said.
Descendants of Ham is what they think the black people are. Ham, or what we refer to as Ham, according to the Torah, Genesis 9, is for some reason cursed. I can go into the deep dive of
We
it.
know that said, but there is no mention of black people in it. That's what we're saying.
So, why am I supposed to be defending something that they say? I will
We're not
not be
saying that.
defending what they say. They think that
No, they
it
don't
is
think
the
that, man.
descendants of
That's the
Ham.
whole point,
It
man.
doesn't matter if
No,
Torah does not say it is black
Calm
or
down,
not.
bro.
They
Calm down.
say that it is them. Okay?
no,
Chill.
So
shit, they
we
don't
have to
say. Oh
direct
my
our.
god.
Uh,
Yeah,
They do.
you know what you're doing. It's like some white people who are racist and Islamophobic people. They come and basically say, "This is what the Quran says." I am telling you, this is what the Quran says. They want to kill all infidels. Same way, what you're saying. I'm not asking you to defend it. I'm telling you instead. I am defending it. The Torah or the Jews or the rabbis do not believe that. It doesn't say that.
Okay. So the Torah does not say that, and the thousands of clips of the rabbis that have said that
that's their
over and over
interpretation.
again. That's
That's
their
their interpretation.
interpretation, and that is what Zionism has formulated. That is what the theological basis for
No,
racism
that's where
was.
you're incorrect. So when basically Osama bin Laden or Zayed Hamid in Pakistan, different sect, right? Or some hardline Shia cleric who is on the fringe says something, and there are thousands of clips. Or Mr. Adnan Rashid, when he basically claims a lot of things, do you agree with them? Are they
They
basically interpreting and telling you what mainstream Islam is claiming? No,
are
they're
they in power? Are
uh,
they in power?
none of these rabbis you're talking about are in power, man.
All of these rabbis are those that are deriving the power
You
structures
see that
that
that's
is
I find
destroying
it really,
destroying
really.
what the world that
I
we are living in right now.
I think what
These
people are.
theological points were the points that were used by the racists. These theological points were the points used by the people who enslaved.
Yeah, well, there are points
He
that are
said
used
that,
by the ISIS. Doesn't mean they're true.
yeah, ISIS was like the majority of Muslims, right?
Oh dear
ISIS
Lord.
was,
All Christians
the
are
power
not
structure of the
exactly,
Muslim world.
all Christians are not exactly racist, you know.
I know that,
They don't.
and I'm not saying that they are.
It was this thing was
We
sold during
discuss, we
the
point our fingers at the
Black
people in
thing.
power, not the general populace.
Hmm.
90% of the Christian world, 90% of the Jewish world can say that all of these things are complete bullshit. But if the 10% that are in power believes that it is not, then that is something that has to be pointed out. Because the other 90%, well, they are just you and me.
But the same goes for
They are
ISIS, no?
being misused just like you and me. They are the cattle for the elite, just like you and me. You point out and take your fingers towards the powerful, those who are in control, not the other 90%.
Okay. Okay. Where were we?
Sid, why do you sound like Winston Churchill?
I was
Why do I,
thinking the same thing.
why do I sound like what?
We are all cattle and we are being misused.
You sound
Well,
like
it,
Winston Churchill.
You sound like you're on a podium giving speeches to some
well,
Jamaat.
there are at least 60 people listening to me right now, so that's a start.
Taking your class? They're taking your class.
I mean,
Anyway,
we have to remind ourselves that the majority of humanity is just you and I, and the
no.
whole mess that we are in.
Nah, I'm too
We
intelligent to
should
be the
not be
majority of
pointing,
the. Nah, I'm too intelligent to be with the placed with the majority.
which is why you were saying that, oh, I saw a kid bullying somebody else. That's how kids must be. You never saw a kid that ever said, "Don't hurt my brother," because I did.
I I don't even understand how that's relevant.
No,
No,
no, I
you're
want to
too
hear
intelligent to be the
I,
90%, so you're the
I
evil
need to listen to this
10%.
story. I need to
Uh,
listen to this story. So you were in a playground and you basically went to some person and you requested him,
No,
please
I
don't
was
hurt my
just
brother.
sitting in my living room watching TV, and my cousin, who's married, who had her first child, yeah, first child at that point. Uh, we were just sitting, and oh, playfully she hit on my shoulder. I think she wanted me to go get something from the kitchen, and she did that. And her daughter, who I believe was 3 years at that time, just started just running towards me and came between me and her and said, "Don't hit him! Don't hit him! Don't hit him!" In English, by the way, because that's what she
that
used
is
to
your
use.
that is that's because women are naturally empathetic. So there's that.
Or maybe it had nothing to do with her being a woman and everything to do with her being a good human being
That's also
and a
because
pure
she's your
child.
family. That's because she's your family, and that's not majority of the people.
She's my family from Ireland that came to visit.
When I started working initially, I was teaching this school. I was teaching in the school, and it was my first day, and they broke my arm. Yeah, it was like I think it was the fourth grade or third grade. Yeah, they broke my arm on the first
Who
day.
broke your arm?
I was The kids broke my arm. They started fighting, and I was those were fat kids, and I was trying to stop them, and then my hand came in between the door, and they were like door, and that door was
So they
made of
did
steel.
not break your arm. You put your hand between a
They were not
door.
listening to me when I was telling them to
Oh,
stop.
so everybody should
I
be
never went
listening to you
back.
because you are the boss.
I was the teacher.
You were the
Yes, I was
teacher,
the boss.
and a 8-year-old broke your arm. I believe it's called
They
calcium
were huge.
deficiency.
Sid, I don't think you understand. I'm not huge here. They were huge. Those kids were huge, and they started fighting in the class, and then they.
Have you considered drinking milk?
No, I don't want to be fat. Thank you.
Okay, drinking milk makes you fat now. Nice.
Thinking that. No, but I thought that's why you were suggesting it because you think that I need to get fat or something.
No, I think that you drink milk to get some calcium in your bones.
What was I? No, what was it? No, my arm came in the middle of a steel door. Like the handle was steel and the door was steel, and they just fell on the door, and my arm came in between, and it just went toss. And then I was in the hospital.
Well, at least
Yeah,
you didn't intend to break your arm, so
I
your
never went hurt.
arm broke. No, but you said that they broke your arm. No, they did not break your
They should
arm.
have listened to me. Why were they fighting in the class? It was a class.
Yes, kids should, be completely trained and tamed and domesticated, right?
Quite literally. I mean, aren't kids supposed to be domesticated? They're wild animals. Are they feral?
Oh my God. No, they're not supposed to be domesticated. Children
Mm.
are supposed to
Were
learn.
you,
Except,
why were you not domesticated, sir?
I because I had good because I had good parents and a family surrounding me. If anybody
That's
would
why
have
you were not
tried to
domesticated.
domesticate me,
Then why are you
yeah,
offering domestication to every other child on earth? But you think your family
I'm
doesn't?
not. I'm against it.
why do you think children should not be disciplined? I mean, I'm not saying abuse or anything, but
Disciplining
generally disciplined.
somebody and domesticating somebody are two different things.
Explain the
And
difference
I
to me.
think and I think that since you are so smart that you don't want to be counted in the 90% of the population, you should be able to have a distinction between that.
No, I don't know that
Domestication
difference.
of a being is making them turning them completely uh, subjected to a particular mold.
Well, that's most of our
and
society.
and our society is bad.
Why
So
so?
you
We are
just said
not living
human
in
are
a good
naturally moral,
society.
but now suddenly the whole society is bad because they're
You're,
domesticating
it's
someone?
almost like you are forgetting that there's a history.
Okay, Mujahid is here. Okay, I have a question, Sid. So,
I am
I think
Sid.
his
how
mic
many?
is not connected. His mic and his
He needs
camera
to
is not.
reconnect. He needs to reconnect. But Sid, I have a question. So the premise was that everyone, it's easy to be nice and disciplined and moral, but it's hard to be uh, like the other way around, hard to be bad.
Bad.
Now you're saying how
No,
hard is no,
that
hold on,
was not the
hold on.
term.
It's recorded. It's on YouTube. You can go and listen to
Mm.
it, and
Yeah,
you
I
can
know
listen to
what.
it. Let,
You know
let me
what?
complete what I'm going to say. No, no, no. Let me complete what I was going to say now. So my question is, how hard is the society working to be so bad, according to you? Then?
Actually, very hard.
How hard?
There are NGOs being sponsored by you know who doing you know what
You know what?
that are pushing
Mm.
the fall of our society, that are pushing towards the denaturing of our men and women in their separate
Denaturing.
aspects.
Denaturing.
And there is a lot of funding and training going on in that regard.
You
There's a
think that
reason why
defines? No,
media
no, no.
houses are controlled.
Yeah, say it. Do you think that's defining what's good and bad, not somebody's behavior
But
as a person? Do you think somebody's
I
gender
don't
is
understand
defining the
your
good and
question.
bad? Do you think that somebody's
The
gender
what
is
is?
defining good and bad? You're most probably
No,
pointing towards the USAID project where they were supporting the LGBTQ in some Caribbean country, right? You were pointing that out, right?
no, I was pointing all of them. Like it's LGBTQ promotion is a very
Bad.
small aspect.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it is bad, whatever.
you said that is bad. Why?
Yeah, that's denaturing, and a lot. There's sexual promiscuity that
Mm.
brings about a lot of
What about
problems in the
transgender rights?
society.
What about transgender rights?
I think Pakistan has more transgender rights than America.
How?
We don't discriminate against them legally. That's why.
Which generally do as a society. You mean they're They're unalived almost on the regular.
No, I think
I
it's pretty.
think they are
You
not.
won't say
I,
that.
I, I
You
actually,
won't say
actually,
that. Or
No,
say,
you can say
yeah.
that. Sid, give me a second. Sid, you can say that about homosexuality. Homosexuality is not that. It's people are really okay with that in Pakistan. Weirdly, in subcontinent, but when it comes to transgender, they're very oppressed. Nobody wants them
my
home. Even
experiences,
when
my
when a
experiences,
transgender child is born in majority of your cities or villages in Pakistan, they're given away because they're not men or women, so they're ashamed of them.
my experiences and observations have been rather opposite to
Your
that.
experience were with
Now,
the
now,
privileged Lord.
okay, so now I am from the privileged class, and you are from
No, no, no.
the
Your
90%.
experiences with the transgender were from the privileged class transgenders. You don't know what the
Oh,
poor
so it's the
transgenders are going through.
so it has nothing to
There
do
are
with being
multiple
transgendered.
documentaries about it, how they're treated, what happens to them. There are multiple stories of murders of transgender in this country just because they're transgender, not because of any other reason, just because they were transgender. They were raped and then murdered. You don't think that's a problem? You think that's the right they were given?
I think they were raped and murdered because they were raped and murdered, not because they were
Because they were
trans.
transgenders, because they thought that nobody would care. It's easy.
Unlike the non-transgendered women out there that get raped and murdered.
No, that's a different thing. That happens too. But generally,
And
as a
since
society, no, no, no,
and
Sid,
I
Sid,
want to
listen
I
to
want
me.
to point this
No, no,
out
no, no,
again.
listen
I
to me,
want
listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. Let me complete. The thing is that as a woman and a man in our society still have, like, there's a man, and then there is a woman, and then there are children, and then there are transgenders. No, 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 sorry, I got it wrong. There's a men, children, women, and then there's transgenders. Transgenders are being shunned and mistreated by men and women mostly, right? So when something happens to transgender, you see very rare
It has
outrage
nothing to do
about
with
it.
money.
But when it
Because
happens to a woman, it has more outrage because it is kind of something that, family izzat and all the other stuff comes in. But when it comes to transgender, most of them are given away at their birth, right? They're pushed into prostitution or whatever, and
this
that's why
lens
nobody
of
cares if they're killed.
yeah, here's the thing. This lens of viewing it like this is
I'm
again
not
one of
viewing
the
it like
things.
this. This is the factual picture of the whole thing.
Yeah,
Tell me something. Do you
okay,
see
okay.
any transgender living in
Then
a
let me
home in your
restructure your
society?
view. Let me
Uh,
restructure your view because you
uh-huh,
did mention that there are transgenders in the privileged class and they, have it hunky dory and whatnot.
uh-huh.
A lot of those things. Majority of the things that you're pointing out, they happen to the poor and underprivileged. They happen to the poor and the underprivileged women.
Not exactly to what happens to the transgender. Sid, I don't think you get the depth of
I
the
don't
situation.
think that there
When a
are sufficient
Sid, listen to me,
transgenders in
listen to me,
numbers.
listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. When a transgender is born in Pakistan, right? The moment they find out he's a trans child, or the intersex child, they are given away immediately. People even refuse to keep them, other than the tribal areas. Those people generally keep them, but otherwise they refuse to even keep them. You don't see that happening to a boy or a girl, right? You can have 5 daughters and they'll still keep them, but if you have one transgender or an intersex child, they give them away. Don't you think that's a problem?
Don't you think that has more to do with poverty?
No, it's more to do with morality. It's
Uh,
more to do with because
Poverty.
transgender child is shameful,
You're
disgraceful.
are you trying to say that intersex or being born intersex is not uh, abnormality, and I'm not saying abnormality in terms of medical
So
understanding
people
of
keep
it.
so people keep children, normal female and female Down syndrome or other issues, but they have problem with an
and
intersex
there
child.
because
Have you
there
ever seen
is a
someone
whole
give away their Down syndrome child? They don't keep them. You know that it's about the
Absolutely.
gender. Why are you trying to twist it? It's about the gender. It's not about the anomaly or anything. They could have all kind of diseases. They could have one leg or one foot, and they'll still keep them. But they don't keep the intersex children. I don't know why you're trying to, go here and there.
And
Why are
there
you
are
beating
people
around?
who do. No, 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 because you're
Very
trying
few. Say there are very few. Those are either liberal people or those are either in tribal belt. There
and
are
you're
very few
telling me
people. Majority of the mainland Pakistan, they give away their kids when they're born intersex.
to
That's why
whom?
you have so many intersex. That's why
To whom?
to the same community, to the trans
To the
community, they
same
give them away.
community.
They
That
call them in.
community. When
That
a
community is
door,
based off of
when a
prostitution and
door
begging.
historically has been made, when a society. Assalamu alaikum, Jayed bhai. Uh, Look, what you're trying to do here is that you're trying to say that uh,
I'm not trying to
the
say this is
rights to.
factual.
Why is it that?
Because let me give an example. In normal mainland Pakistan, a family would keep a child with Down syndrome with one leg or foot, right, with no eyes at home. But they would mostly not keep a transgender child at home. Why is
And there
that?
are also that did. There are also that do. Then what about them?
Huh? They're also the what?
There are families that do keep transgender
Those are very
children,
rare, say. Those are very
and those are
rare. They're
very
either
rare.
from the
Hold
liberal
on
families
now.
of.
Hold on now. Look, said when you're talking about an issue, you're not going to say a minority of people are doing a good thing, so we're going to basically look at them and say that everything is nice and good. In that same way, you can say that about anything in any place. When people say there are unjust wars, for example, and somebody says no, what your example is like, but there's no war in the USA, there's no war, everything's peaceful in the UK, everything's very peaceful in Germany, right? That's not the concern. The concern is that in society, when you've got an issue, you're going to highlight that as an issue rather than saying, okay, if
Then
five people are
highlight it
let me complete
accordingly.
what I'm saying, please, and then you speak. Thank you. And maintain that decorum, that way the conversation is more fun. Nobody's going to speak for 20, 30 minutes. Have some patience, you're going to get tired otherwise anyways. So the point over here is, when you're highlighting a situation or an incident or a phenomena in society, and something which is incorrect, something is unfair, you're going to highlight that. You're not going to justify it by saying if five people are getting an unjust treatment, the five who are not are going to whitewash those five people. That's no justification said. I hope
And
you understand.
I want to add to this. Sid, have you seen how mentally abnormal people are treated in Pakistan? Have you seen them? How they're treated? Nobody takes them seriously. If you go to therapy, everybody start thinking, "Oh, you're going crazy."
So
Let alone the people who are crazy, how they're treated on the roads and in public, how children treat them. Even I mean, so even the mentally
no,
retarded
just
are not that treated very nicely in Pakistan. The crazy people are not treated very nicely in Pakistan. The transgender, again, it's the same thing, man. They don't even keep them at home. I don't know
and
why you're
you're going to
defending them.
compare it. Just a second. If you
Mhm.
just keep on changing the goalpost from this to that to that to that, uh, what am I even talking about then?
We're talking about the fact that transgender are
This started.
mistreated in Pakistan. That's the
They're
whole point.
mistreated in Pakistan. Is that to the level of how they are mistreated in America?
Right now, no,
No,
uh,
they are not.
used to be, not anymore, I guess.
Used to be
Mujahid
what?
can tell you that.
Mujahid bhai, do tell.
I'm sorry, I have no idea about that. I have no data. But from what I know, I mean, there's various programs in different states, and mental health is not seen as, I mean, socially, जिस तरह पाकिस्तान में बात हो रही है कि it's looked down upon, that's not the case here. It's encouraged.
Uh, Retardation is encouraged in America. I know it's a falling
Oh
society, but
my
I don't
gosh,
think it's
Uh,
Ed,
like
can
uh,
you
that.
not say it
Oh,
like that?
um,
The
so I
word
meant like
in a
seeking.
very
No, no,
derog-
but Shaji, एक second. No,
derogatory
just a
way.
moment, Shaji. Just a moment. No, said seeking. Like everybody has issues, and this is a problem with capitalism that leads to alienation and isolation that causes many mental health issues because of this unnatural way that humans have to live. And due to this, and this is one factor amongst many that leads to mental health issues in society, due to this unnatural structure. So there's nothing wrong in seeking help to be able to cope with this oppressive structure that we live in.
You three have not a single funny bone in your body. You know the joke that I made.
That's not
It
cool.
was funny.
No, it was not funny. It's not cool. Don't use that word.
Derogatory.
Okay, okay.
Apologize.
Yes,
To
apologize.
whom?
To everyone who's listening, all your 69 club people who are listening to you or taking your class.
I refuse to. I think my joke was on point. I'm very
I
unapologetic.
think you need to apologize.
To whom?
That's fine.
To us,
Yeah.
guys, to us.
By
That's
the
not
way,
None
okay.
of you.
guys, what's the discussion here?
It's
Yeah,
super
let's get
random.
back.
We're just talking about
It's
anything and
really random.
everything.
It
Oh,
started with Iran, went to Native Americans, then
We
George
never got
Carlin.
to Iran, to be honest.
Mujahid, do you think humans are uh, naturally moral, like by nature moral?
Okay, before Mujahid goes on with that, so according to Sid, it's very interesting. According to Sid, it's easier being a good guy. It's easier
You
being
know,
principled.
you're going to trap.
Noted, but
You're going
that's
to
your
try to.
premise, and
You're
it's hard being a
you're
bad
going to try to. You're
moral.
going to try to trap me with that wording, and this is the third
That's
time that I'm
exactly what
trying
you
to tell
said.
you that the wording that you're using is not accurate.
Said that's exactly what I made you agree
What
upon,
I
and I
said
said I'm going to
was,
keep that as a
no, look,
promise.
look, look. When you're
Okay,
going to word it
let
like
him explain himself. Go on.
when you're going to word it like that, I will have to disagree with you
Mm-hmm.
because I what I said was that good and bad both are in terms of hardship equivalent. Human beings lean towards goodness. That is what I said. Now, you're if you're going to try to remove effort from this equation, you're going to come out with nothing.
Okay, tell me how is it harder for somebody to drink alcohol or refuse to drink alcohol?
Completely depends on history and circumstances, Yaji.
History. How does it depend on history?
It. What do you mean?
Family
How does it
history,
depend on not just family history, your social history,
social
also the,
history.
yeah, the history of the place at which you are.
Say you're
It,
14 years old, right? And everyone's like smoking skunk. There's a nice party going on, and you've got a choice. Either you do that or you go to the mosque and pray. What's harder?
why wouldn't I do both? If I'm living in a society where
You have
everybody
to
is
do
smoking
one.
skunk, then
You have to
that
do.
just means that in that society it is not considered an immoral thing.
It
Mhm.
is considered an immoral thing, sorry to say.
But you just said that you are in a
Yeah.
society where
What, what,
everybody
what
is
what is
doing
the
it.
what's the likelihood of somebody choosing to go to a party compared to going to a mosque? What's harder?
Why not both? I mean,
Because they're happening at the same time. You can do one.
yeah, you can go to the mosque and then go back to the party, or you can go to the party and after you're feeling, hey, you know what,
You
it's
understand.
time.
Let's see what Mujahid says. Okay, Mujahid, you understand the premise now, right?
No, Shaji, I wasn't listening to it. This was not an important part. I don't know what you guys were discussing, but what you were discussing before was important. I have no idea what you meant that with that.
Morality is not important unless it's about uh, the liberal issues such as transgenderism.
So what you asked earlier, I think that's. I think Maham, you asked if humans are inherently. I don't know what word you use, moral or something else, right?
Moral.
So uh, I would rephrase that. I would say humans are by nature they're cooperative, and we have evolved on the basis of cooperation, not competition. Competition and being antagonistic is a result of this capitalist structure or any hierarchy that emerges, whether it's social hierarchy, corporate hierarchy, political hierarchy. That structure leads to humans functioning within that structure to compete with each other. And this can be with social domination or control of resources or political domination, whatever. So we have evolved. The hunter gatherers in groups of 40, 50, or 60 function as a unit with roles and functions without hierarchy. And we cooperated. That is how we survived. So humans by nature are cooperative. We work and we want to work with one another. It is only due to some people at the top that we are forced to compete and compete in various fields for influence, for survival, for financial benefit, whatever. So it's the structure that leads us to go against our nature and compete.
But
So
do you think we're morally good?
that
Do you
leads to
think?
immoral behavior because we're forced to. And yes, I do believe humanity is inherently good. Yes, or can be. We have the potential to be, and that is our natural state to cooperate. And that is exactly what would be logical as well with game theory. If you guys have seen The Prisoner's Dilemma, it's cooperation that wins. Competition or being selfish does not lead to long-term benefits, so it's illogical to compete.
Mujahid, have you heard of that story, Lord of the Flies?
Yes.
I don't know. That story is kind of, do you think in reality human would
What's the
actually behave like
story?
that? No, Sid, but if, what can I say? Do you think it
It
might
is a
happen?
story. No, I don't think that it would happen. If such circumstances, like the circumstances in the Lord of the Flies, occur hypothetically, I believe that the reality would not be like that. Reality would not be that such small children would resort to uh, barbaricism of that nature. Yes, there might be, of course, naturally, it would be very hard for their survival. They would not actually know how to survive. Uh, the problems that they would face would be in regards to food and nutrition, and later on, in terms of if they survive for long enough, in terms of social building and human interaction and male and female interaction and jealousy, those things might occur. Those are, natural primal drivers. But the way things that are written in the Lord of Flies, no, I don't think that human beings are like that. They
So
have to be
we do.
made
The
like
first,
that.
the
So we do
first,
have.
Go on.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, so I just wanted to add, yes, we do have territorial triggers and tribal consciousness, but that's where tribal consciousness depends on how you perceive your tribe to be. So when a baby is born, its world is just like a small room, whatever, and it keeps expanding. But for most humans, it's limit. There's a limit placed with religion or nationalism, other identities, and we're restricted. So we don't go beyond our what we see as our tribe, and it's fine to have interests that relates to your community. That can be a positive, but you need to then reach that level where you see the entire earth and the ecosystem as your tribe, and eventually of course the universe. But you if you restrict yourself, that's when you're forced to compete and you become antagonistic with other tribes, quote unquote. So you have to move, you have to evolve beyond that. So then these tribal consciousness or territorial triggers won't affect you, which it does because of the structure we live in. So everything you can blame on capitalism.
The world oldest profession is prostitution. Okay, and the world oldest civilizations like Mesopotamia and everything, they all had slavery. So would you think it came out of because human are
Capitalism,
moral?
and just capitalism, commodification of women is due to hierarchy and
But
capitalism.
I don't think capitalism existed back then, no?
Yeah, it did. Of course,
So
Just
hierarchy
like
hierarchy emerged. Hierarchy.
human are just naturally capitalist then?
No, 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 no. This
And why
is
did we start to
there
be
was
capitalist
no.
system?
It is the structure that led to commodification of women and control of resources. If you see decentralized societies, there you will find no such concept of commodification of women because they have roles and functions. It is due to this hierarchy, control of resources, social hierarchies, corporate hierarchies, political hierarchies that lead to a structure where which encourages commodification of women and slavery. So yes, capitalism. So fuck capitalism and
you know
hierarchy.
what's you know what grinds my gears is whenever people say that the oldest profession is prostitution, they just somehow villainize men.
It
It's
is
not
men that
possible. It's
dominate
But
not
that.
it's
possible
It is
true,
that
Sid.
men
It
that
is
dominate.
true.
no, no, no,
No,
no,
no.
no. Wait a
Men
second. Wait a
dominate.
second. Just
Men
a second.
dominate the hierarchy.
Men men dominate the hierarchy. If men dominated hierarchies completely, prostitution would not be a viable option because we don't
You
like to share
you're not
women.
understanding the hierarchy then. Like patriarchy is
I mean,
men
we don't
dominate,
like to share women.
and that led to commodification of women. So
Is it
that's
not possible that there was a woman who was like, you know what, if I do this, I get easy money and I would not have to work on the fields?
no, that's but you're just you're supporting my argument when you say that
How?
because I just said that hierarchy led to commodification of women. Commodification of women is because of capitalism.
I'm talking about villainization
Yeah,
and
when you
putting the
say
blame
money,
on.
okay, okay, decentralized societies have no money. So this is
No,
control
no,
of
no.
resources and
The thing
hierarchy
is,
led to societies which led to slavery and
no,
commodification of
the
women,
thing is,
forced
we
labor,
are.
and survival for people who had nothing. So if you look at decentralized society, you have no commodification of women
No,
in
Mujahid bhai,
societies.
you're looking at it from a completely
I'm
different
looking at it from
lens,
a
and I
I'm looking at it from a historical anthropological view, and David
you're
Graeber.
looking at it
This is David
from a
Graeber.
hierarchical and capitalistic anarchist lens. That whole structure, I was
Just an
discussing it
anthropological
from
lens.
a different perspective. I was discussing it from the point of view that whenever this particular line of thought is brought up, that prostitution is one of the oldest professions, and somehow they just blame it on men, and I'm
It's not a profession.
not okay with that.
It's not a profession. It's you could say, like, people who try to justify capitalism may say it's a profession, but it is not. People are forced into these supposed
I
professions.
don't think that the majority, actually, no. I would disagree that majority of the people who are in that business are quote unquote forced into it.
Said if there is a decentralized society where all needs are provided, like in most parts of the world, and how humanity
There
functions
will be people who
and
would
runs
want
and
more
functions, why would there be a need for it's there's a
because
need, right? There's a monetary need because there's a struggle to survive. Hence hierarchy capitalism.
people would want more,
And more what?
because there would
No,
be
there is
there
no
would be
need.
at least one woman who would be
Hierarchy
like,
creates
I
these
would want to
artificial
work in the
needs.
fields.
Hierarchy and capitalism creates these artificial needs and wants which you don't need. There's no need. There's just want and desire. Unfortunately,
Do you think that all human beings are born sane?
all human beings
Yeah,
are what?
that the needs are met, like
No, all
needs
human
like
beings are. I didn't
wearing
understand. I didn't
clothes.
understand what you said. All human beings are what?
Saints.
Saints?
I
You
said
don't
the
need to
word
be saints.
saints
No, no, you don't need to be saints. I'm just saying it's the structure that leads to this behavior. To this, it encourages competition,
met.
and
There
this
will
structure creates alienation and isolation. Joe Pele, you're talking about mental health issues. You can blame a lot on this fucking system, which is oppressive and leads to isolation and alienation, where we used to live as communities and shared resources amongst ourselves. And now you have a system that dominates, controls, and abuses us and forces us to work and compete for jobs that benefits this corporate hierarchy. This is an unnatural state that humanity has not lived in for too long. It's very recent.
but I'm not discussing that.
We are discussing this. We were discussing forced sort of labor that women are forced into due to commodification of women's sexualization
And
of
I'm basically saying that they are not forced.
historically. They are forced. When you create these conditions, this is forced. Why do you need to
A
work?
woman choosing, no, no, wait a second. A
No,
woman choosing not to
no, no,
take,
no. Can you choose not to work and just chill and have a good life and just like live in nature? No, you're forced to work. This is vulgar. This is unnatural.
you are again living, you're not thinking from the, you're still
I'm
thinking
thinking
from
from
the
a human
current
point of view.
paradigm. No,
No,
you're
no, I'm
thinking from a
thinking of a
current
natural state
paradigm.
of humanity and nature and historically how we have lived. This is unnatural. This is gross and vulgar that you are forced to work for anything. For money, this is absurd. You should just live, be able to live.
Okay, and who's going to be, providing me with the food?
The community, like we did
Okay,
for
who
300,000
in the
years.
community is stupid enough to work for me for free?
No, it's not stupid. Okay, so let me give you an example of need-based societies. This is a natural state to you work for love, not for not you work because you want to. Like for example, Linux is created for what reason? Why did hundreds of thousands of people contribute code to create the most powerful operating system on the planet? Why? Said because they wanted to create something beautiful. They were skilled and wanted to share their skill to create something. In
Yes,
decentralized societies in human history in the past, everybody had roles and functions, not assigned, but because they were willing to do that. This is how
and
the natural
let's go
universe
back
created
4,000 years ago.
decentralized.
In
You
the
can, yes, David Graeber gives the example of the Indus Valley civilization, which is the only civilization that expanded on a basis of horizontal cooperative frameworks and created replicable models that expanded and created one of the most successful civilizations in human history. The other cradles of civilization were hierarchical, but even they had elements of decentralized expansion, even though there was hierarchy and domination. But in the Indus Valley civilization, there was none. And it's not just the IVC. You don't have to look at cradles of civilization, but any like African tribe or the tribes of the northeast of India or parts of mainland India where people lived in cooperative frameworks. Everybody did contributed because they wanted to, because it
But
benefited them. So
again, you are again and
this game,
again
we
taking
masturbate.
this discussion. No,
We're
Mujahid bhai, you're
not.
again and again taking this discussion towards the current world, and as usually as you do, blaming capitalism, which is fine by me. I'm talking about a different thing. I'm saying that how do you say that the first prostitute was forced into being a prostitute? Is it not
Buddy,
possible that she did not want to work in the field, that she found it easier to live a very comfortable life doing the work as a prostitute?
Sid, are you
Because
not
even
getting it?
today,
What are you talking about? For what? Like, the, you're like missing the whole point. What do you mean? Like, for what? The like all your all comfortable life or what? You're forced. Okay, like what are you talking about? A fancy car, a new cell phone, a fancy house. Those things
well,
are
I
all.
don't think that they
All
were
of those things
see,
are. What is the need, man? Like I'm saying, every need is a capitalist creation for, like, there is no need for like millions of cell phone brands on the planet. There can just be one, an open, based on open architecture. यहाँ पे need
let's
was
start with
they're just wants created by capitalism that you want, right? And it goes back to exactly what I was talking about, this fucking
okay.
structure.
So basically, you're basically telling me that because I was
You
talking
keep
from
interrupting.
all from the point of view of the first prostitute, like this is like 4, 5, 7,000 years
Buddy, that's
ago,
a result.
and
You
you are
don't find that
again
in, you
dragging
don't
it back to
you do not find that
there
in
were no
decentralized
cell
societies.
phones
You do
back
not.
then,
No, no, no.
and
You keep
still
quoting that
somebody
absurd
prostitute.
argument, buddy. Like yours, that is due to commodification of women in societies where there's no collective ownership of resources. You're forced. You like forget prostitution. Any job is a bullshit job that serves corporate hierarchy. You're
So
forced to
nobody should
do
be
that.
doing any work, and when
Why?
whatever I work,
But
I should just give it away.
you're demeaning this. You're saying like you're pointing out prostitution like it's a you want to present this as like an example, like it's like a bad, and it is, yes, it is bad because it's, women are being forced into that. But even and you working for a corporation, for example, is the same as
And
prostitution.
me going to
Everybody is a prostitute.
caveman
You
said,
don't
no, in
understand.
that scenario,
Can you stop
no, Mujahid
interrupting
bhai,
me?
in that
Yeah, buddy,
scenario,
you interrupt me too much. You
okay,
don't let me finish. Every
okay,
job,
carry on.
every job is the same as prostitution. There's no difference. You're serving a corporate hierarchy or a social hierarchy that's dominated. It's patriarchal. It's dominated by an elite. It's exactly the same thing. There's no difference. I don't know why you're isolating prostitution. It makes no sense to me.
Because you're talking from the 21st century,
No, I'm
and I
talking
was talking
about
to you.
300,000 years of human history and decentralized societies.
Caveman Sid went to go out and hunt a mammoth, and that was a job. And you're telling me that that was also patriarchal, corporate.
No, you're not listening to
Uh,
anything I'm saying, man. Like, तुम समझ ही नहीं आ रहा. मैं hunter gatherers का, I gave you the
I am
example.
understanding it,
No, no, you're not.
but
Because
that's
let
a
me explain to
discussion.
you again what game theory is and how hunter-gatherer groups had roles and functions. It was a community. They had roles and functions that they were experts in, and they performed those jobs for the collective good. That is different from a domination of a hierarchy, whether it's corporate, social, political, whatever. The wahape, you pointing out prostitution is no different from you or any other person performing a job for a corporate entity. There is no difference.
So you're basically telling me that the first prostitute came after capitalism.
Of course, man, it's not of necessity. It's not for fun. What do you mean? There's like those entire needs are created by capitalism, capitalist structure, where you're not given essentials, which is the right of everyone. Like buying property is an absurd concept that it's become so normalized that nobody questions that, or having access to healthcare or food or whatever. Yeah, again, you keep isolating prostitution like it's something like
Because that's
it's
the
like a talking
that
point. It's
was
not
the
a talking
question.
point. It's not a talking point at all. You could just say, why is like a farmer forced to work for a feudal? It's the same thing. They're forced. You shouldn't have to. You should be willing to work. And the only way you can isolate prostitution is because it's extremely oppressive and it leads to conditions that forces women to survive, and they engage in that profession.
I
But it's
was
not the
isolating
same
prostitution
thing as
because
the other corporate, like any corporate job, anything where you're serving a corporate hierarchy instead of it being an open source, decentralized, horizontal model. That is the point.
I
And
was I
secularization,
was
modification of women is a result of hierarchy in society.
I was isolating prostitution because that was the question in point. Uh, and for some reason you were again and again, and I was talking about it from the paradigm of blame on villainizing men, and you were again and again trying to bring it all the way back to the current century,
No,
and
the topic I think was morality and competition in amongst humans, and then
yeah,
then
well,
the
that
structure,
particular
then
topic is
then
going
the
to come to
prostitution.
human nature.
That's how the conversation moved forward. By the way, so you brought in that and you stuck on that. So there's a simple answer. It is a result of hierarchy and capitalism, and those structures that forces men, women, others to sell their labor, which they shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to. Like all jobs are bullshit jobs that serve profit hierarchy. There is no need for
Okay, so
jobs.
basically,
You're prostituting
what you
yourself for corporate for money to be able to buy things that you don't need to buy. So this entire structure is unethical and immoral.
here's what I'm observing here. Whenever anybody is going to put accountability towards women, somebody is going to, change the goalpost that no, it was not the caveman Sarah who chose to, or cave woman Sarah who chose to, not uh, work on the fields like the rest of the women, and she, chose the easy path of prostitution. No, there should not be any accountability of that. Uh, let's just blame the system.
It's not blame the system. It is the result of a system in from any.
Whatever. There can never be any accountability for women, can there? We
What do you
can't
mean
catch a break
accountability for women? Why are you just bringing in women? Why don't you point out someone who is working a corporate job?
because that was what the discussion at that point was, which is
Well, I'm making
why
that comparison.
somebody, uh, I think the layout broke. Yeah. So
What do you mean
because somebody,
accountability? What accountability? Are you saying women who are forced into these professions should be held accountable? That is an absurd argument.
yes, when the
No,
rest
that's
of the group is,
hierarchy. The elite has to be held accountable, not those women. That is an absurd argument. You blame patriarchy and the hierarchy, social, political, corporate hierarchies for the system. That's who you should blame.
yeah, so there's no personal accountability for women still.
Yeah,
It's
personal
all because of
accountability.
the hierarchy. It's
What are you
all.
talking about? Okay, so why is someone who is working for a corporation that abuses most of humanity, why are you not blaming that person who's working that job? Why do you want to hold women accountable who are being forced in due to conditions in society where they're forced into those professions? Why are you not
My problem is with the
why
wording
shouldn't
of
why
forced.
shouldn't why shouldn't you be held accountable for engaging with such a system and serving them?
My problem in this whole statement is the
Bro, what
usage of
I'm
the word
saying
forced.
is they shouldn't be held accountable. The rest of the people who support such systems, they are the prostitutes, not the women who engage in that profession. Everybody else is a prostitute.
Because, first of all, we do need some sort of system, do we not?
There is a system that we have successfully worked with for 300,000 plus years, and including a cradle of civilization. And now, in modern times, we have an open source decentralized model that can function. So we do have alternatives. There's no reason to keep supporting this bullshit capitalist structure.
You will try to, uh, deviate the discussion from personal accountability towards,
There's no
blaming the
deviation. There
system,
is only
trying
one
to blame
discussion.
the.
There is no deviation. There is one problem and one problem alone. That is this hierarchy and capitalist neoliberal framework. There is nothing else. There's just that.
So basically what you're saying is that we can never uh, even start to work towards the idea
We
that
can.
people, no, because we actually
We
cannot.
can become an
the
anarchist.
reason the reason why we cannot is that this line of discussion started or was focusing on the idea that uh, you know uh, in the prehistoric times or the olden times, when people say that uh, prostitution was one of the first professions and whatnot, and they start to say that women were forced into it, and I was against that notion. That why do you say that it was forced? You are not going to say that there was a particular woman who, instead of working tirelessly like the rest of the women in the sun-baking fields that were hot and that made them sweaty,
No, you're
instead that
creating a
woman
scenario
chose,
that didn't
no,
exist. You're presenting a scenario that does is not even real. You're, I would suggest you read David Graeber and understand how humanity functioned. You're creating a scenario which does not exist at all, never did. This and it's not the oldest profession. Firstly, professions are unethical and immoral. There should be no professions. There should be no work, just roles and functions based on free association. If you want to contribute to the community, or you can just chill. There is no need for a profession,
okay,
work, jobs.
okay, I am just chilling. Who's going to be feeding me?
The community, you can chill if you want. You don't have to
Okay,
work.
the community is going to feed me, and I, just chill. For
Sid,
how long?
the thing is, it's not your fault that you're like our minds are so beaten down and oppressed and subservient that we think that the system is okay. And so I would again recommend read David Graeber and
I'm
his
not
uh,
okay with the system. On
you're
another
not.
paradigm,
No, no, but your questions that you're
just
asking is based on because we have oppressed minds, which is why we ask these questions. So what I'm
the
saying is
reason why
challenge that
I
because
ask
this is
this
not a
question is
natural
that
state.
men are villainized over women over and over again and
Yes,
again.
because men are villainized because they are the ones who dominate the hierarchy, whether it's social, political, or corporate.
Yeah, and women have no part to play in that. There
The
was no woman who chose the easy path.
men have dominated in recent history. Prior to that, when we were hunter gatherers,
There
we
were no
that was a
queens.
superior way of living. A decentralized way of living was far superior in ethical and moral, and this is not. And men have dominated, and men have commodified women, sexualized women, and this is the result. So you keep going back to
Well, so men
institutions.
sexualized women, and it has nothing to do with our, actual biology.
It does not,
We
no,
are
it's
to be blamed. Men are to be blamed for being born.
correct. No, not to be born. That's not what I'm saying.
Men are to be
I'm saying in
blamed because we
decentralized.
are biologically
No,
attracted
no,
towards
no,
women.
no. Let me like. What do you? Again, decentralized societies. There was no sexualization, commodification of women,
In
commodification.
decentralized
Key
societies, we
point.
had
Key point.
state-sponsored girlfriends.
Commodification of women. When you have horizontal cooperative frameworks, there is no such oppression towards men or women. Hierarchy, which is patriarchal, leads to that.
There were no matriarchal hierarchies.
There have been matriarchal hierarchies, matriarchal communities.
Yeah,
Hierarchies
and
is
still
when
it's
hierarchies is when there is a system like feudalism, domination and control. So when you talk about matriarchal communities, there's nothing wrong with that.
there comes a time when men, and by the way, we are living very close to that limit, where men say, if even by breathing I am to be villainized, it's not that hard to actually be the villain that they tell me that I am.
Men should be villainized. Oh, everybody should be villainized. Even
Well,
women,
then they
even,
should be
even,
villains.
even women who end up in the hierarchy and don't bring change.
If I
They
am to
attempt
be
to, but
villainized, then I should be the villain.
they're not. But the system is predominantly patriarchal, so of course you can have men.
The point is, the way you're presenting, like anything that I would bring about, which would, lean towards accountability for women, it would, in your view, shift towards not
Hierarchy and
women. It would
capitalism,
shift
correct?
towards, it
Hierarchy
would
and
shift
capitalism,
towards, yeah,
yes, and
yeah,
patriarchy,
because
yes.
you would never bring
There is
accountability
nothing
to
else.
women.
There is not a single argument that can go against that argument.
The argument of ease, it does not even exist for you.
The argument of what?
Like somebody choosing the easy path, somebody
I'm
not
saying
wanting to go to the
there is
fields.
only easy paths. There is only easy paths in a decentralized society.
Yeah, everybody
That is the
chooses the
natural way
easy
of living.
paths, and there's
Because
nobody in
it
the
is
community to
again.
feed me.
What do you mean? You keep going back to feed you. There's no feed. It's always communities. That's the way we live. Decentralized societies, everything is collectively owned. When there's a control of resources, or not just that corporate hierarchy of domination of control of resources, but social hierarchies that relates to the clergy, again, men, or political or military hierarchy, men. This is an unnatural state, and it always leads to that hierarchy which is patriarchal, and hence this, and now with the new liberal economic order and globalization, they have completely consolidated it, and this is the system that you have to challenge. Men, women, everybody suffers, children as well, and there is this system that
And
is,
everybody suffers, and it's because of
you
men.
are no,
And
we are
women
all
are not.
commodities. We are not human beings. You are just a an object to serve the corporate.
As much as I would want to
You don't like. Why don't you
sway
read
the
David Graeber
discussion
and
towards
understand how we are?
genders, you're going to, whenever the weightage or accountability would shift towards women, you will
Do you want to
always.
shift accountability to the oppressed, not the oppressor?
I would want to shift the accountability to the prostitute that chose to be a prostitute
You keep.
and
I
was
don't know.
not forced
This is becoming very offensive. Like you keep targeting the oppressed, not the oppressor.
because she was
Because
not
why? So
oppressed.
you're saying an oppressive system is somehow okay, like that's okay,
No,
and the people who are
I'm saying
suffering
that she was
and,
not
and
oppressed.
trying to get by are somehow to blame. You want to blame the oppressed,
Are
and
you telling me that the women right? You know what? Since you don't want to go to prehistoric times and
we can
cavemen
go to
people are
prehistoric.
not.
We can go to cavemen. Yes, we can go to cavemen. We
No,
can
no,
go to 300,000 years
I
ago.
don't think that we can anymore because
We
you don't
can.
even
I just gave you the
try to
example of
think
hunter-gatherer groups who pretty much mastered game theory.
example of. You gave me
Just
the
we
example
can
of
go
game
back to
theory.
300,000 years of human history. We can do that. Like I said, read David Graeber, please.
And he,
And
how
yeah,
is
sit just
prostitution
like
going to come
just
into that?
read David Graeber, and you should be an anarchist. Everybody should be an anarchist. Challenge the hierarchy and capitalism. That is it. This is an unnatural system, and you keep blaming the oppressed for some reason. Okay, oh, they're choosing to do this. Oh, well,
Because in
is
the
it bonded
paradigm
labor?
in which
Is it bonded? Okay, bonded laborers like they're forced to work. They're like they need to survive. Everybody's forced to work. What I'm saying is jobs are bullshit. That is unnatural. There should be no jobs. That's you should work on the basis of free association, and that is the natural state of
the
humanity.
point at which I was talking, and when you reply to it that jobs are bullshit,
Genre
I
will
could
shape. Another
equivalently
brilliant book
say,
by
yeah,
David
John.
Graeber, by the way. David Graeber's book.
I could equivalently say that Dragon Ball Z is better than One Piece, and it would still be the same weightage because it doesn't matter. Because
Sorry,
I was
what
talking
examples
about
did
in a
you give?
completely different.
No, you keep saying okay, accountability for the oppressed. Please explain that. Like, why should the oppressed be held accountable for a structure for
Because
something?
my problem initially was with the word forced being used in that context,
Yeah,
that the woman was
forced to work
forced
for
into
sorry, because you don't have
prostitution.
a house. You don't have a house. You don't have essentials. You don't have food, so you're forced to work, right? You should not be forced to work for food or housing or shelter.
Sarah, the first prostitute, chose to do that, even though
What the fuck, Sid?
right besides her, uh, just a name Sarah, because we're talking about the oldest profession,
Why are you
right?
so
There
obsessed
was
with
somebody,
prostitutes?
because that was what the topic started with,
No, no.
at
The
least this
topic
one.
started from we were discussing if humans are
Can I
inherently.
can I come in here? Sid, do you
Yeah,
think the Palestinian should not be oppressed? It's therefore that they're oppressed. Do you think that?
you are saying two
Why did they
completely.
choose to be oppressed?
Why are
Why
you
did the
framing the
Palestinian choose to be
question?
oppressed?
Why are you framing the question like that?
Because that's what it sounds
Rephrase your
like.
question.
You're
No, no,
you're saying that a
rephrase your
woman chose
question.
prostitution, so it's her fault that she's oppressed. So Palestinian chose to live in
No, how
Palestine,
is
so
her?
there's their fault to be oppressed.
Your framing of the question on both times was off.
Uh-huh. How do you
Am I?
think? Do you think the
You know what? I'll give you
prostitutes
another
are
try.
the Israeli and the men are the Palestinians? Huh?
I'm saying that when people say that prostitution was amongst the first professions, and then say that women were forced into it, or that
Mm-hmm.
it is oppressive, I disagree with that statement.
Which statement you
I
disagree
don't
with?
think that it was forced or it was oppressive. I say that they chose it.
Do you have any? Do you have
Palestinians,
any? No, 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 no. Do you have any uh, source or anything where you can prove that?
equivalently, you don't either.
Okay,
The
no,
argument
I
that
do.
they
See,
put
you see,
forth,
you choose. You're willing. You're like being. You're trying to completely ignore everything I'm saying. So in a decentralized society where everything is collectively owned, where is the need for prostitution?
there was no decentralized society where the prostitution happened very well. Now we have a
Yeah. Now we
centralized
live.
society. Now what?
We don't have it. We are forced to live in it, and that you're choosing not
Okay,
to
we are
tell
forced
and
to.
blame.
7,000 years ago in
Sid,
Mesopotamia, where they had a
you think,
Dude,
centralized
this is a
you think,
blip
society,
in human
there was a
history. What I'm
woman.
talking about is
Sid,
300,000 years of human history. You're talking about exactly that blip that I'm referring to. And then I also give the example of an alternative framework in the Israeli civilization, where we
Yeah,
did
but that
have
alternative framework doesn't
decentralized
exist, right?
frameworks that existed, where everything was collectively owned and shared. You only have these. This will happen when people are forced, when they're dying, when they don't have food, when they don't have housing or anything. They're forced into professions. You're forced to work for somebody else instead of for the community. I don't understand why you keep. Are you trying to justify or support this oppressive capitalist structure and hierarchy, which is unnatural and not how humanity function? I don't understand why you keep coming up
I'm not
with
even
that.
trying to defend capitalism or
But
hierarchy in
all,
this
but all your
debate
arguments
or
lead to
discussion.
that. You keep saying women should be held accountable for. Why should they be held accountable?
Because you are not even considering the fact that that is what existed. You're
No, it
saying
didn't.
that it should be, could be, would be,
No, no,
but
no,
it
no. I'm
didn't.
not. I'm not saying it did not exist. Is my argument. We did function as in horizontal cooperative frameworks. That
That's
is the
300,000
majority.
years ago
Majority of our history. It is only due to hierarchy and capitalism that led to
when we were
commodification
living
and
in caves.
sexualization of women in that way. So that is what I'm saying. So what Sid,
Did
you are
Mesopotamia exist?
argument is unnecessary, completely unnecessary. I don't understand. Why
Did
are you okay? A bonded laborer who's forced to work for a feudal. Keep. You want to blame the feudal here? Or do you want to blame someone who's being forced to work on a bread kilns or fields
So, do
for?
you think the kids and women who are being trafficked actually chose to be trafficked?
No, I
Or
don't.
the people who are enslaved chose to be enslaved? It's their fault that
No,
they're
they did
enslaved or
not.
trafficked.
No, they did not.
Well, most of it is done by men.
Most of it
Do you
is done
realize
by
that?
men for women as well.
if you want to blame do it like that, I am
Hmm.
talking about the.
That's right.
And first of all,
No, but sorry,
Mujahid
sorry,
bhai,
Sid,
you are
sorry,
you are
Sid,
you are
Sid, I
dismissing.
have to go. I have to go. But sorry, Sid, I'll try to join again. But Shaji Maham said, thanks a lot for hosting this, and I want to add, please, of everyone, David Graeber, Debt is a great book, New History of Humanity, Bullshit Jobs, and then definitely read anarchist thinkers and philosophers like Kropotkin, and then Bookchin as well, Wayne Price. David Graeber is a must. New History of Humanity, Debt, 5,000 Years of Human History, and Bullshit Jobs. Definitely read that. You'll have a better perspective. And of course, like, please don't support the oppressor. You cannot blame women or people who are forced into certain professions because of this fucking system. But thank you, everyone. Shaji Mahama and said that, yeah, I'll try to join again, but I have to go for a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Bye
Okay,
bye.
Mujahid bhai,
Anyway,
come
shit.
back anytime. Yes, I am Sid.
Oh, I didn't know that. Are you Sid? Are you? Are you
I
sure you're
am.
Sid?
Oh yes,
Can you
I am
prove
Sid.
that you're Sid?
That is what it says on my X handle.
No, but that does it prove that it's your Sid? How does
Oh
it
yeah,
prove it?
definitely.
Can you my ex handle says Medusa. That makes no
Well,
difference,
then
does
you
it?
are Medusa.
I am. Anyway, what we were talking about is human trafficking and slavery, and most of this prostitution thing is that it was directly related to the slavery, right? Because people would pick these slave girls and then put them in brothels and use them and use them or whatever.
Prostitution did not
How
start with slave girls.
No, it was somehow related to it. Most of the prostitutes, even the human trafficking, the whole concept of human trafficking is related to people trafficking either organs or prostitutes.
Yeah,
Sex,
prostitution was
slave,
also related with a lot of other things like
like what?
famine and
Yeah,
like promiscuous women and lazy women
mm-hmm,
as well.
mm-hmm,
All of those,
uh-huh,
there were a lot of other things as well.
uh-huh. Right. How, lazy women, how?
7,000 years ago in Mesopotamia, there was a girl named Susan. Susan used to go to a farmland, and
Pretty sure Mesopotamia had no girl named Susan.
well, now there was a girl named Susan in
No,
Mesopotamia 7,000 years ago. Okay,
it was in
let's call
Iraq.
her. Which
Mesopotamia
one?
was in Iraq. Possibly no
No, but
Susan there.
Mesopotamia is the first civilization, right? Or do we have to go
In
to North
Iraq.
Africa?
I'm saying
Because,
Mesopotamia could not have a Susan. It was in Iraq.
well, I don't know what they named people
Okay. Mm-hmm.
7,000 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm going to
Okay.
be using Susan. So
Yeah.
there was a girl named Susan in
Mm-hmm.
Mesopotamia 7,000 years ago who used to go on the fields in the burning
Your
Mesopotamian
voice
sun.
is not audible, Sid.
What about now? Is my voice audible now?
Nah, it's all robotic, man. Somebody's trying to oppress your voice.
No, it's fine. I can hear him.
Oh, must be on your side. But anyways, am I audible for you on your side now?
Nah, you're not audible.
Uh, why
Shaji's
don't
audible, you're not.
let me refresh. Am I audible to you now? Uh-huh.
Yes, you're audible, man.
Okay, since I am audible now, there was a girl 7,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. Her name was Susan. She used to go out on the farm, doing farm things in the Mesopotamian heat. Uh, and there
Mm-hmm.
was also her cousin named Sarah. Sarah did not like to go out in the sun, and in order to make money, Sarah decided, you know what, I would have some good times with the men, and they'll pay me for it. I'm saying that's how the first prostitutions came to be. Not that somebody was forced. They had options. Now, those options were not as lucrative, but they were there. And 7,000 years later, in Ohio, there was a girl named, let's say, Evelyn. She had a degree, and she decided to start an OnlyFans and not go into law school or, pursue her legal career. And she was also a prostitute who chose
Sid,
it.
Sid, with all due respect, I've been listening to you for more than 1.5 hours. What are you exactly trying to say?
I'm trying to say, don't villainize men for the choices that women make.
Do you realize nobody was doing that?
No, they were when people said that in this discussion when they were saying that uh, since prostitution is one of the oldest professions and men are to be blamed for that. That's exactly
So,
what they were saying.
no, it's a phrase, okay? People use that phrase. There can be various reasons why prostitution exists in society, right? One of them can be yours, the other one can be deployed by another thing. People can be forced into professions as well.
Yes, I know that. I did not
Just
contest that.
what's the argument about? I don't understand. I really don't
When
understand.
my argument was the notion that it is always forced, that it is always oppressive.
I'm back. I just came back. What?
Okay,
We do have
hold on.
guest.
Hold on a second. Hold on. So we've got with us Shahid Qazi as well. He's from Balochistan in Pakistan. Originally, he's from the UK. He's a journalist. So I think we should like move towards the Iran topic and the entire situation. There's something very interesting which Mr. Qazi posted today. I'm going to share that with everyone over here. So if I go to my timeline, is my thing viewable? Can you see guys view it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
It's in
So
German.
about so this is Mr. Qazi's handle. So 2 days ago, he basically uh, analyzed or he got from somewhere that it was unsafe for the Iranian people to basically send their delegation into Pakistan because there might be a risk of them getting assassinated. Everyone can basically see that. And to cut the long story short, today what's happened? Uh, Today what's happened in regards to that is that it's basically come true. In that way, both of those individuals were taken off the hit list and they were invited into Pakistan, but it didn't fall through. So, welcome, Mr. Shahid. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for inviting me, brother. I was just confused. What is this? When you sent it to me, so I've never used this thing before.
No, no worries. You're completely welcome. And the thing is, this is being streamed on YouTube as well as on X as well. So it's just a conversation from here. Would you like to give a bit of an analysis how you came to that conclusion and where it came from?
So, like you know that we don't share our resources. So when I first tweeted this on Monday night, uh, I was told that Pakistan and Israel both are in agreement to invite these Iranian leadership in the name of negotiations with Americans, J.D. Vance and all. But he said that this is just a time gaining thing from the United States while the Iranian leadership will be assassinated on the Pakistan's land. Uh, the whole Islamabad's security was supposed to be handed over to the U.S. Secret Service, and even the most important people like Zardari and others, parliamentarians, ministers, cabinet members, they won't be allowed a free movement in Islamabad. The mobile phones will be jammed, the internet services will be shut. So this was a whole big conspiracy, and I just tweeted the way he told me. So turned out now the Pakistani ISI accounts and all the ones I call as Karandus are the ones who support the Pakistan army. So they all are now tweeting that Pakistan saved the Iranian leaders by letting the United States know that Israel wants to kill them and blah blah blah. So then, I started tweeting. I said this on Monday, and you guys are, many people, made fun of me. Oh, yeah, what is your source? And, same old bullshit of propaganda against Pakistan, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, the guy told me, my source told me that the plan is still there. But now I think because if he can tell me, he must have told other people also. So the plot has been exposed, but Israel still wants to kill. And I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe Israel wanted to teach Pakistan a lesson by bombing the Pakistan near the Pakistan embassy. It missed it. So I don't know. So this is the whole story, brother.
If that would have happened, say the state visit would have occurred and the mediation was going ahead, and that would have actually occurred within Pakistan, don't you think the ramifications of that would have been really bad for Pakistan as a state?
Very, very bad, because the source itself said that this will be a horrific day for Pakistan because Iran will not hesitate to turn all its missiles towards Pakistan. So this would have been a disaster for Pakistan. So I don't know which stupid people are sitting in ISI and the army, and they're planning these things against their own Muslim neighbor, regardless of if Iran is right or wrong or whoever it is. But planning these kind of things, they're gonna hurt Pakistan badly. And trust me, they're still in hand with Israel and America on certain things.
So, how are you viewing this war as a overall situation? What do you see? Is there an off ramp for Trump in this entire situation?
Is there what for Trump? Sorry.
An off ramp, like he's trying to get out of this war? Because from how I'm analyzing it, it seems like they're in a shock. How, in terms of the reaction or how long Iran's basically lasted, they didn't expect it to last that long, and now it's created a situation where I think the United States seem to be stuck in regards to what to do, how to end this, how to de-escalate.
I mean, to be honest, brother, the Pentagon, the CIA, everybody told Trump this before even these attacks. Say you're making a mistake. But people say that Trump, Israel got some files on him, and Israel forced him to do this. Otherwise, now the whole world can see now, even the American Pentagon and CIA, they they were not agreed on these attacks. And now Trump is in a situation that he doesn't even know what to say anymore. Sometimes he blames his own officials that they told me to do this. Sometimes he said, we are stopping the war for 5 days. Sometimes he say we have complete our regime change and blah blah blah. In Iran, no regime has been changed. He was expecting, or maybe Israel told him the same thing will happen like in Iraq when people gathered and they were cheering for America, and Saddam Hussein was killed, and his statues are but it didn't happen in Iran because that's a one nation. They, regardless of, they like the government, they like the mullahs or no, but when it comes from invaders or from outside source powers, they are united. And America knows, but Trump took it for granted, and Trump is stuck now. The whole world is in trouble right now. The prices are going high, the cost of living is going high. I mean, everything is messed up just because of this one guy, Netanyahu and Trump.
So, how do you see this progressing now? Do you see that? What exactly do you think they're going to try and do to de-escalate the situation, or at least give an image that they've actually won? Because so far, all the negotiation offers which they've been talking about, Iran's outrightly rejected them, and they've basically even said they're not even willing to negotiate, at least in public. He got disconnected. What do you think, Sid? I will wait for him to come back.
Well, I can actually not uh, visualize. Oh, Shahid, sir is back.
He's back. Yeah. Do you? I think you should continue, and then he'll speak.
Yeah, I don't understand how America can get out, or not America per se, but Trump can get out of this because he does not seem to have any kind of option. Let's suppose that he kills Mujtaba Khamenei. Uh, there will be the next Ayatollah. That's not going to change. And let's say he does not particularly have the option of taking the ceasefire option which Iran has given. There are going to be no reparations. They are not going to take out their bases from the Middle East. So actually, the only option would be that if there is a third party negotiator, which Pakistan seems to have broken that trust, if what Mr. Shahid has said is true, that the Pakistani ISI took part in such kind of a action. Uh, so I don't know. The only option is that there is a third mediator that is powerful enough. The only mediators that would be powerful enough would be China and Russia, and they are enemies of America, so they can't be guarantors. So I actually cannot see how it ends. They they cannot defeat or completely obliterate Iran. They cannot, break the regime. Uh, it will have to be uh, defeat for the American hegemony somehow, because clearly the financial hegemony of America, after all of this, it's not going to stand. And as much as they prolong it, the petrodollar is going to fall. So that's my take on it.
Okay. So Mr. Shahid, what's your take on that?
Yeah, brother. What I was going to say, that Trump is looking for face saving now, and what I fear is the correct word, that there will be some distraction now. For example, I'm just giving you example. I'm not saying it's true. For example, India and Pakistan war. Yeah. For example, anything like this, which will divert the whole world's attention from this war to that war, or a big event or whatever, because Trump is looking for a face saving right now. Trump knows that he jumped into, sorry my wording, he jumped into shit, so he need to get out of it. So I fear for his face saving, he gonna do some other stupid thing, and the pawns, he got many pawns like Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, all these pawns. He gonna use them. So how he gonna use them? The world will see. He will stop this war eventually by saying that, oh, we got this other problem too, and we will come back after, after solving this one. That is my opinion only. I can be wrong, but I think that's what he's gonna do.
Shahid sir, America have a track record, right? It's always, oh, we've achieved our main objectives. That's what happened in Vietnam. That's what happened in
Yeah,
Afghanistan, where they didn't achieve what they went to do. Right? Vietnam is still communist. Afghanistan still have Taliban. Right?
yeah.
You think that America might back out of it for that? And there is also this market manipulation going on. Like right before Trump announced that there's going to be 5 days break. There was some people bought some stocks, like Buffet bought some stocks in Chevron, and all these things. Like, do you think all this thing is also happening to play with the market for Trump's company?
100%. You're right. 100%. Somehow I forgot to mention that he's a businessman. And he is looking for these opportunities. And yes, his total goal is to get financial benefits through the companies that he got shares in, or America can benefit. So the war was only to show the world that it's about Iran, nuclear program, blah blah blah. But we all know from the history of United States, we all know that they always come up with some excuse. I can remember for last 30 years, Israel is blaming Iran for having nuclear program, but it never happened. So you are 100% right, that yes, that's a true version of Trump's uh, whatever he's doing right now in the Middle East and in Iran. And one more point to remember, if you guys remember, Shaji especially will remember, they don't like Muslim or Middle Eastern or Arab like companies, banks, airlines, all these businesses to prosper. Shaji, if you remember the Citibank scandal, yeah, when it was finished because it was prospering, greatly. Now,
Yep.
when you see all the European airlines, starting from Air France to EasyJet, or just name any airline, they were all very upset with the Emirates, Qatar, and all these other airlines from Middle East, especially. And now you see the situation that uh, they are all almost grounded. And on the other side, EasyJet is offering sausages and stuff like this. So that lady, sorry, I cannot see her Maham, she's 100% right. Whenever there's something's happening, there is a bigger picture behind it, and that's what it is. That's what it is.
Well, Mr. Shahid, I want to ask you that in all of this war, a lot of people, when we're discussing, also forget the aspect of Israel in itself. There
Mm.
is a limit to how much beating Israel can get. Is there a slight possibility that there might be a regime change in Israel that might trigger the end of this war or something of that sort?
I see the same like you see. I see the same way it is. But the problem is that yes, we are reaching at that point when it comes to the trouble and the problem in Israel. Their capability of defending, the so-called defending they are always offending, though. It's nearly ending right now. So, what can happen if this war prolongs? I am with you that it may lead to the regime change in Israel, because lots of Israelis inside Israel, they are against Netanyahu's policies. But it needs a little bit prolonged war, because Israel has exhausted all its defensive mechanism, and I think it's getting short of all the missiles and all the other things that it has to protect Israel. So eventually, I hope and I pray that yeah, it happens.
hmm So this thing. I'm gonna go a little theological on this. There was this rabbi, a very famous rabbi. He was called Rabbi. He
Yeah.
told Netanyahu that he's going to be the last prime minister of Israel, right? Because he's going to bring the end times. So keeping that in mind and keeping the situation in mind, that it feels like Netanyahu have taken that very seriously. Don't you think that Netanyahu will at some point use the Samson option, where just going to nuke a lot of cities around the world?
No, no, no.
I
Bec-
really don't think that's
no,
possible.
that's not possible, because Netanyahu i- is not all in all. You know that. We all know that. But he has some limits. If he cross that limit, or the red line, as Pakistani says, if he cross that red line, there will be a regime change in Israel, like brother said. Saad,
I
Sid, sorry.
also want to, point out that throughout the world right now, even actually more so in non-Islamic countries like Thailand and Spain, the hatred towards Zionists and, well, similarly, well, I would say Israelis has brewed to such an extent right now that the general public has started to show aggression, physical aggression towards them. So if that happens, we have to remember not very long ago in human history, the Jews were kicked out of 109 countries. And if such a thing happens, they are not America. They are not in numbers. That option would lead to massacres. And we also cannot forget that, well, as much as completely sold out as the Pakistani elite is, we still are a so called Islamic nation that does have a bomb, a nuclear bomb. They cannot completely ignore it. So, yeah, I do think that there's a deterrence in that aspect. What do you think, Sir Shahid?
Yeah, brother, I'm not a sir. I'm very down to earth person. Just call me Shahid. Sorry. I agree with you to the extent of what you said about the uh, uh, against the Israel or the Jews all over in Europe, in America, and all other, all over the world, especially in the Muslim world. But I don't agree with the part about Pakistan being a nuclear. I don't even agree that Pakistan has the nuclear capability anymore. Sorry to say, I can be 100% wrong, but I think Pakistan, Pakistan cannot fly F-16 without the US permission. So what about that nuke or nuclear bomb? How can we trust Pakistan? Pakistan, when it was buying F-16s from America, there was a condition that these F-16s will not be used against India in Indian, war with India. So how can we trust that a Pakistani so-called Muslim Ummah has a nuclear bomb? But all whatever you said about the Jews and the Zionists, about Israel, yes, I agree with you 100%.
We do have Chinese planes, and I think they kind of showed their mallet uh, when we fought against India recently. Uh, and we have seen that Iran has actually shown us that the air defense system that Israel has, the Patriot missiles, the Iron Dome, it's not invincible.
No,
So,
it's not. Yeah.
and our planes do reach up to Israel, and we do still have, uh, the Mujahids deen kind of heart in our soldiers that they are very comfortable in making one-way trips. So I would still say that we do have a nuclear option. I just don't think that we're ever going to have to use it because I don't think that Israel is going to be using any sort of Samson option. They would not dare, especially since they have seen the reaction
You're
of the
talking
world.
about you're talking about a country who've been involved in a genocide almost shamelessly for the last 3 years. Why do you think they won't use the Samsung country,
Last three
Samsung
years.
option? Because
No,
you think,
for the last 78 years, not last 3 years.
yeah, but active genocide. Yeah. So why do you think they would care to not use Samsung option on Iran or those are multiple other cities
Because
who
so
are in
would
there?
we.
Huh? See,
Because so would we.
I don't. Why would we do that? It's Iranian and Israel and American war.
When you say we, you mean Pakistan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
No, brother, I don't know. No,
No, I don't think that's happening.
no
Sid.
way.
Pakistan is not
No way.
nuking anyone for another country.
Pakistan cannot survive 1 week without the US or the Western support. And if Pakistan even think about doing anything stupid like this, Pakistan will will you know uh, in 1 week. I give you 1 week. Pakistan cannot survive. Pakistan is
It's also
surviving because
we do
it's
have
also
China.
because Iran survived because it has all of the manufacturing of their weaponry is in Iran.
plus the
If this
oil. Iran has the oil. The biggest thing. Iran has the oil. But look at
you have to
Cuba.
play very
Cuba
safe.
had nothing. It survived for over
But there
45
is
years, 47
also
years.
China and Russia.
Yeah,
They also have nukes.
yeah.
Because here's the thing, when a nuclear bomb would be detonated, that would affect a lot of geopolitical, it would make a geopolitical imbalance.
Now,
And
who
I
will
do think,
detonate that nuke? Whom you talking about? Who gonna detonate that nuke?
no, I'm saying that there still exists deterrence against Israel for them to be launching the Samson option or nuking anybody.
But that has nothing to do with Pakistan. That has nothing to do with us. Even if Samsung option happens, I don't think
Okay.
any of our cities are part of it.
No, our cities are not. Of course, if that does happen
So how do
in
you say
this,
we're going to? Why would we do that? I mean, why would we get involved? What's Pakistan's role in it? I find we support Iran spiritually, but technically Pakistan have no role in it. We shouldn't be part of it. Why do
yeah,
you think that if Israel nukes Iran, we're going to go and nuke someone?
the point is that there are deterrences. If
Yeah, but
Pakistan does not,
Iran doesn't
okay,
have that. That Iran doesn't have that. Well, that's Pakistan deterrence. That's not Iran's deterrence. The nukes of Pakistan and
China
Pakistan's
and
deterrence.
Russia also have nukes.
Yeah,
If
yeah, yeah.
Israel,
I don't
if
think if
Israel
they, I
launches a
don't, I don't.
nuke, look, if they do something like that, the repercussions for them are too great. Which is
Okay,
why I think
so
that we
Do you
should.
think? Do you think when America nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki, did America face any consequences of that?
They still do,
What
and nobody
consequences?
actually knew what
Trump just
what
made a
no.
joke about Pearl Harbor.
Yes, and how was that received?
I don't think they care. Recently, when Japan condemned Gaza's genocide by Israel, the U.S. blackmail was that if they don't take that condemnation back, we're not going to go for that some kind of condemnation of America nuking Japan. It's not like just showing that they're not sorry. It's just for the show that they do that because Japan is an ally. Why do you think they would care, especially when the whole world is saying all these things about Israel for what they're doing in Gaza and Lebanon? You think they would care if somebody says anything when they nuke Iran? Even though I think that the aftermath of a nuclear attack would be, there are other issue like cancer and nuclear winter and all these stuff. But why do you think that would stop Israel or Israeli or Netanyahu, who's desperate at this point? He has to save face, and he also has to save himself from the criminal charges he have on him, the cases that are on him. Why do you think they wouldn't use? Why do you think Netanyahu wouldn't use the Samson option?
I was trying to suggest, first of all, when Hiroshima and Nagasaki happened, people did not actually understand the devastation, or actually even knew, the general populace did not know the kind of uh, devastation a nuclear bomb sets in. Also, the mindset uh, in the general population of the world in regards to the usage of nuclear weaponry has been built up and brewed very
Sid,
greatly.
Sid, you're talking about normal people. That normal people are half of the world is against Iran war. Half of the world is against the Gaza genocide. It's still happening. I don't think all of these people care.
I think it's not about the general populace caring. There is an element in regards to that, but the bigger thing, what this war has revealed, and I think China as well as Russia would have been taking huge notes in regards to that. The days of US hegemony are gone. If this is how they're going to fight or fare against a country like Iran, with air bases all around it, if there was tomorrow a conflict which was direct with Russia or China, I think US is in trouble. And
And
and that's where the power reset is. And that's where the entire situation is. I think as soon as the de-escalation of this war occurs, it's going to be a very different world. I do not think China or Russia are any longer going to take these threats very seriously. That those days have gone. A country which does not have nuclear weapons, a country which has faced embargoes for more than 47 years, a country which was uh, supposedly about to collapse because internally people did not support its regime. It's basically come out, and got the world strangled in like an extreme way. They have collapsed the global economy. The prices are rising high. Nobody wants to seem to be part of it. On top of that, they're not caving in at this stage. And so what that's definitely shown is, if a country like that cannot be taken down, then how are they going to fare against China and Russia? With that, we've got a new person, Varaj. Varaj, please introduce yourself and have you say. Varaj,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
So basically, I am Zafar from Twitter.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Zafar.
yeah. And I've been listening to you guys, and you're actually right. I agree with you on this. The US has failed to achieve any of its political objectives with this war. I'm not too sure what those political objectives were in the first place, but um, even kinetically, it has not achieved much. Because Iran's main strength is in its missile systems, and most of that infrastructure is underground. So taking out, let's say, F-14D Tomcats from the 80s or C-130s, it's not going to change much, and it has set a bad precedent. And I think the U.S. hegemony is in question now. Because, like you said, Iran, it doesn't possess nuclear capability. It doesn't have a standing air force, and yet it has destabilized the world. So um, I believe the GCC will have to take a decision after this war, because I think the perception in GCC was that maybe if they indulge in a war with as a U.S. ally, maybe the American troops there in stationed there in the bases and the American systems will save them from the onslaught that comes with the war, and that strategy has clearly failed. So I do agree it's already a very different world after the start of this war. Thank you. That's all.
I completely agree with you, and I think that's not something which even Trump has anticipated. I think the way US is going to be viewed, and not in just in terms of how it's treated, but as a powerful country that's completely reduced, and especially in the eyes of China and Russia. What do you think, Mr. Shahid?
Yes, sorry, brother. I was busy with something. I would go back to what Maham was saying. I have another view about it, like the Samson option Maham talked about, and brother Sid asked about what will happen, what will Pakistan do. My opinion, my view, and we will see in coming days, instead of using the Samson option, instead of nuking Iran, I think America and Israel, to save their faces, they will do something very stupid. I'll give you example, of 9/11. Suppose this a 9/11 kind of a thing can now be, being planned on Masjid Aqsa. Yeah, as you know, it's been under siege, and Palestinians are not allowed to go for prayer even on this Friday. So if they, God forbid, if they blew up Masjid Aqsa, this will totally divert everything. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, they're gonna do something big that everything will be diverted, and they want to save their, the face saving for them. Why I'm not towards the option of nuke? I know Maham is 100% right. Nobody will do anything if America or Israel, nuke Iran. Nobody will do anything. I don't care. China, Russia, North Korea, but there will be a bit of trouble all around the world, and especially United States doesn't trust North Korea. North Korea is is crazy. Kim can do anything. We don't know, what he can do, but he's capable of doing every big stupidity, possible in the world. So to counter that, to know the consequences of a nuking Iran, they may plan something like 9/11, something, another war, or another, like I said, a 9/11 kind of thing on Masjid Aqsa or something, to save their faces and divert the whole attention. And and then their propaganda machinery is very good, and they can make the world believe through their media that America won that war, and Iran has been destroyed, and its nuclear capability and blah 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 is all being destroyed. This is my opinion. uh, I'm not fully convinced that Israel or America will nuke Iran, because in the recent history after the World War II, many times the occasions came that America could have done it, but it didn't do it, because there are consequences for everything. So I'm 100% sure Russia will not do anything, China will not do anything, because they are struggling for their economies. They are trying to. China is taking over the economy of the world. It's not interested in wars. China has protected itself with its nukes. And same example, Russia is struggling with economy. They will try to. The only crazy country, the only crazy person is in North Korea. North Korea can be expected of any stupidity. It can just, just send missiles everywhere. Well, I mean, that's how I look at it. But to prevent all these consequences, I think in the coming days, if the war didn't stop or if there was no negotiations like Trump is trying and Pakistani media and all the other are saying that Pakistan will do it, I think if nothing happened, Trump and Israel gonna create another diversion in the shape of anything like 9/11. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much.
I just want to add something here. But if they create, like last time when 9/11 happened, that started another war, the Afghanistan war, right? So if they attack Aqsa, most people are not going to buy the Iran thing. But even if it happens, don't you think that would just escalate things?
I think it, and this is just like solely my assessment and just my opinion. I don't think they are bothered about escalation. What the United States, since this war basically began, same with Israel, have been looking for a trigger point in which the Muslim countries, specifically the Arab world, and Iran basically go to war directly. They react to each other, don't show a restraint. And that will give an opportunity for both the United States and Israel to take a back seat. But so far, that's something which has not occurred. But how long they can sustain that, for how long that is going to be there, is time will tell. So that can be any kind of trigger point. One of the trigger points was highlighted by Mr. Shahid's tweet. In instance, if, for example, this mediation would have occurred, Iranians would have sent their diplomats within Pakistan, and they would have been assassinated. That would have created a huge conflict in the wider region. You're looking at a region which begins from Pakistan and Afghanistan all the way up to Turkey on one side, and then you've got North Africa on one side and everything in between, with all kind of insurgent groups, all kinds of separatist movements, all kinds of sectarian groups and infighting. And I think that is something which is very dangerous. So there are many triggers which the United States and Israel have been counting upon. They've even tried to involve the Europeans, but the reason why Europeans at this stage are not involved in this entire situation, and again, this is solely my opinion, based on
Sure, but none of the Gulf countries are taking the bait. They're
yeah,
not
but
taking the
for how
bait right
long?
now.
For how long? An event such as that has not occurred as yet. If tomorrow something huge happens, uh, whether for whatever instigates that, it can be somebody's assassination in one of these countries, or even in a country like Pakistan. It can be some Shia or Sunni conflict. It can be an insurgent group. It can be one of the separatist movement. A lot of Kurdish people, as well as South Azerbaijanese people, both looking for freedom, are being contacted by various groups. They're
But
very polite.
they all refused. Most of them just refused, and we're not going
Yes,
to.
so the trigger points haven't basically come to light yet, but for how long, time will tell. Situation. So
And
it's,
if it didn't happen, then what?
if it didn't happen, then United States is in trouble. They need this to happen.
But
Well,
weren't they already depending on this? That either people will come out against the regime, or
so that part
we
failed.
just
That part
all of
failed.
the no. Give me a second. All of the part fails that usually worked for all the American wars, right?
Yeah.
So if all of those failed, what are they now waiting for? Like, what are they
So,
expecting?
so the thing is, there cannot be any negotiation as far as Iran is concerned, unless United States basically accepts outrightly the 5 points which they've given out, and those
Hmm.
five acceptance of those 5 points basically means that the United States does not lose, not only lose its entire hegemony, it is not exactly face saving. It is disaster. So, if Iran was to agree to anything less, the way their head of state and various other leadership have been killed, assassinated, that will make them very weak as a regime within Iran, and so they can't afford that. So, something big is going to be escalated in one
So,
way or another.
so what are some of these people? I mean, some of the illiterate people are actually rooting for Pakistan to take Saudi side. Calling it the red line or whatever. What do you think? How don't they realize how that's going to work out for Pakistan?
I think that's something which Mr. Shahid should answer. I think we're referring to Mr. Chishti. Who we're referring to is Mr. Ali Chishti, whose whose red line is Saudi Arabia. So
Shadi.
I think go ahead, Mr. Shahid.
No, no, no. I'm just saying, Maham, it's a very good question. Remember one thing. Uh,
Mhm.
these Pakistani, like you already call them stupid, yeah? 100%. There's no doubt. When they talk about siding with Saudi Arabia and, they are saying things against Iran, you see, Saudi Arabia has the most important Islamic place in the world, which is the Kaaba, yeah?
Mhm.
So nobody's gonna attack Saudi Arabia. What, what the problem Pakistan doesn't understand, especially General Asim doesn't understand, that I tweeted one time that there are over 300,000 Shias in the Pakistan army. So when he goes and he speaks to the Shia imams and all the mullahs that if you want to side with Iran, you should go to Iran. What if his 300,000 army, officers and soldiers told him, okay, we all are going to Iran? That's like a stupidity. You can side with Saudi Arabia, but as a whole, like a Muslim world, not singling out the Iran. What I'm trying to say is that uh, Trump and Israel will do something to for the face saving, and this war will over without any result. Like the 5 points of Iran, the 15 points of America, conditions, whatever. And we have to remember one thing. I'm tired of telling the Pakistani people Iran doesn't trust Pakistan. It does not trust Pakistan. I don't care how much Pakistan begs them to come and have negotiations, they will not on the Pakistani land. They know the history of Pakistan. They know what Pakistan is capable of, playing double games. Pakistan has played double games with almost every country, even with the United States. So they do not trust Pakistan. So negotiation is gone. There is no negotiation going to happen. There will be another something done by the United States to just divert the attention and just otherwise I don't, like I said, I don't believe there will be a nuclear bomb, there will new nuclear attack. I don't believe China, Russia, all these countries involving third world, because the whole world is standing on finances, economy, and this war is is hurting the economy. This war is hurting the finances, the markets, the shares markets, the ordinary people. So it's gonna end, but it will end. If it didn't end properly, if it didn't end with negotiation, it will end with something another, some another disaster, and then everybody will turn their faces towards that. That's it.
Shahid sir, you know what? I'm going to say it now. I usually don't say it to normal people who talk about, oh, Iran betrayed Pakistan. So I don't usually reply. But if you go back in history, all of these people pick and choose. Pakistan have betrayed Iran far many times than Iran have done it. We betrayed the Shah, by siding with the US against the Shah because Zia wanted a more religious government. We betrayed them in the Iran-Iraq war. We supported Iraq against Iran. We gave them ammunition and weapons against Iran. And then the same happened during when Iran was supporting the Northern Front and Pakistan was supporting the Taliban in Afghanistan. So when this mindset comes where people say that, oh, Iran have betrayed Pakistan have done it as well. That's why there are these trust issues that they're not ready to accept. But conveniently, all of these extreme ultra nationalist illiterates who have not read history but read some WhatsApp message that, oh, Iran betrayed
Exactly.
Pakistan and did not
Yeah.
bother reading a book about it. No, Pakistan have betrayed Iran as well. The only person you call Pakistan's friend, the Shah of Iran, Pakistan betrayed him.
I mean, Maham, just 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 think about Pakistan's existence 78 years. Which country Pakistan has not betrayed? That's the main question. Pakistan betrayed everyone.
No,
Pakistan
Shahid,
played double.
Shahid, Shahid, sir, I would like to point this out that at the end of the day, it's all national interest, right? We said we would not make nukes, but we made nukes. I'm not saying that Pakistan should not look out for itself, right? But I'm just saying that people always have this blame game that, oh, Iran betrayed you, but you betrayed them as well. This is how politics work. Everybody's betraying everyone. Right. Nobody's Israel and America. They're betraying each other in certain ways because that's just how national interest works, right? So I'm just saying that it is a very one-sided idea where the all of these
No,
ultra nationalist
100%.
illiterates
I mean, 100%. I
pick and
agree with you,
choose.
100%. Like you said, they receive a WhatsApp message and they don't even think about what they are tweeting. They just copy paste it and tweet it. Many, many times I've found 100 people tweeting the same thing, not even trying to change the wordings of it. Like it's like a known truth now that they receive a message, they don't even consider even thinking about it. Like the latest tweets I confronted, they say Pakistan has captured 32 kilometers of Afghanistan and erected a fence over there. So I said, listen, man, Pakistan was erecting a fence from 2017 on the border, and in 9 years it has not completed that. And suddenly, in 1 week during the war, they completed the 32-kilometer fence. I mean, stupidity. What the message they receive, they just forward it, they just tweet it, like you said. They're just forwarding, oh, Iran betrayed us, oh, Iran did with this with Iran. But why did Iran do it? Because you did the same with him. And again, like you're saying, every country has their own interests. If Iran thinks trusting Pakistan is against their interests, national interests, they will not trust Pakistan. And the same goes for Pakistan. If Pakistan thinks, siding with Iran is going to hurt their interests, they will not side with Iran, or even Saudi Arabia, or even whoever you name it.
There's another thing as well. If we look at history from ever since conception of Pakistan, Iran was one of the first countries to recognize Pakistan. At the time of Shah of Iran, when Zulfikar Ali Bhutto was basically trying to gather people and create a Muslim kind of a union or a union of Muslim countries. At that same period of time, which involved Shah of Iran, Shah Faisal, I would go as far as basically saying that it was Raza Shah Pahlavi who basically came with the socialist ideas which were nicked by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, and he thought they were going to be very, very successful, from land reformation to everything else. On top of that, uh, one prime thing which many Pakistanis do not realize is that the very atomic bomb they boast about, the access would have never been given or provided to Pakistan in certain ways if Shah of Iran at that time was not involved. So
Yeah.
Pakistan ended up becoming an atomic power because there were facilitations from Iran as well as from Saudi Arabia at that time.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
Look who we've got. We've got Mr. KD. Mr. Shahid, you're aware of Mr. KD?
KB. I don't know. KB.
He's from India. He's a lawyer. He's somebody who's very well versed. We can't hear him right now. What's his name today? His name is Ganga. Ganga.
Ganga.
His name is Ganga. You'll actually like conversing to him. Are you there, Mr. KD? Ganga? Can you hear us?
I'm 100% here. Hearing before the court was on March.
How are you?
I'm there.
Okay. So, what's your opinion on the entire thing, the Iran fiasco, where it's going, the Jay Shankar statement of Dalal? How do you see all that?
Well, give me 1 second. I saw your invitation and I came. It's really bad. It's very intemperate language. It's not as undiplomatic knowledge. I mean, the verbiage is so bad. It's very crude. It's not diplomatic. And so I don't know. I don't know what they need to do for schooling. So
I think we should forget about that topic for a bit. How are you seeing the Iran conflict
no,
develop?
I have nothing to see. I mean, it's Yahudis wants to decimate any hostile countries, whatever they had in the past. So next will be Turkey or Pakistan. Pakistan is going to be the last one.
So
I
you
think
think that
Pakistan is next. Sorry. Sorry, Shaji. I just want to say to
Mm.
Ganga that all the stupid comments Trump passes every day, the world enjoys it and laughs at it. Nobody uses the word, oh, undiplomatic. But as soon as the Indian Jay Shankar he used this word, suddenly it's undiplomatic. Like look at the president of the United States. What kind of words he use? He's like a joker. Where is his diplomacy gone?
I think there are two factors to that. First factor is that, well, Trump is white and Jaishankar is brown. There's a saying in Urdu, "Ek gareeb upar se badtameez." Secondly, I think the world has come to terms with the fact that Trump is, uh, well, the nicest way of saying that would be eccentric. So
Yeah,
that is not trigger. But
a
Jay
clown.
Shankar as a clown,
Yeah.
that would be a more meaner way of saying it. Jay Shankar, however, has distinguished himself as a foreign minister and a diplomat and somebody with a good vocabulary. So when somebody like that uses undiplomatic and crude language, that does surprise people, uh, like how the joints have fallen.
Sometimes
But
I'm sorry for cutting you. Sometimes people tell me on the Twitter, they say, "Man, you should not be saying this." I say, "I will speak to the person in the language he understands." So I think that's why you use this word, the language the Pakistan understands.
I mean, why would you even say this to Pakistan? Look, when it comes to the relation between India and Pakistan, we don't understand
No, Sid,
anything. We
Shahid,
don't want to listen to them.
Sid,
We
give
would
me a second.
rather listen to Israel, to be honest.
Hello. So Shahid, sir, I don't think it made any difference on Pakistan part. Nobody saw Pakistan as nobody took the word and ran with it. Everybody saw him as like uncaught and everything. And when it comes to Donald Trump, people actually make fun of Donald Trump. People actually consider him a clown, like Sid just said. Nobody says that what he's doing is a great job or anything. Everybody is just surprised at how America have even elected a man like that. He's actually acting far more crazy than he used to in the last term.
But look at the consequences. India and Pakistan consider each other enemies. Now, when you look deep into the meaning of the word that he used, I agree with him 100% because Pakistan is, sorry to say, if you're a girl, I respect you. Pakistan is pimping United States and the West. So, what wrong did he say?
I think it's the way you look at it. I don't think that's the case. I think Pakistan at this point is doing pretty well, and we would agree to disagree on that. But there's
In
that.
what way is Pakistan doing well? Sorry.
It generally is doing a lot well, better since, especially the May incident, generally doing a lot better on the international front than India. So this is just frustration coming out, and honestly, I don't agree with that stuff. But let's agree to
Yeah, the
disagree.
shackles are quite comfortable, aren't they? And when a
Oh
lot of
dear
people
God.
say, yeah, they are very comfortable. And a
Yeah,
lot of people
you're
say
a
that
small country. You're a small country with no resources, with no solid, homogeneous
by every
community.
vector, by
Yeah, but
every standard,
Pakistan is
by
surviving.
every. No, here's the thing.
Pakistan is surviving. Being under dictatorship for
No,
so
no,
many years,
I'm.
facing all these problems, the religious problems, the Taliban, and being very enemies on both sides, right? So Pakistan is surviving at this point. So, and for
By
its
any
survival,
vector measurable, Maham,
but
we
what?
are better than Iran militarily, financially, diplomatically, geographically, our mineral
You don't
wise, and
have oil.
all sort of
Do
things.
you have oil? Do you
We
have
don't have
oil?
oil. We have
Yeah, you have nothing. You have nothing to
an
trade.
Iran.
You have
We,
nothing to trade.
we
If
don't
you're
have
sanctioned,
nothing. We don't have anything to trade.
If Pakistan is sanctioned the way Iran is sanctioned, Pakistan will be finished.
If Iran did not end up, we would not either. We have fertile land. We have actually smarter people.
Who
Somehow,
told you that?
it
No, no,
is
no, 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 no. You don't have smarter
actually
people. Iranian average
okay.
IQ is bigger than yours.
We are street smart. We make things, work.
Yeah.
You are street smart, brother. Listen. Listen, I swear, I'm not lying to you. I swear, every second friend that I speak to in Pakistan, the second question after saying, "How are you?" and all, he says, "Is there any way, you can take me out of Pakistan?" Everybody is
Yes,
leaving Pakistan. And you saying
that is
that they are
that is
street
being
smart.
street smart. Yeah, that
It's
is
street
being
smart
street smart.
to get out of the
I mean,
country, to run away.
No,
yeah,
Mr. Sahid, what he's trying to say.
that's a very
No,
good
no, hold
thing to
on.
say.
I've completely understood what Sid is saying because there are not enough streets in Pakistan because they've not made any in many places. So they want to go to countries where there are streets because they're street smart.
No, but
Exactly.
forget that.
Exactly.
Don't try to get into the nitty gritty of the thing.
We could be dhaba
But
smart. We have a lot of dhabas.
we can also be cow smart. We have a lot of cows.
Yeah, we have a lot of cows.
Shaji is
But
100%
anyway,
right. When they reach to those trees, then they will be smart. Don't worry.
oh, those people who do reach those streets, they are very street smart. But because it is a very good decision to get out of Pakistan, we're just not able to. Uh, but the point is, if Iran survived, we have, a better chance at it. So
Why? Do you know how much oil Iran got? How it survived Iran? How did it survive with the oil?
because it had
Do you know?
oil, they don't have a lot of other things.
Like what? Like what Pakistan has and Iran doesn't? Please.
Oh no, all the things that Pakistan has, so do they. We have
For
more of
example, brother, for instance,
food,
what Pakistan has?
food resources, woods, minerals, iron, industry, manufacturing hubs. We have more than them.
90% of food, fruits, oil, petrol in Balochistan comes from Iran. Even electricity comes from Iran to Balochistan. If you knew.
And
90% 90% of the fruit that you eat in Punjab, they come from Iran, repacked in Balochistan in a Pakistani packs, and goes to Punjab. You know, the dry fruit, the
did
fruits, the
that
oil,
happen
the cooking oil, you know, all these things, they come from Iran.
when the
Pakistan
sanctions
doesn't have these
happened?
things.
No, Mr. Shahid, you're not understanding the way that I'm taking all of this. When
Yeah.
the sanctions happened, Iran was much worse than Pakistan. Iran, even today, is in a lot of ways much worse than Pakistan.
I would like to stop you for a second. You're saying that when the sanctions occurred, Iran was in a worse condition than Pakistan.
I would like to believe so.
On what
That
ground?
happened after the sanctions. They basically were cut
Before the
off from the.
sanctions.
Pardon?
Before the sanctions, what was the
Oh no!
economy?
Before the sanctions, they were much better than Pakistan. They were a bloody kingdom.
No, but economically, what? How were they faring?
Uh, there were problems, a lot of problems actually, but it was not
Economically,
as, yeah, economically, because a lot of their resources were being, taken out, just like Sudan
actually,
happening right now.
Iran was actually economically a developed country. There's no
Yes,
doubt about that. What GCC is right now, Iran was back then.
yes, I understand that, but I was
It
talking
was
about how
also
their
a
economy.
holiday destination for the West. You carry on.
Yes, but the point is, if Iran can survive or could have survived, so could have we. My point in all of this was, uh, actually, where was this discussion heading? That if Iran could, survive with all of this, so could we. The point was, when I was saying that the shackles are comfortable, uh, people say that after Iran, it's going to be Turkey and then it's going to be Pakistan. I don't think so. The reason being, we are already sold out. They already have us. If our establishment can try to, work with Americans to take out the
Sid,
Iranian diplomats,
Sid,
then that means that we are already out. They're
hold
not
on,
going to take
hold
us
on.
out.
So the first half before I got interrupted and I got a phone call, before that first half we established that Iran was kind of a developed country before the revolution occurred. After the revolution and after the sanctions, when you look at Iran in the current situation, do you consider that to be a more developed country than Pakistan, or do you see that as an underdeveloped country compared to Pakistan?
I would say it has much less than Pakistan because in that decade, Pakistan was developing very fast.
In what, on what grounds? Like what does Pakistan have which Iran doesn't? Is the education system in terms of literacy rate, is that higher in Pakistan than Iran? Is for the standard of living, the roads, the infrastructure. What's better in Pakistan compared to Iran?
You are trying to ask a question that is expanding over. I mean, at what point are you asking? If you're asking as of right now, no, right now Pakistan does not have an education system better than Iran. I'm talking about the whole timeline. My argument is that if Iran could have done it, if Iran can survive, so can Pakistan. But the main point that I was trying to convey there was that when people say that after Iran they will attack Turkey and then they will attack Pakistan, my main point was that no, they would not, because we are already sold out. They already have us, just like they already have Jordan. They would never attack Jordan. Why would they? It's already a part of the greater Israel. They
I
would
will
never
tell you,
attack
brother, why.
Egypt.
I will tell you why. I will tell you why.
Yes, yes.
You see, Iraq was United States' best friend, and there are so many examples I can give you. So Pakistan has already, like as you say, and I agree with you, Pakistan has already sold itself to the West. Yes, I agree with you 100%. The only problem are the nukes and the nuclear and the missile system Pakistan has. Now I give you example. General Asim Munir went to the United States. Then he was attending a dinner by a Pakistani community, and he bragged in Washington, on the U.S. soil, that if Pakistan was hit, then it will take half of the world with it. Yeah. So he bragged about the nukes. Israel Netanyahu is on record. He said, no, after Iran, the Pakistani nukes are trouble. Yes, they will not attack Pakistan. They will not put embargo because they will only ask Pakistan to surrender their nuclear program. Otherwise, we'll do this and Pakistan will surrender it. And yes, I believe you. They will not attack Pakistan because Pakistan will not stand up. If they say give up your nukes, give up your nuclear program, otherwise we are putting sanctions on you. No IMF, no nothing. Pakistan will surrender and say okay, take it, but please let us survive. That's it.
No, but I don't agree with that because Pakistan have faced sanctions because of making the nuclear bomb. Why would they give up now? I don't think our problem is America and Israel in the first place. Our problem is mainly India, right? And as long as India have nukes, Pakistan is not giving up nukes, no matter what. That is one thing. But then there is this old quote about by Henry Kissinger. He says, "To be an enemy of America can be dangerous, but to be friend is fatal." And
Yes.
well, time and again it has been proven. But then what I was about to say next. Oh yeah, so there's this journalist in Islamabad called Anas Malik, and he said that there was this a real bombing near the embassy of Islamabad. I don't know how legit that is. It's just I tried to look for a news snippet of it. I couldn't find any. And it says there's been a real bombing near the embassy of Pakistan and the residence of Pakistani ambassador in Tehran in Iran a very short while ago. Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. It was in the embassy of Pakistan in Iran. Oh, I'm so sorry, I got it wrong.
Yeah, it was in Tehran. Earlier when I came to this discussion, I said that maybe because now Pakistan, the plot about Iranian leadership in Pakistan and getting killed, and now it's being exposed on the social media in the world. Maybe that was the reason Israel bombed, as a warning to Pakistan that you are in within our reach, even in Tehran. So it's just an assumption at the moment, but yes, it
Or
happened in
maybe
East
it just
Tehran.
happened because North Korean embassy was also bombed. But they're trying to get North Korea involved. And Shahid sir, I think you were very unfair to Kim Jong Un. I mean, he might be a dictator and a very bad one, but I don't think he ever started a war.
No,
I
no,
mean, the guy
nobody
just
has
literally
started
mind
a
his own
war.
business.
No, I said China
No, but
will
you
not do
said that the
anything.
guy is
I'm gonna
crazy. No, no, no.
repeat. Yeah, I'm gonna repeat.
Uh,
I'm gonna repeat
uh,
my words.
uh.
China will not do anything. Russia will not do anything. The only problem is North Korea because Kim is kind of a crazy person. That
No, but what did Kim do that it is crazy? He
no,
haven't
no, no, no,
started any war.
no, no, no. You don't have to be crazy that you have started a war in the past. Your reactions, sudden reactions, can prove you a crazy person, because if he fears his survival, if he fears that the nukes have been used, he's not going to care about America or Israel. Russia and China will, but he will not. So that's how he's crazy, because that Urdu thing they said, "Hum to डूबे सनम तुम्हें भी लेके डूबेंगे" wala example, na.
Mm-hmm.
So Kim is that kind of a person. What I was saying is, bearing the consequences in mind by Israel and the United States, they will not nuke Iran. They don't fear is China or Russia, but only North Korea has the capability of going crazy, doing something stupid, which they fear. That's the only point I was trying to say. I love the guy. I don't call him crazy in a bad sense. No country has started wars more than United States. I stand on my I'm with you on that. Korea never started a war, but America fears North Korea.
There's another interesting thing about North Korea. So North Korea is a rogue state as far as majority of the world is concerned, but they seem to be extremely aligned to China. And another interesting part is that when the Americans wanted to meet Kim Jong, or whatever, or however his name is pronounced, uh, he basically, rather than going directly, first took a train from North Korea all the way into China, where the Chinese president received him, set him off on Chinese president's airline, his presidential plane, and that was China basically giving a message to that occurred in the first term of Donald Trump, if I'm not wrong. That was a huge message that this is a country who is very close to us. And I think that's something which the world kind of also fears, that it's going to, China is not going to be coming on the front foot whenever it's required. It's going to be North Korea who is going to be unleashed before it ever comes to China. And he's empowered himself, and he would love to come back into and bring back North Korea into the global community in a more freer way, on his own terms, I think. But again, that's just an assessment. I can be wrong. What happened? Everyone's gone quiet. I think we've exhausted ourselves.
Yeah,
Am
I
I?
think so.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
Do you have
I
anything to
mean,
say about the about the Pakistan assault on Afghanistan again? They've started. I think they're starting it again.
Yes, we heard, I think today Pakistan attacked Afghanistan again. And the only thing I can say is Pakistan is doing such stupid things. In the long run, it's gonna hurt Pakistan. Trust me, it's gonna hurt Pakistan.
In what sense?
In every sense, you are making somebody your enemy who's your next door. Look at uh, the mindset of people in Balochistan and Pashtunkhwa. They are already uh, going against the Pakistan army and the current regime. What's been done to them? Now you do it with Afghanistan. You know that there are Afghanistan and the Pashtuns in Pakistan. They are the same people, but on the in Afghanistan they have Baloch population also, and Afghanistan and Balochistan has long relationship way before Pakistan came into being. So when you make enemies without any reason, when you make enemies just because Trump wants you to, then it's gonna come back to Afghanistan doesn't have an air force, but Afghanistan can make trouble inside Pakistan,
But they do
very
make trouble
easily.
in Pakistan. But they do make trouble in Pakistan.
No, that's only the DGISPR tweets, which I don't believe.
Mm, I would disagree here, being from a tribal belt myself. Even though
Where are
TDP,
you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Waziristan.
I Have you
So,
changed your name? You're somebody else on the Twitter. Am I right, Shadi?
yes, I'm Medusa on Twitter.
Okay, no. I I already don't agree with you on many things. So
So, so this is real name That's right. Yes.
No, but I understand that. But there is an issue you have to address, because this is something I've seen with my own eyes. The TTP right now, in Tira Valley, the TTP is local, right?
Yeah.
But in Waziristan, the TTP is no more local. People don't know who
Yes.
they are, what dialect they're speaking. The dialect is not local. A lot of people think that they're just being hired by the army to make this chaos,
Mm.
but they're actually outsiders. So there is an issue on the other side as well, because the Taliban do not want to contain TTP because they're scared that America might attack again. They're not in control of the TTA, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, sorry, I don't know if this is your real name or not, but anyway, uh, what I'm saying, Maham, that what you said about Tira and Waziristan, okay, I agree with you, but the common people in Balochistan and Pashtunkhwa, they don't like the Punjabi or the Punjabi army, as we say. I'm from Balochistan. I know since I was a kid, I grew up. Not a single Baloch ever accepted Pakistan as their country, not accepted Pakistan army as their army. The ones I grew up with, you can give me example of Sarfaraz Bukti, you will say he's a Baloch, or Anwar Kakar, he's a Pashtun. But the ones that we grew up in school and college and university, they do not accept Pakistan. And on top, when Pakistan do these things to Afghanistan, we all know the Trump threatened Afghanistan for the Bagram air base, and the next thing you know, Nawaz Sharif, Shehbaz Sharif, and General Asim went to Washington, and the next day they started bombing. The main point is, which everybody asks, and I ask, Pakistan openly says that all these, sorry I hate this word, fitnatul Hindustan, yeah, or they are the proxies of India. Why Pakistan is not attacking India? You know, just because Afghanistan is a soft target, they don't have air force. You call them fitnatul Hindustan, but you're not doing any fight with India. You're only
Yeah, but
attacking
they're
of.
not coming from the Indian side, right? We have no proof. It's just speculation. They're not coming from the Indian side,
So
are
when
they?
it comes to India, you say it's a speculation. There's no proof. But when it comes to Afghanistan, you trust each and every word they say about it. Yeah,
No,
you
I
say, yeah,
don't.
it
I
is
don't.
from Afghanistan.
No, 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 no. See. I do have my objection about certain things, but I was just clarifying the point that being from Waziristan, this is what's happening locally. That's all I said.
When there was a
Uh,
jihad, the so-called jihad in Afghanistan,
mhm.
who brought all these
I,
outsiders to
I,
Waziristan?
I'm completely against this whole thing. I was even against the Taliban takeover. Pakistan should have helped Ashraf Ghani, but I think it doesn't work out for Pakistan. That government, they didn't like it. It was the same thing as what happened with Iran, right? They went against the Shah of Iran because Zia wanted a more religious government. We went against Ashraf Ghani because we wanted a more religious government, and it always backfired. So that's a lesson we actually don't
But
learn.
like I once tweeted, I don't know, maybe I will sometimes send it to you. I said it's not about, you know, uh, who is running Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani or Karzai or Taliban. Pakistan's problem is with Afghanistan. It can't see it prosper. It can't see it in peace. The main problem is Afghanistan for Pakistan, not who is ruling it. Like you said, during Ashraf Ghani, Pakistan blamed the government, the Afghanistan government, for having Indian consulates and Indian proxies and Indian help. During Karzai, Pakistan said the same thing. Then when Taliban came, General Faiz went there and fantastic tea and what's his name, Khwaja Asif, Allah Akbar, and this and that. But when Taliban didn't listen to them, now Taliban are also fitnatul Hindustan. So it's not about Taliban or Ashraf Ghani or anything. It's about Afghanistan. Pakistan cannot see, a prospering, happy, peaceful Afghanistan. I don't know why they are inviting. In the long run, I tweeted this also. I said, in the long run, Pakistan will be on the losing side. Believe me and trust me,
But
Pakistan is not capable of fighting long wars.
right. So I just want to, this is just a question. Don't take it, matlab, don't take it as an offensive one, but I'm still going to ask it. If Pakistan, who is on the stronger side, right, he have problem with India, and they don't want Afghanistan to be in relationship with India. Why don't the Afghan listen? Because, like, take an example, like Pakistan, they listen. Like, there's a sanction on Iran, we don't buy oil from Iran. Why? Because we don't want to be trampled on, right? So why can't Afghanistan, like, why, what is it with that they have with diplomacy? Why is it always about their zid and them saying that, oh, we're going to do what we're going to do? Why don't they, if they have a neighbor that they could, like, if they have a neighbor that could help them, why do they have to go to India? What's the point of going all the way on the other side that you have no borders with, rather than protecting your border?
First, I will translate your question. Your question is why Afghanistan doesn't make their policy as
Mhm.
per Pakistan's instructions. Why?
Yeah,
Why? Yeah, exactly. That's what is your question.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Afghanistan is
Listen,
a sovereign country. Why would they
no,
listen to Pakistan?
I understand that. I understand that. But if you're in a position where you're in a position where you could be harmed, why not look out for yourself and for your diplomacy and just listen to
To Pakistan,
Pakistan?
a bully next door. Just if you went to the school and
If
somebody
if
bullied
if
you,
Pakistan don't Pakistan listen to America?
Pakistan is slave. Pakistan is surviving because of America.
You
So
know,
why
I
why
think
would
it's
Why don't Afghanistan do the same thing? Why don't they just
why?
survive for
Because
a
they
little
they
while?
got ghairat,
Well,
they
it's
got
this.
morals.
How did it work out for them? They did
What do
Ghairat
you,
when they were protecting Osama bin Laden. How did that work out for them? They
who
could
is
have just given
protecting
up
Osama
Osama.
bin Laden? Sorry
No,
again. Sorry.
no. Shahid bhai, Shahid sir, listen to me. What I'm
No,
saying
don't
is
call me sir.
that
I'm Shahid. Okay, I'm very down
no,
to
no, no,
earth. Yeah,
no,
just
no,
call
it's
me
okay.
Shahid.
It's
No
just
sir.
out of respect.
No,
So the
thank
point
you.
is that when Mullah Umar was asked for to hand over Osama bin Laden, he
Yeah,
said that no, he's my guest. I won't give him back. And then
yeah.
that turned into 20 years of war, right?
On on on
They could
on
have
whose
taken the
yeah,
diplomatic route
like what route?
by giving away Osama bin Laden.
Do you believe Osama bin Laden was in Afghanistan?
It's not about Osama bin Laden being in Afghanistan. If it
Then,
was not, Mullah Umar completely refused to give him. Like, he could have said, we don't have him. He could have
but
said, we
you
don't
heard
have him.
Osama
all
bin,
that on the media.
Osama bin Laden also at one point said that I didn't do, the 9/11
Yeah.
uh, attacks.
Yeah, well,
Does
he
it really
accepted it in the
matter?
start. He should have never accepted it. Should have never accepted it if he could not
Do
stand the
we
consequences
believe
of it.
it? I mean, for a
We're not
generation,
going into
people assumed that
we're not
that the Taliban destroyed the Buddha statues because they were, uh, idols, and people believed that.
I mean, they
No,
did.
my
I mean,
question to Maham is, do you not believe then in the 80s, Osama bin Laden was a paid CIA agent? Do you believe it or not?
It's not about if he was paid or not. I do understand there are some stories about him being part of CIA. The point is what Mullah Umar did with that opportunity. He could have handed him
I am
over. The
saying
story would have ended.
what I'm saying is Osama bin Laden was not in Afghanistan, he was in Pakistan. America was looking for excuse to bomb Muslim countries.
Not, he might have shifted later on to
No, no, no. One second.
wasn't he
Was
in
there
Tora Bora? Wasn't
one
he
second.
in Tora Bora?
No, was there
Where did Hamid Mir
nuclear
interview him?
was there mass weapons of destructions ever found in Iraq?
Yeah, I do agree with that part of the story.
Okay.
America
So
just
that is
interviewed him.
these are the excuses United States uses to attack Muslim countries. 9/11 was an excuse to attack Afghanistan, and Iraq. They attacked Iraq for the mass, whatever
Weapon
weapons
of
of
mass
destruction.
destruction.
Yeah, all these are the examples of United States and the NATO attacking Muslim countries on the basis of fake fake stories. In the end, CIA came, America came and says sorry about Iraq. Oh, we didn't get the correct information. Exactly the same way they bombed and bombed and bombed Afghanistan. In the end, they found Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. So what I'm saying is, America always find excuses to bomb Muslim countries, and the latest
I agree with
example
that.
is Iran. We
Yeah.
right now are talking about Iran. That's the latest example. You know when the first when the first time the American brought a resolution against Iran saying that it is making a nuclear bomb. Do you know the year?
Yeah, it was some.
1996. I don't know if you were
Mhm.
born there or not. 1996, Clinton brought a resolution in the United Nations saying Iran
Yeah.
is making a nuclear bomb.
Hmm.
So every war that is imposed on Muslim countries is basically is a lie.
I
United
do
States,
understand that.
yeah, that's it.
Actually,
That's it.
I want
All
to
other
point
things.
out, Shahid bhai,
But
I actually want to point out the notion which Ma'am, put forth that since somebody else is stronger, why don't you just agree that? And I do not understand how low the human condition has to fall to, think like that. Uh,
I feel like
I,
you know what. If it was in my control, I would actually not want the Iran war to happen as well. But it's not in my control. But Iran is holding up a country in a position of like Afghanistan, who's very weak. I mean, it's like Afghanistan right now is one of the weakest country on earth, right? What they could do right now is look out for them. Later on, they want to make their own foreign policy and everything. Once they're strong
we
enough,
have
that's
to
different.
fight
But
for
for now, I
ourselves.
think I personally think if I was the ruler of Afghanistan, I would not pick this fight.
Yeah, the point is the fight picks you.
Not really.
I
The
mean,
other
you
side
can
is
you
also
can
very
you
stubborn.
can you can stop being yourself like Pakistan. You
Hmm.
can completely be enslaved. Like I said, the shackles are comfortable, but the thing is that
Yes,
makes
that's
you
the thing. The
captive.
shackles are comfortable because we're surviving at this point.
I
Someday when
I
Pakistan is not in a survival
I,
mode,
I
That's
the
a
story
have
will
a
very,
be different.
very
We
well.
will
That's a
not
very
survive. We have not
degraded
survived actually.
We
policy.
actually
We
have
have not.
survived.
I have a
We
We,
completely
have.
opposite opinion to of what you
Mhm.
guys think in terms of Afghanistan. I don't think Afghanistan is weak. I think that bombing Afghanistan on Pakistan's part is a very incorrect thing,
Yeah,
because
agreed.
what that would do is increase the TTP movement. People who they are going to bomb are only going to show resilience, nothing more. It's going to come in the streets and roads of Pakistan. And on top of that, they do realize that there is a lot of people in Pakistan, even though they might be a minority, and not just Pashtuns or Baloch, even Punjabis and Sindhis, who buy to that ideology, and
Mhm.
who happen to be in major cities, in the media, everywhere. And at any stage in time, those people also happen to be in the establishment. And it's a matter of time. If Pakistan was ever to go to that side, it won't be a collapse of Pakistan. I don't see it that way. I think people holding a similar view will basically be in charge of the Pakistani establishment, and that is the long game in their perspective. So I think that's a very dangerous game to play. By bombing Afghanistan, a lot of people from Pakistan, basically the ultra nationalists, they keep thinking what they're doing is actually going to achieve something, but no. all that will do, just in the same way, it was the same people who were happy when Taliban took over 4 or 5 years ago, and when the Doha Agreement was signed, and they thought that somehow the shackles of slavery have been fucking broken. Really sorry about my French, but uh, but I apologize for that. But the thing is, those shackles which were broken, those shackles are now getting broken on your streets. In terms of TTP and the bomb blasts and everything else, the terrorist attacks, they've amplified by 280%. 280% amplification in terms of insecurity is a huge, huge, huge amplification. And
What do
that's
you think is the solution? What do you think is the solution to this?
Not
How is
bombing.
Afghanistan?
People have to understand. Uh, 2 minus 10 terrorists equals 20 terrorists. It is not 8
Mhm.
terrorists. The
Look,
only
the
way,
thing
and
is, I'm hoping that at least everyone on the panel will not be, nobody would be supporting the ideology of Taliban or any kind of extremist thing, or at least like people, but there are people who do that as well. The thing is that anyone who's going to, so Pakistan or anyone within this region, whether they're from a separatist movement, whether they are from an ethnic movement, whether they are from a nationalist background, I do not believe that they want their children or their future generations to basically live under a Taliban like regime. And that's not an ideal situation, just like the Afghans don't in their majority. I'm sure people who are in Pakistan as well as in the UK, we come across Afghans on a daily basis, and all Afghan brothers who I've met in my entire life, nobody actually supports Taliban, and they've been advocates against it, and Pakistan should have never supported them. And it's time to rectify that, not by attacking them, but empowering other people, not accepting them, isolating that regime. That regime has to go. That regime has to go naturally, not by force, by an external force like Pakistan or US or anyone else, because I genuinely believe that that's not the kind of ideology which the Afghan, at least I've never met a single Afghan within Afghanistan, in Pakistan, in the UK, who's basically gone out and endorsed Taliban. The only people who I've ever met who supported the Taliban, they're
The
all
Pakistanis.
they're all Pakistani.
I think that you have a bit of a survivor's bias there.
I think
It's
there
quite,
is this new
yeah,
there's
it's
this
quite
another
similar.
thing as
It's
well.
quite similar to the Iranian diaspora, because the Iranian diaspora is, non-Muslims. They hate Islam, or at least present themselves as
Oh dear
such,
Lord.
visibly on the social media. Uh, they hate, even the concept of religion. They show it like that. They want to be,
Hmm.
have liberated clothes, and all of
Say,
those things. But
you did not hear what I said. I said I have never met a Afghan in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, or in the UK who supports the Taliban. I've only ever met Pakistani and Indian Muslims and diaspora Muslims who support the Taliban. I've never ever met a single person who's of Afghan origin who's a
But
Taliban.
at the same time, Shaji, sorry for cutting you, at the same time, yeah, will you ever come across, or have you ever come across an Afghan, regardless of he hates Taliban or he loves Ashraf Ghani, whatever, yeah? Just an Afghan, will a Afghan ever accept any invaders attack on Afghanistan? That's the main question.
Nope.
Nope. Thank you.
The, the,
This is the thing.
the,
This is the thing that they need to understand, people like Maham, that regardless of who's ruling Afghanistan, not a single Afghan likes Pakistan to come and bomb them. You know, because they're very patriot to their motherland. They're very patriotic people. They will fight with each other for 100 years, but as soon as an invader attacks them, they will become united against the invader. That's the You are a Pashtun, Maham, you know that. Regardless of how much problem you have in your house, but if an outsider comes, you're going to stand with your family. Yeah, that is the psychology of Afghans. I don't care, people, Afghans
I
don't like
understand.
Taliban. Yeah,
I just want to add one thing that I do understand that part, but
yeah.
there are Tajik people who are anti-Afghanistan, who are from Afghanistan, because we cannot just say Afghanistan is all Pashtun.
No, 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 no
There
Tajik,
are this
no
Tajik
Tajik.
community.
All the Tajik that you see on Twitter, they are all Pakistani accounts. To be very, very honest with you, not a single Tajik is appreciating Pakistan bombing Afghanistan. N- My question is, Shaji and Maham, my question is, how many fronts can Pakistan involve itself in? Like, look at Pakistan's condition, look at Pakistan's economy, there are 25 million children in Pakistan are out of school. Economy, look at the what you call it, situation, the security situation, look at political situation, look at everything. But Pakistan wants to open a front with Afghanistan, Pakistan wants to open a front with India, Pakistan wants to fight with Baloch, Pakistan wants to fight with Pashtun, Pakistan wants to fight with everybody. Is it not crazy? Any,
I
like, I
think it's
100% agree with Shaji. You know, in the long run, it's gonna hurt Pakistan. Pakistan is not America. Pakistan is not strong economically. Russia broke with all the hundreds of thousands of nukes. It broke into pieces, the USSR, because it had a weak economy. Same is the situation with Pakistan. The nukes will not save Pakistan if its economy is going down the drain. This is the reality of the world. Pakistan needs to become a stable country first itself. Pakistan needs a proper democracy. Pakistan needs a strong economy. Pakistan cannot open different fronts with this kind of situation. This is the main, my last bit of this conversation.
I think one of the only situations in which this can end would be if somehow Pakistan just takes over all of the Pashtun areas of Afghanistan. Then we just say that, yeah, the Pashtun is not an Afghan ethnicity, it's a Pakistani ethnicity, like the
Brother,
Punjabis
just
and the
go.
You know
Sindhis.
what? I agree with
brother
that. I
brother
think
just go.
I personally
Brother,
think that
just go. No, no, Muhammad, one second. Brother, just go.
Afghanistan,
Just
then
go and take over.
majority.
No, just go and take over your Pashtunkhwa parts of Tira, Banu, and all first. Then talk about Afghanistan. Just go to a part of Balochistan with Pakistani flag. Then talk about Afghanistan, brother. Which world are you living in?
But
There are
Shahid
parts.
sir, but Shahid sir,
Yeah.
don't you think it's more beneficiary for us that we the Afghan if the Afghan join Pakistan, we will be in majority. Do you get what I'm trying to say? We will be in majority. We could
The
easily take over the
Pashtuns
country.
are already a majority in Pakistan. There are more Pashtun in
Yeah,
Pakistan
Pashtuns
than
are
there are
already
in
in majority in
Afghanistan.
Pakistan, and they are suffering. They're suffering for last 78 years.
But we could be a little bit more, no?
No, so what happened then? If you are already suffering in Pakistan, what change is going to bring? How are you going to do it? Do you think
Well,
Afghanistan is
to
just a
be
piece of
honest,
cake?
everybody is suffering in Pakistan, not just the Pashtuns. And
No, no,
when I
no, 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 brother. One question one question will destroy your this thing. One question, just one question. Since 1947 till 2026, give me an example of one military operation in Punjab. That's it.
the one that they did against
There
the
was one recently against DLP.
no,
No,
not
no,
just
no, no,
that.
no, 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 no,
The
no,
one
no.
that they did against the Kache Kedaku,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
that
yeah,
happened.
yeah. Brother, I'm talking about, give me an example of a military operation that happened in Waziristan and Balochistan where Pakistani jets bombed, Cobra helicopters bombed civilians. Give me an example in the 78 years of Pakistan, which Punjab areas Pakistan bombed. And I will give you plenty of examples of Balochistan and Pashtunkhwa. You give me one example in Punjab.
Well, I'm sorry, we don't have those.
Thank you.
You
That's it.
want to
That's
be
a,
born? No, are you saying that the economical and the uh, legislative suffering that is happening that has happened in Punjab, like whenever people say that the Pashtun are oppressed and the Baloch are the oppressed and the Sindhis and the Muhajirs are oppressed,
now come to
somehow
economy. Come to
uh,
economy.
you
Come to
there
economy.
are people who dehumanize Punjabis, okay?
No,
Because they
no,
just say
come.
no, the Punjabis have not been oppressed. We have been. The majority of the people who supported, actually not majority, a fair chunk. Actually, it might be a majority of the people who have been put in jails because of supporting Imran Khan are from Punjab. There is financial
Brother,
exploitation
now
happening
I
in
first I
Punjab as
asked you
well.
military operation. I'm gonna ask you economic question now. 1 second. Economic question, yeah? I have seen in Punjab on the both sides of the road in Sialkot and other parts, factory opposite a factory. Factory opposite. I counted the miles. I went 12 miles from Sialkot to Ogagay, one village. 12 miles I saw factories. Now, please, please name me one factory in Balochistan. One factory.
I wouldn't know. I'm from
Thank you.
Sialkot.
There is none. There is none.
Well, then
Bhutto,
how is Punjab or Punjabis supposed to be blamed for there not being factories in Balochistan? Because I
I
assure
will
you,
tell you.
as a
I will tell you
Sialkoti,
how.
that
I will
the
tell you
factories
how the
that we made,
Punjabis.
the government did not give us our
I
factories.
will tell you how,
Actually,
brother.
the
I will tell
government
you
gave
how.
us nothing.
Brother, I will tell you how. Okay? The gas in Balochistan was produced in 1954 in Sui. Listen to this. 1954, the gas was produced in Balochistan. By the end of the year, the factories in Punjab were running with that gas, and Quetta, the capital of Balochistan, the gas was brought in 1981. 100 kilometer, less than 70 miles from Quetta, the Sui capital of Quetta, did not had the gas. You know my village name is Job. We are living in 21st century. This is 2026. We don't have gas this day. But you go to Jhelum, you go to Chakwal, you go to Gujranwala, you go anywhere in Punjab, the smallest village, you will see gas. Factories are running with the gas. And you saying, why the people of Balochistan feel that way? Man, I can give you hundreds examples sitting here.
You know,
I'm not I'm not
hold
villainizing
on,
the
Sid.
Baloch people
Sid,
for
Sid,
this.
Sid. One thing I'd like to mention. I think it was in 2014 when I visited Sui. And one of the things which I noticed over there was very, very interesting. And this is for anyone who's listening or who's ever going to listen. They should basically figure this one out. I saw that all the representatives in that particular area where they were drilling the gas out from, they have a society which can only be compared to defense DHA, very posh society, and it's gated. And outside of that society, which is gated, there's no gas. People are burning wood. There are like areas from where like dips of gas come out and people like burn it or somehow try and save it or whatever they do. That's how they're surviving. Now, if I was a child in Sui and I was growing up watching this, that these people from all over Pakistan basically come in, they've got all the facilities on earth. This is coming out from my ground. They're basically taking these pipelines to everywhere across Pakistan, right? There's what, just 20 million people in that province. It's producing everything. You can't accommodate them. That should have been ideally been the first province to get gas. That should have been ideally the first province to have benefited from that entire situation. If they say that it was not an economic hub, I'm really sorry. They still want to make it an economic hub right now. It would have been a very different story right now. If they would have developed it, they would have developed the port over there. It would have cost much less to build an infrastructure in terms of gas and everything else, and you would not have so many people basically having that grudge. Livelihoods have been destroyed. You cannot basically deny that.
But the thing is
I
that
also
it
want to point
wasn't
out.
it Sid,
I,
Sid, give me a moment, give me a moment. Isha, I would agree with you, but didn't the Bukti problem generally keeping all the army chiefs in mind? Majority of them were not Punjabi. The Bukti problem was Musharraf, who was a Mahajar, right? So I understand there are problem in Balochistan and they need to be addressed and everything, but blaming Punjabi for it, like a normal person like Sid, would be unfair because they're also facing the same economy as us. I think we need to. What the only reason that Pakistan is not, getting out of this situation is because we're too busy in these ethnic wars to actually focus that it's actually the elites who are destroying everything. And the elites have all kind of people. They have the Sayyids, they have the Pashtun, they have Aloj, they have Punjabi, they have Kashmiri, and all of them have. They're just making us fight with each other over this ethnic thing because a normal Punjabi and a normal Baloch don't really have anything to fight about, but they're still fighting. A normal Punjabi and Pashtun, there's no reason to fight each other. Both are poor. Why are they fighting? So I think it's not about the issues in Balochistan, which we already know are there. It's about how the direction of the blame is misled. Like it's not the normal Punjabis or living in Punjab who are doing that to them, right? It is the elite class who do that because they get their vote from Punjab. They're the majority, so they get their vote from Punjab.
No, I
it's
understand that, and I
it's
did
not
not.
just that, but I want to
Hold,
point out. Chaji, you pointed out that
hold
the
on,
community
I
of.
want to correct something. So I pointed out what the situation and problems in Balochistan are. Now, are Punjabis to blame for that? No, I don't think so. Because then, if you look at Punjab, and that's where I disagree with Shahid Bhai, and he should basically check that out as well. If you look at the ethnic Punjabi, they are not actually rulers of Punjab. If you look at just the southern Punjab region, you'll find a lot of Baloch Sardars, you'll find a lot of Pashtuns, you'll find a lot of Sayyids. If you look at Lahore, Lahore is like traditionally ruled by the Niazis, by Qazalbash, by the Sayyids. Again, ethnic Punjabis are nearly not even existent. Even Kashmiris are there. Look at the politicians who have come out of Punjab. Majority of them, apart from the Chaudhries, have never been ethnically Punjabi. Who has Punjab been ruled by? Who are the political classes of Punjab? Look at Busdar. Look at the
But
Sharif.
yeah, and
Yeah.
recently it came to Maryam Sharif, who is not even ethnically a Punjabi. It came very easy to her to remove the Sher Shah Suri statue and put the Gakar one on. Even though I personally think there's no problem with that. I mean, they're just statues. We're not Hindus at the end of the day. Why are we bowing down to idols? But my point is, it was actually a non-Punjabi elite who was trying to bring this chaos between Punjabi and Pashtun, which was not supposed to be there. I don't think any Punjabi or any Pashtun at that point cared about the Gakar or the Suri thing until it became a problem, which was on purpose.
Shaji, you just said one thing when you were in Dera Bukti. You said if I grew up in Sui as a Baloch, as the local, and I experienced those things, I would have said the same. Yeah, exactly. These were your words almost. Yeah. So when I, as a as a as a son of Baloch soil, I've traveled all over Pakistan by road. When I enter, I go from Quetta to Dar Ismail Khan. From Dar Ismail Khan, I cross Chashma Biraj and I enter Punjab. I used to. I'm not in Pakistan now. As soon as I cross the Chashma Barrage and enter the Punjab, a common police sipahi who is like a common Punjabi, he is not a DC, he's not an army general. His all attitude changed when he looked at my ID card. As soon as he knew I'm from Quetta, his all attitude changed. I go to Lahore, I go to Islamabad, I go Multan. I've been all over Punjab. I can see wherever at the checkpoint, wherever, in some place, if they know I am not from Punjab, I'm coming from Quetta, I'm coming from Balochistan, their attitude suddenly changed. Like you said, if you grew up in Sui watching all those, so we were not born this way, but what we experienced in the universities, in the colleges, what we experienced in different departments in Punjab, in Islamabad, and all, that's how it molded us. That's how we became anti Punjab. That's how we became anti Pakistan army. What we experienced in our life. Like when I was a kid, when we went to Karachi, I swear to you, Shaji, I did not know the difference, like between a Pashtun and like a Maiman or Mahajir or whoever did not spoke Pashto. We used to call him Punjabi. I mean, that's the kind of innocent people we were. We thought it's either Pashtun or Punjabi. We did not know what is a Maiman, what is a Mahajir, what is a Kachi, or all these other groups. But they taught us the life experiences with Pakistan, taught us that they look upon us, they look down upon us. Anywhere you go, I've been to many places. I had cars, vehicles registered in Islamabad, excise office, you name it, secretariat, you name it, Ministry of Interior, you name it. The attitude suddenly changes when they know you're from Balochistan. I will give you example. I tweet anything, and the most horrible abuses I receive are all Pakistani, I mean Punjabi, especially from PMLN. They call us names, all the dirty names. There are so many examples. Look at real Razi Dada account. Look at him. Look at the Raja Shehzad sitting in Denmark. Look at I mean, I can give you 100 examples. Shaji, look at the abuses they throw at us. So talking about your rights, talking about your people is a crime for us. But for Punjabis, it's their control is 66% of population is Punjab in Pakistan.
Uh, Shahid,
Yeah,
sir, I would
I,
like
I
to
want to. I
disagree.
want to. Ma'am, I would want to. You experienced, Mr. Shahid, uh, some sort of racism
Racism.
in,
Yeah,
yeah, is
racism.
racism in Sindh, in
Yeah,
Karachi, which is in Sindh, and
yeah.
somehow Punjabis are to be blamed, and Sindhis, well, who cares about the Sindhis?
I gave
Uh,
examples of Punjab,
yeah,
brother.
and yeah, of course, in Punjab, if I
Yeah,
was to, I'm from Sialkot, if I was to go in, let's say, Islamabad, where my
yeah.
younger brother is, I think the police would and does do the same thing. Maybe it has to do with the fact that his motorcycle is not, a 1 to 5. It's a bloody stupid 70. So, and he looks like kind of a, poor person. He's not as healthy as I am. Uh, Maybe it's because of that he, gets stopped by the policeman. The point is, it's in the training of policemen to be more cautious for people
Sorry,
that are
brother
not
Sid.
from the surrounding
Sorry,
area.
brother Sid. Sorry, brother Sid. I'm cutting you. Roaming around in Islamabad and stopped by police is a total different thing when you are coming from one province to another, entering the main border checkpoint. Have you seen the Chashma Barrage Punjab police checkpoint? Have you seen it? Honestly,
No, I have not.
Okay. Oh, I'll explain to you. When you enter from Chashma Barrage to Punjab, they have one camera. You have to come out. You have to walk to that camera, holding your NIC, that CNIC, in front of that camera, in front of your face, and you have to face that camera. When that camera says approve that this is a real, original national ID card of this person, then they, okay, all right, are you from Balochistan, and their whole thing is changes. I've never traveled on a 70 motorcycle. I, Alhamdulillah, always had a very nice luxury cars. I have very nice dressing, everything. But when you are entering somewhere, I'm not talking about roaming on a motorcycle in Islamabad, you get stopped. I'm talking about entering from one province to another. When we
Do
enter
you think that
Punjab, we are
Punjabis
treated
do not
different.
experience that?
Sorry?
Do you think that Punjabis do not experience that?
Where? Which province
Well,
do they?
let's you know what? Not very far. I was in Gujranwala quite recently, actually. There was a death, and we had to, take the body to the ice house for, and we decided, since we were just outside Rahwali, Kent, we decided to take it inside the CMH. And when we went in there with the dead body on the gate, everybody had to come out. Like my cousins live right outside the gate of Rawali, Kent. All of us had to come out, show our IDs, and this whole process that you're talking about.
Yeah,
Now, I'm not denying that this whole scenario is demeaning, because I know it is. I
yeah.
am not denying that this whole, uh, barriers that the elite have created are demeaning and bad and should not be there. And even if it's security concern, it's the failure of the state and the elites that we live in such a condition. But when you alienate Punjabis from that whole scenario, that's where the problem is. When you say that the Punjabis do not experience the exact same thing. When people say that Punjab has everything and Punjabis have everything and they are not suffering, that's the problem there. I
I
know that the
already
Baloch are
explained that,
suffering.
brother. I'm not going to
Yeah,
prolong the argument. I already explained that there is not a
Kazi,
single factory. There is
Shahid,
not a single
Shahid
factory
sir.
in Balochistan, but there are 2,000 factories in Punjab. There is not a single. You go, brother. Shaji has been to
why the
Balochistan.
Baloch are not
You
making
Shahid
factories?
sir, Shahid sir, I want to tell you some anecdote experience. In Waziristan, the situation is also like that. You have to come out and show your ID
Yeah,
card and all
yeah,
that
I know.
situation.
Yeah, yeah. I've
Yeah,
been to
but
Balochistan. Yeah.
but yeah, but do you know when Waziristani are exempt from that process?
What?
When the Waziristani are exempt from that process, they don't have to go through it.
I don't know since I've not been there. I
When they
don't know.
have when they have when they have someone in army.
Yes, yes, true,
Yeah,
true.
so not all of them go through it. It's just those that do not have
Poor
anyone in
bloody
army. If you have
civilians.
someone
Poor
in
bloody
army, they don't
civilians.
say anything to you.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about Punjabi or Pashtun or Baloch. It's about the difference of class.
No, not class, not class. Give
Yes,
me
it is
example.
a
You
difference of
talking
class.
about the same like Sid. You giving me example inside Waziristan. When you travel from Peshawar, when you enter Punjab, at the utter cross, if the police stop you, yeah,
Hmm.
do they treat you equally like a Punjabi or they
Never
treat
been
you?
stopped. Never been stopped.
You
Not with
must have
family,
somebody
not
in the
with friends.
army, like
I
yeah, you
I
get
I
that.
I I I I want to add something, and I don't think majority of Pakistanis, including Maham and Sid, would like what I'm about to say. But it's a fact, and you need to be truthful about these things. I have family in Mardan, and
Yeah.
half of that family carries an ID card which has a Mardan domicile. So when we come across from those places, there is a clear difference in terms of questions which are asked.
Thank you.
My grandmother holds such a NICOP with a local address from Madian,
Mm,
and she's a 60-plus-year-old woman.
yeah,
She's traveling with her grandkids, and when we're stopped, why is she? They should be asking us, where are we up to something? But they question
exactly.
her, and that's where the differentiation is. And I
Yes.
felt very bad about that because she's my grandmother.
I don't want to be mean about this, but is it possible that it's because of TTP and BLA?
Yes, it is. It is.
So technically,
There-
because of BLA also being targeting Punjabi and TTP been targeting, well,
no,
somehow
but but
Punjabi,
but but the difference
but
is,
so they kind of do see
but
a kind of a difference there.
but you
These
do, but
no, listen to me. These differences did not exist a few decades ago. It was all a free space. No, there was no army in Waziristan. There was no checkposts over there. There was no checkpost from Punjab to KPK or KPK to Punjab. Same goes for other places. But it's because of the situation that things have gone so bad. And
And who
I
created
do.
the situation? Who created the
I know,
situation?
I understand
Thank
that
you.
as well.
Thank you.
But you
Thank you.
cannot blame the normal Punjabi people
Okay,
for that.
Wait
That's
a
what I'm
second.
that
trying
is
to
Wait
the
a
say.
second.
story of
Are you
that
saying
is
that
the
the Punjabis created the situation?
yes, Punjab Army did. Yes.
I know. No, no, no,
Are
no,
there
no, no,
no
no, no,
Baloch
no.
in the army? Are there
No,
no
there is no
Pashtun or
Baloch in the
Sindhis or
army. Give
There's
Muhajirs?
there's not
example.
many Baloch in the
Give
army,
me
but there's a lot of
example.
Pashtuns.
Yeah,
Pashtuns.
Gul Khans.
Is there no Baloch
Listen,
regiment in the
Oh,
Pakistan army?
listen,
very
You're
proud Gul
telling me that
Khan.
there are
Very
no
proud
Baloch
Gul Khan.
regiments?
Very proud Gul Khan.
Maham. Listen, you are from
The,
Waziristan, yeah, and you say the before back in the days there was no army, blah blah. Everything you said, I agree with. Okay, tell me when the Pakistan Air Force jets bombed Balochistan first. Well, which year?
Shahid, sir, if you expect me to remember years and
Okay, no
numbers, you are
problem.
so
No problem.
mistaken.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. You were not even born. 1971, Pakistani Air Force jets bombed Balochistan. Murri tribes and Bukti tribes. Murri tribes had to leave Balochistan and seek
But that was a
asylum in
bookish
Afghanistan.
situation, no? I know that was a really bad
No,
thing.
no,
I've
I'm
read
talking about
about that.
70s. I'm
whatever
not
it
talking
was,
about.
what I'm trying to understand is how are you going to blame it on Punjabis and not understand the differentiation between the elite, the army, and the public? How can you how can
85,
you just say that
85, 85% of the Pakistan army is Punjabi. 85%
Not
of
85,
the
not
Pakistan,
85.
and
85%.
It's around 65 or 60.
no, I want to. Now I have a question from Shahid Bhai. Shahid Bhai,
Yes, bro.
tell me something. Like, would you consider Imran Khan to be a Punjabi, or would you consider him to be a Pashtun?
I
What?
do not consider. I was very close to Imran Khan. Very close. I was so close to Imran Khan that we traveled alone in our car by ourselves. Yeah.
Hmm,
I do not consider him Pashtun. Then, when I resigned from his party, I was the central vice president
hmm.
for his party. When I resigned, I told him on his face, I said, anybody who sides with the Pakistan army, for me, he's a Punjabi. Yeah. Although, he got mad and he got angry because Niazi tribe is supposed to be Pashtun. But I do not take him as a Pashtun. It's my choice. If you
So,
cannot
so
speak
your
Pashtun.
definition of Punjabi is not based on ethnicity. It's
No, no,
based
no, no, no. Listen, Shaji, even the Pashtuns, when they wear this uniform, the army uniform, we do not consider them as Pashtuns. We say this is an army. This is an army man. This is an
no, but
army officer.
what's your definition of a
then
Punjabi?
why do you say that it's
Hold
Punjabi?
on, I'm trying to
I,
clarify.
I'm actually astonished that you do have the facilities to understand the differences between the normal people, the regular Joe, and the elite, the army. You do have that facility,
Shahid
yet
sir,
for some
Sid is
reason you're
extremely
going to blame Punjab.
Punjabis. You are
Give me a
you are
second.
saying you're
Shahid
shying
sir,
away from saying it's the army.
yeah, give me a
I'm
second,
listening.
Sid.
I'm
Shahid
listening.
sir,
Yeah.
give me a point. Sid here, our brother is a Punjabi, and
Yes.
he is very anti, anti-army, right? You
Does
just heard him, the kind of things he said.
Does he
What do
live
you
in
think he is?
Pakistan? Does he live in
Yeah,
Pakistan?
yeah.
I live
He
in
lives in Pakistan.
Sialkot.
You
Uh.
live in Sialkot.
Yes.
Yeah, but what do you think then he is? Do you consider him Pashtun then? Should we make him honorary Pashtun?
No, 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 no. I do not.
What then
You
it's
know,
unfair to call the
I will tell
everything
you.
everyone Punjabi just because they're pro army.
No, no, I'll tell you. No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. In the end, when the time comes, everybody who sides with the Pakistan army on any issue, for me, is a Punjabi. Any issue. If it's the issue in
Why
Balochistan, if
not
it's in
Sindhi?
what?
Why not Sindhi?
Because Punjab is the occupier of the Pakistan, bro.
No,
It's,
it's
it's
not. A
occupied
normal
Pakistan.
Punjabi
Yeah.
is no. Normal Punjabi is
I do not.
just like a normal
I'm
Pashtun or
actually astonished because I thought you did not have the facility to differentiate between the elite and the regular people, but you clearly showed that you do have that capacity to the extent that you would alienate the ethnicity of an individual based on their actions. Yet you somehow, and I do not know what mental gymnastic that is, are unable to say or understand that the ethnicity or the region or the land or the city or the people of the region of Punjab are suffering as same as you, and that the army or the elite and the bureaucracy and all of these deep state people, they are the people that are doing this. Somehow you still have to make enemies out of the people that are supposed to be your friends, like me. How am I to be blamed that the Baloch did not make a factory? I did not. My factory does not use any sort of gas.
Sorry, I missed it. What you said?
wow, Shahid sir, wow.
No, this last one.
It's
This
fine.
last
So
one.
the
What?
last one was that my factory does not use any sort of gas.
You have
I
a
still have
factory in Sialkot, yeah?
a small unit, a manufacturing.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
not a
small
very big.
unit but tell me honestly, the factories in Sialkot, do they not run by gas? Not yours,
Actually,
but
uh,
ordinary.
most of them don't actually. We are manufacturing hub. We are not textile based.
Thank
Majority
you.
of our
The
majority of our trades are soccer
I'm talking
ball,
about those
surgical.
those textile factories. I'm talking about, the sports equipment, the medical equipment and all. Are they
I
not
don't know
run?
about medical. I don't think that we have medical equipment over here, but the sport equipment manufacturing hubs uh, usually do not use gas. We use electricity if you want to count that, but maybe the furnace, actually, even the furnaces are run on electricity. Uh, we don't actually, the things that we make in Sialkot don't use a lot of gas, maybe for cooking.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's another argument. So your definition of a Punjabi is not ethnic. So anyone who's Pashtun, Sayyid, Baloch living in Punjab, like
No,
Mustar,
no,
Mustar
no,
is not Punjabi.
no, 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 brother. You putting words in my
No,
mouth.
I'm asking. I'm asking.
I'm first of all, I clarified that I don't care if somebody is Pashtun, Baloch, Punjabi, Sindhi. If he wears that uniform, the khaki uniform, for us, for the people of Balochistan, he's a Punjabi. He's the part of Punjabi army. We do not call it Pakistani army. It's a Punjabi army. And I gave examples. I said
No, no,
the
I
second.
understand that part, but
Thank
my
you.
question is
That's it. Yeah.
so if, for example, Bustar, Imran Khan, we clarified Bustar, would you consider Bustar to be ethnically, sorry, not ethnically, in your terms, identity, as a Punjabi or a Baloch?
Yes, yes. Why I say that, Buzdar, I don't know, 100 years, 200 years ago, they migrated to Punjab. Yeah. by the name Zardari is a Baloch also. But you can see what Zardari is doing to the Baloch, and what Zardari, in hand in hand with the Pakistani army. Yeah. So that's a even Sarfraz Bukti is a Baloch. Yeah. So whoever sides with the Pakistan army, like Imran Khan, I witnessed with my own eyes that he was part of the Pakistan army and ISI, and they brought him to the power. I will share my resignation. It was in the media of Pakistan. You read my resignation, what I said about him. Yeah. So whoever comes with the power of the army, whoever sides with the army, whoever says this is my army, we consider him part of the Punjabi establishment, military establishment or Punjabi establishment. For us, every that person who sides with the Pakistan army in any sense is a Punjabi, because
Uh, I have a question. I have a question. Shahid,
I
sir,
you're
your second.
actually
Your
he
second.
says you're defining the problem.
Say
You're
a moment,
defining the
please.
problem completely, and then you're saying that it's Punjabi. Why is it not the
So you're
army?
technically
Give
a
me a moment. Give me a
non-Punjabi.
moment.
According
Give
to
me
him,
a.
you're a non-Punjabi,
Hello,
sir.
can
It
anyone hear
doesn't
me?
matter what I
Hello?
am. The thing is this. Ma'am,
Say
just please give me a.
a minute.
Okay.
Shahid sir, I have a confession to make. You
please.
see, I have family members in army for the
Yes, I
last
know that you said it
generation.
previously
Yeah,
in a
in last
place.
three generation, all three generations have army
Exactly.
officers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I don't support. I mean, I do think it's the only deterrence in Pakistan, but I don't support the things they do in Balochistan or the certain policies they have. I understand they're a problem. They're a problem, right?
But you do accept their certain policies also. Yeah. That's
Yeah, because
yeah.
I don't understand the politician. I don't trust the politicians. I just
You
don't trust
don't
the
trust the
politicians.
politician, but the politicians are the puppets of the same army. Which
Uh huh.
politician has ever
And
come to Pakistan in power without the support of the army? Name me
uh-huh.
one. Name me
No, but I'm
one.
saying no, no. But I understand that. But do you
Yes.
think? Do you consider me a Punjabi as well?
100%.
Achha.
Rubika
It's not
Bhaiya.
about your
Hold on.
ethnicity.
Yeah, love
So,
and
so,
Listen,
so,
Maham. It's not about your ethnicity that you are a Pashtun, yeah?
Uh,
It's it's about the state that you in. You are in a state of the Punjabi military establishment because
mm,
your grandfather, your other people have served in the army. So their
mhm.
loyalties are with the Pakistan army. Their loyalties are not with their people.
No, they are.
But why
No,
The
they're
you
things
not.
just
we have done for
Eh,
Waziristan, I don't
No,
think
no,
anyone
no.
have done that for Waziristan. The things we have done as a family for Waziristani people, I mean, I don't think anyone have done that.
90% of the AFC soldiers are
Mhm.
Pashtun from Pashtunkhwa, Waziristan, Banu, Kohat,
Uh,
Afridis in
and they're
Balochistan, and they're
defending the
killing Baloch.
borders.
They're killing. Whoa,
They're
whoa,
defending
whoa,
their
whoa.
borders.
own
No, the
Punjabis.
No,
FC, the
no.
FC, no, 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 no. Give me a second. The FC is from the same province where they're in the, they're working, right? So in KPK, it would the FC would be Pashtun. In Punjab, the FC would be Punjabi. So the
No,
Pashtun FC of KPK is just defending the borders, no?
no, it's
Yeah.
not. It's not. It's not. It's killing Baloch people in Balochistan. FC is killing Baloch people in Balochistan.
That those are the Baloch people. So I mean, I don't
So
blame us.
it's halal for them to kill their own Muslim Baloch.
No, I
These,
understand that
yeah.
there are things that are wrong with, but there is this BLA as well. Don't didn't BLA kill the Punjabis by looking at their ID
BLA,
card on that
BLA,
train,
BLA is the
Jafar
direct
Express?
BLA is the direct outcome of the oppressions of the Punjabi military establishment on Balochistan for last 78 years. It did not pop up suddenly.
But
We
you
Yeah,
don't think there is any role of the Sardars over there? They sit in the parliament on
Sardars.
one side. They're in the
Which
parliament,
Sardars?
and
Which Sardars?
all
All
of
the
the Sardars, the
Sardars are
Bugtis,
sitting in the army lab. Name me one Sardar who's anti army. Name
the
me one
Bugtis.
Sardar.
So hold on. So from what I've gotten,
So
according to
that means that the elite of the Balochistan is the problem. See?
no,
No, no, no, no, no.
no, sir.
I'm not
So
understanding how does all of this end
hold
out
on,
with
Sid.
that.
There's a very interesting question which I have. So the thing is, we've defined what a Punjabi according to Mr. Shahid is. Shahid Bhai has like explained. So all the Sardars are basically also Punjabi in that definition. So what about a person like Sid? He becomes a non-Punjabi.
I don't even know him. I just met
No,
him like at this space. Yeah.
no, no.
You
I
know.
am a
So
very
not in a
openly
personal way.
anti-army person.
Oh,
Like,
hold on. So if a person who's ethnically Punjabi, but he's not with the army and he's like very similar, he's not sitting in the lap like you basically said. So is he a Punjabi or he becomes something else then by that definition?
If he is anti-Pakistan army, yeah, for me, he's not my enemy. He's my friend. Yeah. If he is not supporting his army, if he's not supporting his army's actions, if he doesn't have family members in the army, for me, is my friend. Is not my enemy.
Cool. So you're in
so
at the
you
end of
need to
this
change
panel, we've
your
decided that
labeling.
Sid is not a Punjabi.
Wow.
Sorry.
So we've concluded on a lighter note that Sid is
No,
actually
no, no, no,
not.
brother Shaji. I said ethnicity doesn't matter. Like Maham, she's Pashtun, yeah?
I understand that now.
Yeah. So
Then you
what I'm
need to
saying
choose
is
different words
ethnicity
then.
doesn't matter. Ethnicity doesn't matter. If someone is a Baloch, someone is a Pashtun, someone is a Sindhi, someone is a Punjabi, and if he and she supports Pakistan Army, for us, he is also the part of Punjabi military establishment.
Why do
That's
you have
very
to say
clear.
Punjabi? That's the problem. That look, if by
Brother,
your accounts
how
I'm not
many
even
Punjabis?
Punjabi, the
Brother, how
problem
many
here
Punjabis make up the army? Tell me. Come on. Maham said
around
65. How
about
many you say?
it's about 65, yeah, round about that.
Okay. So it's more than 50%. Yes, the majority is Punjabi, yeah?
Yes, but we have
But
more
what
people.
is but then? It's Punjabi.
We have
Punjabi
more
army.
people.
Well, that's because they are majority.
No.
Ah.
When Pakistan was not separated, Bangladesh was not separated, who was the
Hmm.
majority? Who was the majority?
Bengali.
The
Bangladesh.
Bengalis.
Yeah, Bengalis were majority. So don't give me this. But
But
in
they
the
left.
army they were
It still
minority.
doesn't count. They
In
left.
the
They
army
don't
they were
count.
minority. The Bengalis, they were not majority.
No, but that was a new thing,
Yeah.
right? We can compare the present situation with what happened in the past. Oh
The
God.
I
problem
think,
is
yeah, I think,
you can
I
say
think,
that I am not Punjabi, and so you have a definition of
I
the
think we should move on.
enemy, and then you
I'll
say that the enemy is Punjabi.
I think
What happens here? Ji Shah ji,
I think in principle we agree. I think it's the words which are basically
Yes,
differential.
those
but
words
you
have
cannot
a
demonize
lot
a
of
whole
harm.
ethnicity because of that, no?
I
Because
don't
of
even consider
using the
Punjabis to
wrong
be a
words, they have
hold on. Hold on. I don't even consider Punjabis to be a ethnic group. I just think that Punjab is in itself is a Farsi
Wow.
word. What is a Punjabi ethnic group?
Uh,
Doesn't exist.
wow. I
I'm
cannot
sorry,
hold this
that's just true.
conversation.
that's actually more or
That
less
applies to
right.
Pashtun as well, Shra. We're also not homogeneous people. We're just different group of people who got together and made an ethnicity.
Yeah, but if you look at the current day Punjab, he's kind of right. I agree with him. If that's his definition of Punjabi, I'm not going to use it.
But there are people who identify as Punjabi ethnicity. I mean, it doesn't matter how you disagree with it; it exists.
Yeah, but
Even if we
even
change,
within,
even if we
hold on,
change,
let me give you an example. It's so easy for a majority of people living in Punjab to say that we're not going to converse in Punjabi because it was never their language to begin with. It really wasn't.
Okay.
That's why that's why when you see Pashtuns or Baloch people or you see the Farsi band, they've kept their languages even
Yes.
after a long time. But it was
Yeah.
so easy for them to let go of that language is
No, I think
because
it was.
it was never their language to
Mm,
begin with.
no, it was because Urdu was kind of imposed on most of us, and in Punjab, it was especially because it was a majority.
A majority of these people left Punjabi without any force because
Mm, because
many of them.
they were told that this is uncaused language and everything,
No,
but
that was already inbred into them.
the state had a role in that as well.
Okay,
Right? The
okay,
Punjabi
then
losing their culture, the state had a role in that as well.
Shaji, you and Maham both live in England. I believe so. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
You notice one thing. When I used to go to school to pick up my daughters, if I saw Iranian, he was talking to his children in Farsi. When I saw an Arab parent, he was talking to his child in Arabic. When I saw a Pashtun or Afghan, he speaks to his child in Pashto. The only person that I saw talking to his child in a very bad English was a Punjabi Pakistani. That's how much they are ashamed of their language. You know.
It's because I would like to point that out. So when it comes to ethnic Punjabis, you'll notice that they speak in Punjabi and they still converse in Punjabis. It's basically those people, even at Maharaja Ranjit Singh's time. I think Punjab is a unique place where the official language was not even Punjabi at that time. It was Farsi. So it
Yes.
seems like, yeah. So the point is that the elite in Punjab has always been non-Punjabi, and over a period they've kind of assimilated with local cultures, and
And the
hence,
common Punjabi never resist, never fight, never get up, never, you know. So
yeah,
for the
maybe
past
back then.
30 years, the
Who are all
Kashmiri.
of those people in
I
jail?
I picked
Who
up
are all
something
of those
from you
people
one day.
that stood up
I'm
with
not even
Imran
going
Khan?
to.
Who are all of those
Sorry?
people who bloody fought the wars? Who are all
Sorry?
of those people that, yeah, you're saying that the Punjabis never stood up? Who were all of those people that, laid down in front of the tanks? Who were all
Yeah,
of those people that fought in
we can't be
Which
Sargodha?
saying
tanks?
that
Which tanks?
No, no, no.
Who
Punjabi
lay,
don't
In
who,
65,
who laid
don't have.
down the tanks? Which tanks?
the Indian ones in the Chuvinda
No.
Meadows,
Which? No, wait, when did they lay down?
65.
Oh, come
We
on,
have
brother.
a
Come on, get out of
yeah, we have a whole.
Pakistan studies, bro. Come on, get out. Nobody laid
You're
down in
telling
front
me
of the tanks, man.
you're telling
You
me
just
what happened
you
in
just
Chuvinda
believe the
when.
Mutalia Pakistan and ISPR. We did this. Nothing happened. Pakistan lost the war. It's all bullshit in the books. Okay, in the history.
Okay, you know what?
Pakistan.
Even if Pakistan, let's say, lost the war,
Yeah, it did.
the things that happened in Chivinda Meadows did happen.
What?
Or the laying down in front of the tanks because we did not have anti-tank munition, that happened in Chivinda Meadows. That's
Yeah,
next.
who said that? Where did you read that?
I believe, yeah, it was Pakistan studies, but
Thank you
another
very much.
part is that.
Thank you. That's it. That's it. The
So you're
case
telling me
closed.
that what happened
Case
in
closed.
Sialkot never did.
Pakistan studies tell you that Rashid Minas was flying a jet and his co-pilot put a gun on his head and said, "Come on, man, who was there? Who was
Actually, that's
listening?"
not what was. Oh, no,
Sorry.
okay, that was not
Exactly,
what was written
exactly the
down.
tank story, exactly the Kargil story, exactly the 1971, 1947, 1948. All bullshit, brother, all lies created
You're
by
telling
Pakistan
me
Army.
that, okay, you don't want to take the tank story? Fine. That kind of
Yes.
hurts me because I'm from Sialkot, but you know what? Fine. Uh, did the people who are in the jail for supporting Imran Khan in throughout Punjab?
Man, I
You're telling me
respect
they
them
did not?
more than Pashtuns. I will tell you
No,
today.
no.
One second,
But you're
1 second. No, 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 one
okay.
second. Yasmin Rashid, yeah? Umar Chima, and Rashid Hassan, what's his name? He was the president of Punjab PTI. I respect them more than Pashtuns. They're so brave. Don't read my tweets about them. I
Then why
respect brave
would you
people.
say that Punjabis never stood up? Because we always did. More
As a
so
general,
against
yes, yes,
no,
yeah,
more so and
generally.
against No, the thing is, we did so throughout history, more so
No
against
exception.
greater odds.
These are few exceptions, brother. We talk about gender. When we say something based on the majority, majority never stood up. These are exceptions, and I
What do you mean the majority never stood up? Is there any city from which the people did not stand up for Imran Khan
for
in
Imran
Punjab?
Khan. Man, Imran Khan is in prison for last 3 years. Who stood up for him? People came from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and fought for him. Who came out from which parliamentarian from Lahore or Punjab came out for him? Tell me, which one came out for him?
There
Sabzada
are
Hamid.
Sabzada Hamid. Okay,
uh, Usman Dar,
Usman Dar.
Umar Dar's younger brother.
Okay, so you can count them on your fingers, yeah. Man, there
I
were
can
over
count them on my
200.
fingers because I don't
Over
know
there,
a lot.
over 200 Pashtun PTI workers were killed, man, in Punjab by the
And
Pakistan Army
more,
There were
in
a
Islamabad.
lot of Punjabis were killed in that as well.
I'm saying
it's
exceptional
it's
case.
it's really amazing that
Yeah,
what you're doing right now is, I think it's called the no true Scotsman fallacy.
brother, I'm
Like,
asking you. Give me example. You're not giving me any
And
example. You
I,
say
I
I don't know.
completely, I completely agree with Shahid Bhai on that. Sorry, I disagree that Punjabis don't stand up. They stand up, but only to do Bhangra. That's it.
Bhangra Shaji, Bhangra. Not fair, not fair, not fair. I am not in favor of this
So
racist
no,
banter.
that's not racist.
I want to let everyone know I love my Punjabi brother as much as I love my Pashtun
So do
brothers
I.
and
So
Siddhis
after
and
every
Baloch
Is
and
Shahji
Afghans as well.
Punjabi or not? Shahji, are you
no,
Punjabi?
thank God I'm not.
Oh dear God.
You're
Oh.
not.
this whole demonize, you know what, you are defining the problem and then you're naming the problem Punjabi.
Brother, I
That's
grew
what the
up. It's
problem
my
is.
life experience. You can't just watch me. I
Your
grew
life
up.
experience. No, the thing is, you are exactly defining the problem. You are going through the same thought process that I go through, and then you say that
Sid,
it's the fault of the
Sid, you
elites
have to understand
and
one
the
thing, right?
army and the bureaucracy and the deep state, and for some reason, after you're done with it, you just blame it all on Punjabis.
Sid, I'll tell
You've
you something.
completed the process.
Sid,
There
Sid,
is
Yes,
no
Sid.
going
yes,
further
Let,
brother.
than
let
that.
me let me
Yes,
give you an
brother.
example.
Punjabis are the problem. What you want to do about it, bro?
No, hold on, Shahid bhai. The thing is, like, you worked in PTI as well, so you must know what happened on 9th May, right? So majority of people who came out on 9th May and they did stuff in Lahore, uh, after that, majority of them went into hiding. They did not stand up for what they did,
Yeah.
right? They went
Mm.
into hiding. They wanted to save their jobs. When I spoke to most of them after that, do you know what they were saying? Same people who were like cooling me out that day and like telling me it will be a lot of fun and like they're going out and they're
Yeah.
going to create a havoc. Same people started telling me, I have me, my family, anyone in my friend circle has nothing to do with politics.
Yes. Yes.
Right. So when I say that this is part of Punjabi culture, I'm really sorry. They avoid fighting. They
Yes.
avoid conflict. And there's nothing wrong with that, or it doesn't make them any
No,
bad
in
or
ordinary
worse.
life, yes, it is very good
Yeah.
thing not to fight, but
Yeah.
for your
But
rights.
whenever and
Yeah. Yeah.
another thing is when that conflict occurs or some situation occurs, I'm not wrong. They're the first ones to come and stand up and start dancing. That we won, we won, we won.
I am not in favor of this racism.
You are being Punjabanized, Baham.
No, I'm actually a Pashtun
This
who's
is
raised
exactly
in Pashtun
this is
and who do
exactly
not
how.
support racism.
No,
This
this
is
is
not
exactly.
racism. This is
Let
a
me let me
fact.
This
tell
is
you.
racism,
Let, let,
Shah.
let me tell
It
you
is
one
so
thing.
common, Shaji, you
Punjabis
have experienced in
generally.
your life. When people have no other, when they lose argument, they start using these words with ism, ism, racism, Islamism,
No,
whatever,
What is the
anti-Semitism,
argument here?
all
the
these.
the
You,
the first thing, Shahid bhai, the thing is, I already clarified, and according to your definition, mine is different. Punjab is a region. It's not a race. How can you be racist?
Maham, I'm not
Wow.
according to
racist.
his
Punjab is not a
definition,
region. Yeah.
Wow. I don't have
these kind
anything
of
to say.
ideas and this kind of thinking pattern is how. It, let me tell you,
We
racism
demonize
in
other
Punjab.
people.
No.
This is how you
Racism in Punjab
demonize.
does not really fly. People don't really welcome that idea of being racist to anybody.
Yeah, we
Uh,
just only so Punjabis are not racist to anyone else, but they would like to make fun of everyone else, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we
Yes.
we
all
make
do
fun
that.
of
We all
everything.
do that.
That's part of our culture.
Yeah, so
Everyone does that. I can give you so many examples. If somebody is dark skinned or somebody do something dishonorable, they all call him Punjabi. You behave like a Punjabi. So everybody does that.
Yeah,
yeah, so
that's how
they're
you.
absolutely
That's
right.
how
That
you.
person
That's
is
how you
behaving
make
like
Oh my
nationalism.
God.
You, you know what? I think the Pakistani army won in case of the people. In this regard, because they successfully made the Baloch
Mm.
people and the rest of the nationalists believe that it's not the elite, it's the Punjabi.
No, no.
So
Exactly.
It's
you're going,
it is the
you're
elite
going to
and the
fight the
Punjabi. No,
Punjabis. No. The
no,
thing is,
no.
it's never going to be the elite and the Punjabi because you know what? You'll never get over the Punjabis,
You know
and therefore you will never. Therefore, you will never
sometimes
reach
these
the elite.
sometimes these low life journalists, so-called journalists, when they roam around in Lahore and say, आइए आज पूछते हैं लोगों का क्या ख्याल है अफगानिस्तान के बारे में, a normal a normal रेडी पंजाबी का है, you will say, हाँ बहुत अच्छा कर रही है हमारी फौज, इन अफगानियों को सबक सिखाना चाहिए. ओए, man, come on, man. Go live your life. You are already born, man. Don't go feed your children. But he speaks like, he's a representative of Pakistan Army. That's what we call the Punjabi
You
mindset.
understand that
You
how
know?
Egg
easy
second.
it
I
is.
have
Yeah.
egg
It
second.
is
Sid,
so
give me
easy for me
something.
to do the. No,
Sid,
it's
can you
so
give me
easy for me to
some?
do the
Can
same.
you give me a moment? Sid, can you give me? Shahid Bhai, with all
Ji
due
bhai.
respect, a lot of Pashtun in KPK, I mean, and
Yes.
generally what I have seen, they
Yes.
hate Afghans. They don't see them
Afghans.
as equals. Yeah, they
Yes.
hate
Yes.
Afghans. They don't see them as
Yes.
equals.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
There is a
so.
big difference between the Pashtuns of Pashtunkhwa and Pashtuns of Balochistan. We,
Mm-hmm.
the Pashtuns of Balochistan, we call the Pashtunkhwa Pashtuns as Gulkhans. The capital of Gulkhans is Peshawar, and then there are
Mm-hmm.
sub tehsils and all like Mardan,
You
Swadi,
you cannot
Swat,
offend me with
all
that.
these.
I'm a very proud Gul Khan. I'm a very proud Gul Khan.
Thank you. You see, you were proud. There are many Gulkhans that I personally know that they will be living a miserable life, but they say हमने पाकिस्तान के लिए कुर्बानियां दी हैं, ये किया वो
I
किया.
mean, the things that are happening in Afghanistan, who would want to live there? Let's just be real. I mean, I understand the Baloch Pashtun issues. I mean, you guys have it hard. KPK is generally doing a lot better. I mean, it's Punjab, then it's KPK, and then it's Sindh, and then it's Balochistan. So,
So that's why
so we don't
it's
have
not
much of a problem,
KPK.
right?
The word is not KPK. The Pashtunkhwa is one word, so it's Khyber Pashtunkhwa people, because they are the second Samraj after the Punjabi. That's why they are happy. They are majority after
No,
Punjab.
but
They are in
I
the
also want
army
to add
after Punjab.
something. Kazi said I also want to add something. The refugees of Afghanistan mostly settled in Punjab because the KPK Pashtun did not like them. Do you know that? They did
No,
not
I
want
don't
them
know if
here.
they settle majority in Punjab. I
Yeah,
don't know that.
the majority went into Afghanistan because the KPK Pashtun did not like them. They did
Yeah,
not
I
want them
mean,
around.
when
They
when
did not
when I
trust them.
meet when I meet a Afghan who lived his life in Peshawar or in Pashtunkhwa, his mentality is total different. And the one I meet who lived in Balochistan, in Quetta, and other, his mentality is total different. The one who lives in Balochistan loves the Pashtuns. the ones who lives in the
No, I
Pakhtunkhwa.
personally,
Yeah,
so there's
yeah,
a difference. See, in the tribal belt, there's not much Afghan hate. Like, I personally
yeah,
don't hate Afghan. I see them as the same people, right? But the
yeah.
mainland Pashtun, they don't see them as the same people. I've seen the racism firsthand, how they treat Afghans. And majority of the nationalists you'd see on social media are also mainland Pashtun who hate on Afghan very
We
passionately.
I used to call them burgers. You know the Peshawar kids. I used when one day I was standing in Islamabad supermarket. Yeah, so I used to wear these. You know the big shalwar, the balochi. We call it
Mm.
kakadi shalwar. You know the
Mm.
gear
Yeah, yeah, I've
wali.
seen that. Yeah, yeah.
And this person from Peshawar came to me, and he said, "Is this what's that? The woman wear the shalwar? What they call it? You know, this kind of shalwar that they wear. What they call it? Patiala." He said, "Is this a Patiala shalwar?" He told me, yeah. And I say, "There you go, Khyber TV burger kid. This is called this is called Baloch Bukti Shalwar. It's not called Patiala. Patiala is the one women wear." So that's how they are, you know, mentally corrupted, you know, from across the attack. They are like almost Punjabis. They just their names have
The
foretold
thing
us.
with Peshawar is because it's so close to Islamabad, it's like
Yeah,
2 hours
yeah,
drive.
yeah,
Islamabad is almost a Pashtun city by now. Come on.
Yeah,
There are
it
more
is.
yeah,
Pashtun
yeah.
there than
It is.
Punjabis.
It is. It is. But majority Gulkhan city. You know.
Like I said, proud Gulkhan.
Where did he go?
There is
He's
nothing be proud about being Gulkhan, lady.
I'm sorry. I'm a very proud
I
Gulkhan.
sorry, Shaji brother. Thank you very much for inviting me. I swear, for the last 1 month, I have not participated in any space and all. But since you sent me the message, I came to you. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for tolerating me.
no, no,
Thank you,
Shahid bhai.
Maham and Sid, and you know.
No, no, it was fun
Shahid
talking to
bhai,
you,
tomorrow
Shazia.
you're coming back. We had a lot of fun with you, and I
I
hope you enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, no, no. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
And we're going to increase the panel slowly because
Yeah,
I think these conversations in a proper way need to occur. And we're
yeah,
going to keep it casual for now.
yeah.
But it was really wonderful having you.
No, no,
And
thank
I
you very
hope,
much. In the morning, I have to wake up early, and I got two, three things I have to do. I'll be free by the evening.
okay,
But thank you very much for inviting me. Sorry if my words have hurt Sid or Maham or anybody.
No, no.
But so it's like you said. Let's agree to disagree.
Yes.
And I have my opinions, and you have your own opinions. I have my opinions are based on my experiences. Your opinions are
Hmm.
based on your experiences. We cannot, be in one another's shoes.
Hmm.
So we'll close it here. Thank you very much for inviting me again, and thank you for all the fun talk we had. Thank you, Sid bhai.
Thank you
cheers.
for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, take care, Shahid bhai.
Allah Hafiz. Thank you.
Allah
Allah
Hafiz.
Is-
Hafiz.
So, I am a Punjabi.
and I am not.
So, yeah.
You.
So
Oh, how the tables have turned.
there's a differentiation, right? I was listening to a bunch of Punjabis in one space, and that's where I got it. Right? Anyone living in Punjab is not a Punjabi. That's a fallacy. Do you know how they deal with their stuff? They've got these different, what do they call it? I've forgotten what they call it. They had a specific name for it, and they've got an entire hierarchy of their own people. So they're
Hey, the
race.
Punjabis do have caste system as well.
Yeah, it's called something. What is that called, Sid? Do you know?
What Gotar?
Varna?
Yeah, no,
Uddar?
he just said it. He just said it.
Mm.
Gotra?
Yeah, what
That's
so
it. Basically means sub tribe.
yeah, no, something, right? So anyone who's not part of that, they just basically consider that person to be an outsider.
Yeah, I think you're talking from the point of view of nationalists.
So they're ethnic Punjabis. You're not.
Yes, yeah, that's an ethnic thing. A
Yeah,
general
so that would be
understanding of the
racism.
people
If
who are.
I if so, that would be racism if I said, for instance, Zafar was here, he's Varaj, and if I said Varaj people are this, that, and the other, that would be racism. But saying that about Punjabi, a Punjabi can be Pashtun, there can be anyone, really.
For all
Makes no
intents
sense
and
to me, but
purposes,
okay.
no, for all intents and purposes, the Punjabi culture has become a cluster definition.
Yeah, you
If
can't
there are
just
going
start defining it for them. A lot of people who
no,
are not
the
part
thing
of
is,
Punjabi culture consider themselves Punjabis.
Okay, let me give you another
no,
example, right?
if you're
There
going
are
to if
people.
you're going to limit it to just an
No, no. There's an
ethnicity,
example with KP in this, right? If you're going to see a Hindko person, you're going to see somebody who is probably a Farsi Ban, or somebody who's of a Tajik background or a Pashtun background. The ethnicity is different, but they're all from KP.
What about them?
yeah, what
So they're
about
not
them?
all Pashtun. So KP is not a
KPK is generally more strict about these things. Pashtun are generally more strict about these identities. हमारे तो if people don't speak our language, for example, Imran Khan in strict terms would not be considered a Pashtun because he doesn't even know Pashto.
But a Hindko person would be considered a person from KP,
No.
right? No, a
Yeah,
person
but
from
that's a province. That's a province. We're talking about
Ah,
ethnicity.
so that's exactly what I'm saying. Punjabi is a similar identity to KP and not to Pashtun. And that's where people
No,
are
but
confused.
Punjabis is also an ethnicity in itself.
No, it's not. That's all those people, Faraj and Khatri and all those
Yeah,
people.
I know, but that this still makes them an ethnicity, no?
No, because Punjab can have any kind of people from any kind of ethnic background.
No, but these Varaich and these Rajputs and these Bhattis, they are all Punjabis.
Yeah, they are.
So
They're.
that makes it an
If we
ethnicity.
if
No,
we boil it down to just ethnicity, then Rajputs are not Punjabi,
what are they?
Wow.
Rajasthani.
Rajasthan was part of Sub Sindhu, so all that area is same. So all these people
So
are
now
basically.
Somros are all Punjabi.
No, so Punjabi is not an ethnicity, it's just an area. The entire there has to be a racial name
It
for
is
that.
a cluster definition. It is weighted. There are a lot of factors, and all of them are weighted.
Yeah, what are they then?
You're making
Let's
it
say history.
complicated, Shah.
Let's say
I'm trying to
it is a
understand.
complicated thing. If
No, I'm
you're going
talking
to
to
just
Shah.
say
I'm,
that,
I'm telling Shah. I'm telling Shah that he's making it complicated.
No, I'm trying to understand that.
it is a cluster. Do you not understand cluster definitions?
I don't think
Things that
those
are
people
not dependent on a
do you
single
have a
thing.
do you have a potra?
Both.
No, I don't have a gotra. That's something that is remnant from Hindus. Hindus had gotras.
What is it called? A gotra?
Gotra.
Yeah, what is that? Is it like a physical
It's
thing?
basically a sub-tribe. It's
Subtype
basically
of what?
sub-clan of a larger tribe.
So
It's ethnic
I've
based.
just opened up some background to this. This is interesting. So ethnic reality. Basically, the Gotras consist of Sandhu, Gil, and Sidhu people. Originally agricultural tribes of this area, Indo-Aryan groups, local Indus populations. So all the way from Rajasthan, Sindh, and Punjab. This is basically
So
who they.
basically, there are only three Punjabis.
No, then everyone else is in those things. So Arai are not part of them. They're considered.
Gils are a part of Jat.
Yeah, they are. And Jats are basically the lower caste people of that Gotra.
What?
Jat
Yeah.
is not a Gotra.
What the
Jat
hell is
is
a Gotra anyways? Can you explain that? You told Jat.
sub-clan. The main
No,
clan
that's
would be
what it
Jat.
means. What is a Gotra? It's something else.
It is a sub clan.
No, it's not.
For example, if there is a clan in Saudi Arabia called the Hashmis, there is a sub clan amongst the Hashmis which is called the Quraysh.
Okay, so now
Amongst
I
the
understand.
Quraysh,
Hold
there
on,
is
I just
further.
found I just found out. So Gotra is a lineage or clan traced through common main ancestor. So everyone in that Gotra has all the sub clans have one. So it's a ethnic group, right? It's a complete
Yes,
ethnic group. So that is the ethnicity. And do you know what the core definition of that is? Go means cow and Thra means shelter. So these are basically a bunch of Gujars who basically turned into all these different things according to documentation over here, and they're in English translated as farmers and peasants.
isn't Gotra a Sanskrit word? Because it's
Yeah,
supposed to be a
which
Sanskrit word.
basically means cows shelter, shelterers of cows. So all these people are basically farmers,
You
basically.
are horrible at etymologies.
No, I'm really, I'm actually,
You heard,
I'm reading it.
you know what? You know what? Don't suppose that that's exactly the derivation of the word Gotra. It would mean that it is a grouping of people that have their cows in the same shelter. It would
Yeah.
not make anybody Gujar because Gujars were nomadic people from the steppes and they did
Yeah,
not put their
Gujar is
cows
its
in a
own
shed.
tribe, Shah. Do we have a Gujar who we can ask this
And
question to?
yeah, and back in the days, they did not have tents for their cows.
So originally meant to group people living together with the same lineage. So who is in that Gotra? That's the Punjabi people who confuse that with ethnicity. Let's find out today for a change. Who comes under that group?
Which group?
Punjabi.
No, Gotra. Gotra.
Matlab the real Punjabis, ethnic Punjabis.
Look, even the South Indians will have their Gotra. It's a Hindu tradition.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, it
It
says
is.
is, Shah. Everyone has their Gotar.
okay.
They
So
have this whole system in Ayodhya exactly for that.
hold on. So major ethnic Punjabi Gotra are Sandhu, Sindhu, Gil, Barar, Dhillon,
Dillon.
Cheema,
Dhillon,
Randhawa,
Randhava,
Badwa,
Randava.
Bajwa,
Virk, Guman,
Virak, Guman,
Woman.
Guman, Man,
Hmm.
Sangha,
Hmm.
Sangha,
Aulak, Aulak,
Olak, Olak,
Panu. I know
Hmm.
this one because I've heard the famous Panu. Tur, Siktoon, and Girewal. Apart from that, you have Bhatti, Chauhan, Rathor,
these are
Janjua,
Rajasthani.
Janjua, Minhas, Khokar, Ghakkar,
Yeah,
Dogra. Right? All these people
Dogras are
are
Kashmiris.
no, these are all considered to be people of Sub Sindhu, right? So same ethnic background.
And there are
Me,
a lot of other verbs as well.
no, no, no,
There are
no.
What
This
about
gets
Bajwas? What about Bajwas and Vadech?
Bajwas are
they're
And
not
from
in there.
Rajasthan.
what other groups do I know?
So
Bajwa,
now people who migrated from outside, उनका आगे लिस्ट आ गया है, ठीक है? Clans who came as trader groups, Mia, Sheikh, Chaudhry, Hanjra, and Bhatta, ठीक है? And then
Bhuta.
something like that. Then uh,
Why do I have to teach him Punjabi terms?
then comes Gujar Gotra, another outsiders. You were right. ठीक है. Chechi, Khatana, Bhans.
Khatana, Khatana, ठीक है,
There's
Bhens,
Bhans as well, man. There's a Bhans.
not
There are
Bhans,
people called
Bhens.
Bhans.
No, it's not Bhas, it's Bhas.
Whatever is, and then there is Tarar,
तराड़
Chauhan.
No,
हाँ,
Tarar, he's just right on that. It's Tarar.
ठीक
तराड़
है.
नहीं है
No,
इज दैट वो
it's
मिनिस्टर जो है
फिर
yeah,
उसके
his
बाद
name is
दूसरी
Tarar.
दूसरी सो दीज आर ऑल आउटसाइडर्स. ठीक है. अब फिर उसके बाद आके आपके सैयद पख्तून. ठीक है. उसके अंदर भी कक्के कजई गजल पाश. ठीक है. ये सारों को उसके अंदर फर्दर कर रहे हैं. बुखारी, कादरी, नकवी, रिजवी, शाह, नियाजी. दीज आर ऑल आउटसाइडर्स.
तो
ठीक है.
हमें पता है
हाँ, फिर उसके बाद और दूसरे आउटसाइडर्स जो हैं वहाँ पे कश्मीरी, मुगल. सो द एथनिक पंजाबीज आर बेसिकली द फर्स्ट पार्ट.
Jat.
नो, नॉट जाट, जिनका पहले नाम लिया था वो जो अजीब
Yeah,
अजीब
they
से.
are all Jat tribes. You are naming Jat Gotras.
या संधू, सिंधु, गिल,
Yeah,
ब्रार.
Sindhu, Sindhu,
यार तो
Gilbarar,
एक
Virak,
सेकेंड
they are
ये
Jat tribes.
बाज बाजवा नहीं है ये पंजाबी
Bajwa are both in Jat
बाजवा
and
पंजाबी है. संधू रंधावा के बाद बाजवा है.
और वड़ैच
Bajwas are both in Rajputs and Jats.
मलिक पूनिया बाजवा ब्रार सिद्धू ढिल्लो
Malik is
संगवान
not
दाहिया
a part.
गिल
Yeah, Malik is not
अब यहाँ पे
a
लिखा
part.
हुआ है यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है औलाक
No,
नहीं ये तो
Malak,
इसी
sorry,
तरह
Malik is different than Malak. Malak is it's
सॉरी अच्छा
part
जो भी
in
अच्छा
the
एक्सटेंसिव
Jat.
जट गोतड़ा लिस्ट अहलावाद अतवाल औलाक भेंस बाजवा बाल बराक बानीवाल भंगू भरद्वाज भाटे बुल्लर ब्राड़ बटर बटर चाहर
Buttar.
चट्टा चीम
It's not
उन्होंने
butter,
सॉरी
चिकन
it's
बटर
butter.
चिकन इन्वेंट किया है.
मैंने कहा मेरे को बहुत पसंद हो गई एनीवे छठा चीमा ढबस डबास डगार डहिया दलाल
Dalal? There's a Dalal. So Jay Shankar was not wrong.
Shut up. Move on. Dara,
You are
Deval,
both just
Jadwa,
being.
Dariwa,
Wrong.
Dilu,
You know what?
Dansa,
At this
Dra.
point, you're both just trying to insinuate hatred.
No, no,
You're
no, no,
How?
no.
trying
I'm,
to
I'm
say,
reading the names. I'm reading the rest
yes,
though.
you're reading the names.
Galot,
Why?
Greva. Actually, can you just shut up? Galot, Greval, Gil, Guman, Godara, Gorkha, Hans, Handal, Jakhar, Jajua,
Everyone.
Jasal, Kadian, Kahlon, Kang,
Handal.
Kataria, Khera, Kharab, खोकर लचव लाली फिर उसके बाद मान मलही मलिक मिनहास निजर पनूप फलसवाल पिलानिया पुनिया रंधावा रठी रोज सहोटा शाही संगवान संडू सांडू सारा सहरावाट सहरावाट शेररान शौकीन सिडू सोलंकी सोहर फिर उसके बाद तरार तहलान
Do you want to
टोकस
go all the
तोमर
way down to
गोपल
C?
विर्क वरेच
I didn't see any Siddiqui over there, so ये कौन सा नकली पंजाब से हुआ है?
Yeah,
नकली
Siddiqui
पंजाबी
came from, you know exactly where my lineage comes
there are
from.
so many sub tribes over there man एक जट के अंदर
हाँ तो वो
Jat could be its only its own separate ethnicity.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was. Thank you. That's what I was pointing out.
No, but that doesn't make
How you finally got it.
no, but those who are not Jats, they're not Punjabi then.
Yeah, they're part of wider sub-Sindhu
No, but
region.
Rajputs, the Rajputs.
They're outsiders. They're basically from the wider region. This entire region was
No,
known as
but
sub.
in that sense, half of the Pashtun community is Iranian. Some are from Turkey. Some are from
No.
South Asian. You'll have to cut off everyone then. That doesn't
No, but
change everything.
so the point is, if somebody says something about Punjab, it cannot be racist. If you say something about Jats or Vadaich, then you're going to be racist.
No, but that's what they call themselves as a community. We
Yes.
can't decide it. No. Listen, we can't
Saying
decide.
something against the
No.
Muslims is not racist. It's religionist.
The thing is that we cannot
That was
decide for them
sarcasm.
what they. We don't get to decide for them what they think their ethnicity is. Even though I think I agree that the Siddiquis, the Sheikhs, and the Pashtun and the Sayyids are not part of their ethnicity, but those, the Bhatti, the Rajputs and the Jats and some of these other communities who are related, I think it's unfair to tell someone that, oh, I can say this about Punjab because it's not an ethnicity. We don't get to decide that. If they call themselves Punjabi, they're
But
Punjabi.
do people consider the Pashtuns and Farsivan and the Hindko a same ethnic group? No. Or the
No, but
Hazara?
that's because we have kept the differences in Punjab. If you see, haven't you seen these Punjabi people? They say that whoever lives in Punjab is a Punjabi if they call themselves Punjabi, right? Is the Sharif family Punjabi? No, it's not Punjabi, but they still take advantage of that thing. No,
But that's just like saying you're Pakistani in the modern day.
No, I think it's just the way they
If
treat
you
their
live and
ethnicity.
if you live in Pakistan, you are a Pakistani. But
Yes, you are.
Mm.
And you live in Punjab, then you're a Punjabi in that way, then, I guess.
That depends on if you identify as a Punjabi. If you've been living there for like hundred of years and you identify as a Punjabi, I think most of them consider it, but I don't think that's right generally. But if they do, we're not the one to decide for them. So we don't get to say Punjabi and say that it's not
Well,
racist.
do you think Imran Khan considers himself to be a Punjabi?
Isn't it a Saraiki?
Yeah, but Punjabis say Saraiki identity doesn't exist.
But Saraiki is a mixture of Baloch, Pashtun, and Punjabis and Sayyids and whatnot.
Yeah, it is.
So it's just a fruit chart.
No, it's just like good-looking
what
people.
it is the
Fruit
people
chart.
of
It's the
this
Parut chart.
region. No, what it is the people of this region just trying to, find some way to divide and beat each other up because they can't beat the system.
Bro, the
Morons, the
Pahari and the
lobby.
Saraiki and the Punjabi, they fight each
I
other. So
don't
please.
Where's Safar
care.
if you actually need him?
Yeah,
Pardon?
I think he's busy. I'm gonna ask him. Mm.
The
Anyways,
Bengali
it's
it turned off as well.
the what turns off?
Bengali guy left as well. Mujahid.
Oh,
It's not a Bang. Oh my God. Oh dear Lord. He's a Bengali. He's
He's a
Bengali
Pakistani.
wrong. Is no,
you
but
did
his
not know
ethnicity is
that he is
Bengali.
Bengali?
Yeah, his ethnicity
Yeah.
is Bengali.
Not Bengali. Bengali.
Yeah, same thing.
Not the same thing. Bengali. What is Bengali? Bengali. Say it. Say it after me. Bengali.
Bengali, okay, Bengali. It's the
Huh.
same thing.
No, it's not. It's Bengali and Bengali. It's like Pushtun and Pashtun.
You know, I've got a friend who's got a company called, his name is Jamil Khatak.
Mm.
So whenever you call him, he's got his company answering machine on. So it goes Khatak Limited.
Katak Limited.
It's so funny when you call him, and he's like, it's in his own voice. It's like Khatak Limited. Khatak.
Time to go. So I guess we'll take our leave and we'll have more sessions like this from tomorrow onwards. And have fun, I guess. And
No,
thank
I
you for
was.
listening. And all of these people listening to us, I just want to clarify that I'm not a racist, right? And I think Punjabi is an ethnicity. If Punjabi thinks they're an ethnicity, I don't get to decide that for anyone. And
And I want to clarify that I am a racist, but not against all of this nonsense. You need to have some substantiation to be racist. Be racist to the right race,
I am not going to endorse what
the
he's saying.
chosen race.
And I'm going to say that Maham is not a racist. I can like endorse that. She just thinks that she's superior to everyone else.
That has nothing to do with racism. That's just. Anyway, thank you for listening in, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow, I guess, at the same time. And you can also join us. The link is posted. So you can always join us if you want to say something about the topic that we discuss. And that's about it. Have a good day, good evening, and good night. I was about to leave. end stream. Bye bye.